Oh, nice. I think I went live just as you were hacking up that lung that you're just getting rid of there.
It's the allergies.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it is. My car is green. It's horrible.
What? Your car is green? You repainted it or what?
No, it's from all the pollen. It's normally blue.
I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. Let's see. Today we'll be drinking Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero Sugar. What are you chewing on there?
Nutrageous.
Oh, that's an excellent candy bar. I'm a big fan of the Nutrageous.
So am I. I was quite disappointed when my wife brought me an outrageous the other day, and I was expecting a nutrageous.
What's an outrageous?
It has like little mini Reese Pieces covered in chocolate and like a caramel type thing in the middle.
Yeah, no thanks.
Eh.
No, Nutrageous is a solid candy bar.
I think so too. One of my favorites.
Yeah. No. Hello, Kabuki Kid. Hey, Kip. Yeah, no, it's solid. I mean, okay. So let's see. You're chowing on an outrageous, and now I'm jealous. I'm gonna be going probably when I get done with the boom tonight. I gotta drive over to a storage unit and drop off another like bunch of boxes of my games and stuff. Slowly but surely getting this basement cleaned out. Hey, call goes out to anybody. If anybody who's watching this and you want to pay the shipping and pay me a relatively decent price for an all-in Kickstarter Tainted Grail. It's like the last like big thing, like, you know, happy to send it off. Since it's all still in shrink too, so if that excites anybody. But anyway, reach out to me. Under Viking Videos at gmail.com. Might have to stop at the gas station on the way back and get myself a Nutrageous if I think about it.
They're expensive. They're like $2.50 a pop now.
At
the Wawa.
I mean,
well, any king size bar, not just that. But.
Yeah. Well, I remember paying $0.25 for a candy bar. That's how old I am.
Quarter? I don't remember. I remember like penny candies, gummies, fishies and all that. I can't remember how much a candy bar cost now.
I remember my dad was a teacher, as I've said. And when like I was with him and he'd like have to go to his office for something at the school. And there's the vending machines there and we'd wander by. And like almost all vending machines now are the ones where like has the little circular spring thing and you push the thing out or whatever. So back in the day, this might be, and you might be able to find these still out there and what have you, but like it literally like it was like a window and you could see the thing they were selling, and when you paid the money, when you push the button, you actually caused like this thing to flip up like this. So think about it this way. So basically like all the candy bars are in these chutes above and you can't see them in the chute. And then there's this thing like on a little ramp, like facing forward like this.
Right.
I'm gonna put it sideways. So and the candy bar would sit right here.
Right.
And then when you push the button, you actually physically cause the thing to go flip like this. Like, and then you held in the button just to make sure, and then what the thing would slide down, the gravity would cause it to slide down, and there was like basically an opening behind it, and then it would fall. So then it would fall a little, like almost like a dice tower thing. Yeah. It would fall, and then it would fall forward like this, and then you'd grab your candy off. And then it would flip forward, and when it flipped forward, it would like click the little whatever it was that kept
limit switch.
Kept the candy bars in place, and then it would tell it to drop another one, and then another one would take its place, and it would sit there, so you could see the stuff. But anyway, I remember my dad would take me to the school, and we'd pass by that, and there was for a candy bar, and then he would in the teacher's lounge at the at school, you would they had a soda machine there that had the old 12-ounce glass bottles where you put the 50 cents in ever, and then you could pull it out, and then I just loved it because it had the bottle opener thing on the side, and I thought that was so cool. Anyway, memories from the corners of my mind. Misty water-colored memories.
World.
Anyway, anything interesting? I don't. I had something interesting happen today, actually. It's not even really a grievance. It's just one of those things where I had to jump through a hoop. So, remember the Mexican pizza at Taco Bell?
Vaguely, yeah. I'm not real big on Taco Bell, but yeah.
Well, they discontinued it, and it was like one of the few things on the menu that I actually liked. I mean, I'm not a huge Taco Bell guy either. I've talked about these, so we have Taco John's that are up here. Again, if the Gathering of Vikings happens, that's one of the places I'll have to take you all to is Taco John's. Get you a tub of potato oles, and which are basically little
Mexican fries. Yeah.
No, they're basically tater tots with Lowry's seasoning on them, and there's like some other like special like seasoning on them to make.
Ken would probably like them. She likes tater tots.
And then you get for 70 cents extra, you can get a little tub of nacho cheese to dunk them in.
Oh, it would be $1.50 because Jen would get two. I know her.
Yeah. Anyway, so I heard a rumor that they had brought back the Mexican pizza. Like they had lost, and they were talking about there's a lot like online petitions and what have you. And so they brought back the Mexican pizza. And so I pull up, and the weird thing about Taco Bell's in town is that they rarely. It's like they have just such weird hours because I mean it's better now, but for a while there it was like tough to like because they couldn't get employees and stuff.
Yeah, we're having issues here too.
But I remember I pulled up and I was like, yeah, and they're like, drive through, and they're like, what do you need? And I said, I heard rumor the Mexican pizza's back, and the guy said, it's officially back tomorrow.
No.
But you can order it using our app. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, if you download the Taco Bell app, you can order it. And then you can order it for pickup at the drive-thru, and then like you can go through. So I was like, really? I mean, you can't ring it up, just like he's like, yeah, it's not even in my system yet, but we can make them. You just have to use the app. And I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. So I was like, all right, well, I'll talk to you in a few minutes then. So I pull into the parking lot, and I had to download the app, install it on my phone, go through the process, order a Mexican pizza for my wife, order a Mexican pizza for me, order her a Diet Pepsi, go through the process, get it done, select the store. I mean, it was like this, it took me like probably 10 minutes to, do the whole thing. Right. And then it was like, as soon as I was done, just put the car in reverse, back up. They're like, welcome to Taco Bell, your order. And I was like, yeah, I have a mobile order for some Mexican pizzas. And he's just like, Lance? I was like, yep, I told you I'd be back in a couple minutes. He's like, all right, cool. So then by that time there was no line too when I got there, which is so rare because it was right around lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember I was annoyed when there was a line a little bit. Yeah, not horribly. And I was just sitting there and I was like, well, it was relatively simple, right? I mean, it was a little tricky finding the Mexican pizza. This was my slight grievance. So I was like, oh, go to the menu on the thing. And it says, what are you searching for? It's like, oh, select, are you looking for a taco? Are you looking for a burrito? So these little drop down menus. And I went to the thing, and there was like a thing where you could search. And I was like, all right, well, search. And I just typed in pizza. And it says, there are no items that match your search. And I was like, that's weird. Well, let's put in like Mexican. There are no items that match your search. I was like, come on. I was like gonna get back in the line. I was like, dude, I'm looking at this app that's not on here at all. And I was searching through, and then I went through, and it's like, oh, there's a drop down for new items. So I was like, ooh, okay, new items. So that must be it. Nope, there's some other stuff that I never heard of before. So then I'm looking at like, and then it was like something like, it was like favorites or something. I clicked on that, and there was nothing. I was like, this is ridiculous. And then finally there was something that said, I forget what it was called, but it was something kind of mysterious, like it was something like soon to come, or it was something that made it sound like, ooh, like the hidden menu items or whatever. And I clicked on that, and I found it, and I was like, all right, cool, I got it. But then I went through, and so, and then I got my things, and then I got home, and I deleted the Taco Bell app off my phone. Because I was done. Yeah.
I have a similar. I have the cable lines hanging between the two poles in front of my house, and the only thing holding it up really is a tree that I have to cut down this weekend. So I called the cable company. Yeah, I went online to do it, and then they started asking me for all this information. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. So I called them, and then I came in. I was on hold for like 15 minutes at this point, with the phone on speakerphone as I came in, and Jen was says what I did, and she went online, went outside, did some stuff. She came in and said, "There's some guy who came up asking about solar electricity." She asked me if I wanted it. I said no, and she swore she said hang up to me, but I don't believe she did. So I'm on the phone for an hour, and I go outside with Jen, and she's like, "Oh, I took care of it. They're coming Friday." I'm like, you could have told me. And I'm like, why is it quicker for you to get a hold of them on the internet than for me in person? But she gave them all the information. I didn't have the account number to get with, but they were asking me for all sorts of other stuff. I just really didn't want to give them.
That's fair though.
I'm upset. I'm losing my cherry.
No.
That's actually, I wasn't planning on cutting that one down, but it's got termites. I see it when I was out there the other day. That was going to come down too. I got to check the back cherry now.
Yeah.
That's what all these allergies are from. Them cherry trees, they only last like 3 weeks and then they just shed.
Let's see. Yeah, I had a concrete contractor come out and
oh, did you bend over?
and we're looking to get some stuff done that, like for a patio and what have you in the backyard, and get a slab put in for a shed. I've talked about that a little bit. Waiting for his quote. I'm sure it'll be several $1,000s, but
oh yeah. When I did my patio last year, the truck alone was going to cost like $1,200. It just like I was going to get a shake and bake. So I'm sure you're hiring somebody to do it. They're going to add a couple grand on it just for labor.
Well, I mean, they know that it's I mean, it's like one of those things where I mean, so why do people who install laminate flooring get to charge $5 per square foot or whatever? It's because it's a tough job, and it's annoying, and it's
not real tough. Yeah, people don't know how, and they just don't want to deal with it. I'm just cheap.
Well, that's what they say. Well, then the other thing is man, just like all kinds of stuff like this where it's like our hot water heater keeps like turn it off. Like the thermostat is getting like, hey, it's too hot or something, so it shuts itself down.
Yeah.
And so, and we're, you know, some days it'll go weeks without me having to reset it. Sometimes it's like 2 or 3 times a week,
Yeah.
And so called a guy and he's like, well, he's like, it's the same one that you put in here with the house. And the house is, 12, 13 years old. And he's like, and these things are supposed to last 10. So tomorrow I have a plumber and coming over and to put in a new hot water here. So,
How much is he going to charge you on that one? I'm curious.
I already got, I mean, so I got all kinds of fun stuff going on this week.
Yeah, they don't make hot water heaters like they used to. I had to replace this one in here last year or the year before. I forget what it was.
They don't make what like they used to?
Hot water heaters.
Oh,
I did one in my mother's house before she died. Probably about 3 years before she died. And my sister just replaced it last year. It was only about 13 years. 12,
Wow.
13 years. But the one I took out of there was 25 years old. Yeah. The one I took out of here was about 30. And the element went. I was thinking about replacing it, and I just decided because it was so old. I was worried about the bottom blowing out.
Mm-hmm. That's what I worry about this one too. It's like a world where, I was talking to Rebecca about it, and like, I mean, the idea is that we're trying to like, move out of this house here,
Yeah.
like, but if somebody comes to buy the house and we see the hot water here is, 14 years old, they're going to be like, and we're going to go ahead and you're going to take $1,200 off the price so we can put in a new hot water heater after we buy the house.
Yeah, it depends on the person. Yeah, probably.
But
from my experience, a lot of people are more concerned about cosmetic shit really than like structural type things like that when they're looking for houses. Yeah. Does the kitchen look nice? Not is it well built or anything, just does it look nice? Yeah.
oh, and then the other crazy thing was, like, it just seems like all the stuff is happening at once, right?
Usually does.
My I turned on my air conditioning and it was like the unit just wouldn't turn on. And so, got a guy to come over and look at it or whatever, because I don't know about that stuff.
Yeah.
And a mouse had crawled into the air conditioning unit,
Chewed up some lines.
chewed up a wire and electrocuted itself. So there was this like burnt up little mouse in there, and
The more you know.
yeah.
Oh, at least it was a cheap fix.
Yeah, I didn't need it wasn't a, well, let's get you a new air conditioning unit.
It probably just spliced that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he did. But
Yeah, them mice, they really wreck the squirrels too. I was telling my neighbor, I seen one jumping up underneath his truck there. They were chewing at his brake line. They could be damaging. Where's Scotty? Is he feeling better?
I have no idea. He was posting pictures of himself on Facebook, so
Ooh,
I can assume he's fine.
there he is.
I don't know. I beat Elden Ring, so now I don't have to play that anymore.
Ooh,
And now I'm bored.
now you're bored. Spend time with your family.
I've been teaching my son Slay the Spire, so and he likes that. So
I was talking to the cop across the street. I was helping him put some laminate on a cornhole board he made, and he was telling me apparently Jersey made weed legal, completely legal. And he's telling me he knows some guys up who are cops who work up there. And he was saying that the cops are allowed to smoke now. And I was like, really? That seems kind of weird, you know. It's still federally like when I decided to smoke the weed, I gave up my right for firearms basically and stuff like that. You know. So that seems kind of weird to me. But it's something I didn't think about stuff like that when people talk about legalizing the weed over the country. I thought about like the penal system and all that, but I really didn't think about the cop end of it, or firefighters or the military even. It's kind of interesting how it's shaking out.
I don't know. That seems weird though. That seems problematic at best.
Well, it's like to me, weed's like any other drug. There's cops out there, I'm sure, or other people who are in higher situations like that, firefighters or whatever, who are on Percocets or some kind of opioid or painkiller. As long as the person's handling it right, weed's like any other drug. It's in your system, but it really for like a month if you're a constant user, but it only really affects you for a couple hours. He was saying it was off duty, and then he was saying, which interested me. I didn't even think about this. He was saying there's a special unit to test for like a DUI for weed and drugs and all that. They do a cognitive test first to see whether they need this person out here or not, and then they'll actually draw blood and all. So cops are getting trained to like paramedics and all. It's kind of interesting how, like I said, the whole system's adjusting to it.
Well,
I was just like I said, it happened in Jersey. And usually what happens with Pennsylvania, Maryland, Jersey, Delaware, once one does it, they all follow. Yeah.
Well, that's where the what was it? That's where the Sopranos are. So they probably wanted them to cops be nice and complacent. That sort of thing.
Well, you think about it, they're just like normal. Think about all the shit cops see. They have PSTD and all that, just like any other person, military person or firefighter. Hi, Matt.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Sorry, I just got my Mac today, so I'm setting everything up.
How are you, buddy?
You finally got the Mac? I thought that was like 2 months out or something.
First it was July 11th, and then they said it was going to be May 25th, and then I got a text message today saying it's at the Bayshore Apple Store. So let's go. Sweet,
cool.
I'm doing well, Lance. How are you?
I'm tired, but
yeah. Any particular reason?
Life.
Yeah. I understand that.
What's new with you, man? What you been up to?
What have we been up to? I thought I had COVID on the weekend. My throat was getting really sore, and I was like,
the weird thing is there are still other diseases out there.
There are, yeah.
Man, I'm in the same boat. Don't feel bad.
I think it was just a nasty cold for a couple of days. I feel much better now. Yeah, I was supposed to do a bunch of gardening on the weekend, but that didn't happen. So
you're not missing much. That's all I've been doing this week.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny. Like we have like a 4x20 foot bed and a 7x9 foot bed that we use for vegetables.
Yeah.
And every year up until last year, I would hand turn the soil every year. with
Yeah.
a shovel and stuff. And it would take me probably an hour and a half per bed because I had to like turn the soil, add some more manure and stuff, and then tamp it down and all that jazz. So, because we have a maple tree and the helicopters end up flying in there, and then it gets infested with roots, so it's impossible. So last year, I'm like, people are talking about these tillers that maybe I rented the smallest tiller I could find at Home Depot. I was done everything in 25 minutes.
Good. I usually
I'm like,
tarp them.
it was one of these moments, right?
I usually tarp them over the winter unless I got like garlic or something.
Well, we usually, you know how you unplant in the wintertime, so you take everything, you take all this. We didn't do that because of the shop and everything last year, so I had to do that this year. Just like I had to pull all the tomato plants out and shit like that. But no, it's I can get back to doing that now that I'm feeling better. And we bought a bunch of herbs at the farmer's market on the weekend, which was nice. And trying to do stuff. I'm probably gonna go see Doctor Strange pretty soon, I think, too.
All right.
You saw it, Lance?
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
You enjoyed it?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Very much so.
Yeah. Did you guys see the trailer for She-Hulk?
I did.
No.
I really enjoyed it.
Did you? I didn't even know it was out.
I mean, it's a ridiculous thing to complain about, but some of the CGI just looked a little too, like it looked like a cartoon.
Right. And I watched a review of that, of some guy reviewed the trailer, and he made a really good point. He said that she's basically just a large, muscular human versus, the Hulk. When Banner's the Hulk, he doesn't really look like a human, right? He looks like this ginormous humanoid. Think back
but for me, it was like there was like no texture on her face or anything like that.
Right.
So
yeah,
it just, I mean, who cares, right? I'll watch it. I'm sure I'll enjoy it. I mean, but it was that. I mean, and my takeaway wasn't. And the thing was, I'm a huge fan of the She-Hulk comic. I mean,
yeah, me too.
The run in like the late 90s, early 2000s, where like it broke the characters in the comic book constantly broke the fourth wall and talked about being in a comic book and stuff like that. I mean, they definitely played it for fun at that time.
Yeah.
And She-Hulk was awesome when Thing left after the Secret War, and he stayed on the Secret War planet, and so She-Hulk took over for him while.
I love that series, the Secret War series with the Beyonder and stuff.
There's a pretty fantastic it was a pretty fantastic Fantastic Four comic, and this is from like the late 80s, early 90s or something like that, if I remember correctly, where She-Hulk was still with the Fantastic Four, and she was sunbathing on top of the Fantastic Four, whatever, and like, and she had undone her bikini strap, so no tan lines or whatever, her green skin, and some salacious magazine person who like knew that she did that had like the helicopter fly overhead and get close enough to like knock everything down, so when she stood up they were able to take topless photos of her.
Oh yeah.
And so then it was like, and the whole episode was just played for as a joke. There was no super villain or anything like that. And like she became like she went to her Jennifer Walters persona, that's because she's a lawyer, and went to, and like, was gonna sue the guy or whatever. And he, he basically was like, oh, well, I mean, she was in a public place, and, it's like there's, and, you don't have it's like, I'm also a lawyer, I know my rights and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And through the whole 9 yards or whatever, and pretty good little comic. And then like, she like, and he's like, and she's just like, it's like, you'll never like, it's like, oh, and he pats like this. I remember he pats this safe he has in his office, and he's like, this has got all my advanced sales in it, and it's like he was like, $72,000, and it's just like, and that's like, I have to give people what they want or whatever. And so she turns into the She-Hulk in front of him and picks up the safe and just squishes it into a little ball. So he won't, and then hands it to him. And of course, like, it's still a safe. So he's like, oh, and then he drops it, And then the moral of the story is that when he sent the pictures to be, printed and put in the magazine, people thought that he had taken pictures incorrectly or whatever. And so why was there green skin? And so like they changed the color and corrected the color. So like it was just like a like just a normal person, so to speak. And then and Johnny Storm, like he came up and he bought a magazine and he brought it to her to show her, and she was just like, he's like, yeah, it's like they color corrected it because they didn't know any better. She's like, oh. And he takes the magazine. But he said, I do have some green tinted sunglasses in my room I have to go grab.
That reminds me of that WKRP episode where Jennifer gets the salacious photographer.
Yeah.
All right.
No, and I remember there was another, I forget what it was, but I remember there was this really cool thing where like She-Hulk was starting to sort of Hulk out every once in a while, like get angry and get and become and get stronger, and but it was like, because, so if everybody doesn't know that the basics of the Hulk thing is that she gets into an accident and she needs a blood transfusion, and she's got a rare blood type, and so does her cousin Bruce Banner has her blood type, and so she gets his blood in her system.
His gamma irradiated blood.
His gamma irradiated blood, exactly, and that's why she turns into She-Hulk. So that's the thing. No, it is not. It is not. It is Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero Sugar, one of the finest diet sodas you can find. People are asking if it's Shasta. It's not.
Lazy.
And this is just where I think this is an old, yeah, you probably can't read it, but it's an old Chubb's Pub mug from my softball days. But anyway, so she I forget what it is. I think it was either Ant-Man or Reed Richards, one of the two. And she wanted them to do some sort of experiment to basically make it so she didn't have to worry about going crazy and going Hulk smash. And I forget the whole process or whatever. Dr. Doom might have been part of it too, for some reason. But I remember at the very end, it's just I remember Reed Richards or Henry Pym or somebody sits her down and he says, well, I have some good news and some bad news. And, as far as the experiment goes. And she says, it's like, okay. And she's like, and he, well, give me the bad news. And she's like, She-Hulk. And he's like, well, it appears that you'll never be able to change back to Jennifer Walters again. She's stuck, and then she looks at him and he goes, so what's the bad news? I mean, and she was just because that didn't bother.
Oh, that's right. She gets stuck in She-Hulk, right?
Yeah, and then she's just like, that's fine. I'm okay, just being that. And so yeah. So then it was, I mean, and the good news was they were able to keep her from getting hulked out or whatever. But yeah. Kawiki Kid says so everything is now zero sugar or something. Yep. And zero sugar squirt is also, and if I don't want any caffeine, zero sugar squirt is a very, very good soda.
So what do they sleep?
And the reason it's zero sugar is because everybody's if you were doing a low carb diet, you know, like then you know that like you're not getting any grams of sugar in your system, so you can count your sugar.
What's it sleeping with?
Oh,
Sucrose or something,
I'm sure
chemical.
it is.
Linda or aspartame or
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. I mean, my
Probably not
gut says
Splenda.
it'll be aspartame, but
Yeah.
aspartame, yeah.
aspartame kicks my ass big time.
Does it?
I for a while I was drinking a lot of just regular leaded Coke. And then this is like 15 years ago. And then I'm like, okay, I need to stop this. This is killing me. And then I'm like, okay, at least I won't get the calories. I'll switch to Coke Zero. And then I started to feel really bad. And like
How, Matt?
just and then like
And you're like, it's because I'm Canadian and I should feel bad.
it's that Canadian aspartame that's really
Damn Canadian aspartame.
But so then I stopped drinking anything with aspartame or having anything with aspartame in it, and I felt so much better.
Yeah, I never thought about that. I don't drink much soda to begin with, but the tea, I have to check what's in that. I don't remember.
Yeah. I just recently revived my my soda stream. So I have the beer fridge, the extra fridge down here. I have 3 or 4 bottles in it. So I just add some lime, some fresh squeezed lime juice, and away we go.
Yeah.
Fancy.
It's some flavor.
with it.
Really, it just I would drink lots of like San Pellegrino or Perrier or whatever, soda water, just like regular. The problem with soda water and Pellegrino and Perrier, the sodium they add to it in order to make the carbonation last is really high.
Yeah.
Rookie Kid says, I can't handle the taste of any artificial sweeteners. They all have a nasty aftertaste. So I used to think the exact same thing.
Then you got used to
And
it.
there are still times I crave like a leaded Coke, like a true Coke, you know, like and I remember I was at my in-laws' house a couple weeks ago, and they had a microwave break, and like they just asked me if I could stop over after my son's school, and like just come over and help take it off the wall so they can get the new one. I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. So I went over there and just talked to my wife's parents for a little bit, and my mother-in-law was like, hey, can I get you a Coke? And I was like, I'd love a Coke. I was just like, I had one sip and it was just like, oh yeah, that's the stuff.
That's the stuff.
Really?
I love going to Mexico and getting the cane sugar Pepsi or Cokes. Those are so good.
Yeah, I did have that.
Sorry, hold on. My son has something extremely important he wants to ask me. One moment, please.
So I got to buy a new keyboard, Barry.
Don't ask me.
I love my keyboard. It's called the DAS keyboard. It's probably, hold on. It's very dark, but
Oh, there it is. Okay.
yeah. You know what? This will help. Hold on. There we go. So it's the DAS keyboard. It's a mechanical keyboard. I love it. This is my 3rd one. But I dropped some tea on it a little while ago, and it's the control. Well, first of all, it's a PC keyboard, and I want to get a Mac keyboard. Like not an Apple Mac keyboard, but a keyboard that has Mac keys on it. They make a DAS keyboard Mac version, but it's like $300.
Wow.
I'll just tell you a story, but did you see that thick, luxurious hair on the head of my son?
No, I wasn't watching.
Oh my gosh,
discussing things. Yeah.
No,
You're jealous?
Yeah, well, I mean, I still have.
Have to talk with him about, what is the Rogaine? What's that new stuff about? Get him young.
Come over here and say hi to everybody.
Get him when he's 18, Lance.
Yeah. No, this is my son, Caleb. You won't be able to hear him, but Anyway, look at this. Look at this little hippie. Look at him. Look at him.
The apple tree.
Yeah.
All right, go to bed, buddy. Hey, see you, Andrew. Wait.
Well, man, if when you're done with this one, I don't know about these newer ones. The older keyboards you could actually wash. You just got to let them dry out for a few days.
Yeah. The one I'm looking at actually is it's really neat. It has hot swappable keys.
Okay.
So you can buy extra keys,
Yeah.
and if you drop any gummy shit on it or whatever, you just pull them out and put new keys in, and away you go.
It's even better.
Yeah, right.
So how do you like the mechanic? I think that would drive me nuts hearing that clicking.
Oh, I love it.
constantly. Really?
So this mechanical
Oh,
keyboard.
no, I guess it's kind of like a typewriter.
Yeah, this is my my third one, like I said, and the first one I had the Cherry MX Brown switches, which is basically there is no click. It's just a nice. It's like no
Just
different
stiff.
than
Okay.
a PCB keyboard or a regular keyboard. But I decided to go with the blues this time, the blue switches, and they're like, these are like the super clicky ones. I don't know if you can hear that, but
I heard it.
yeah, so that's like, they have this like it basically has a click as you go down and a click as you come up. It's remember those, what is it, the M80?
Oh yeah,
IBM?
ka-chunk.
Yeah.
I fans of the show will remember back when I used to work at US Bank. There
What are you
was
spitting in your can, Lance?
seeds.
Oh, okay. I'm like, you're not chewing tobacco, right?
I did in college briefly with it was like staying up late and playing video games with everybody. But
I did for a
Anyway.
couple of years. Built
Sorry,
my
you were
houses.
saying?
no, filthy habit, just disgusting habit. But anyway, and even the people that do know it's disgusting as well.
Yeah.
So, no. Anyway, what was I saying? God dang it! God bless.
No, what were you saying? Sorry, keyboards.
Oh yeah. So I worked at US Bank. There were these old mainline. Basically, it was a terminal. It was a terminal and this 25-pound keyboard that it wasn't. There was no hard drive or anything associated with it. It was like each desk had one line hardware directly into the mainframe of the technology. And so if your computer went down, you had to move. They called it the dump tube. You move to the dump tube and continue taking. Everybody hated it because there was no user interface or anything like that. But I actually liked it because there was it was the only time I ever seen a thing that had up to I think it was 36 function keys.
Yeah.
So and it wasn't like hold shift and then hit shift F11 to do it. No, there was an F23 or whatever that you hit to get there, and then you could program all of the things. But yeah, big, thick, chunky, chunk when you'd use them.
We had a keyboard in the computer in our high school library that basically had the clickiest keyboard I've ever felt. Like you could hear the spring going ting every time you.
I remember that stuff, man. It was
That's too right.
It was old school, baby. I gotta think here.
Yeah, I want to get now that I have my computer, I want to get all the accessories, right? So
Yeah.
they make this, so the Mac Studio, which I got, is basically got like a extruded Mac Mini. So it's like it's about 3 Mac Minis high. And I want to get this thing that basically is the same shape as the Mac Mini, but it's an external hard drive enclosure. And you can get, it fits, you know what an NVMe drive is?
No.
So it's basically like a solid state drive, but it's like it looks like a stick of memory. You just stick it in and they come in
So it's like a series of solid state drives.
no, it's just one big thing of RAM basically was what it looks
Okay.
like.
Okay.
And you can get like 8 terabytes on them.
Hmm.
And but
They're up to that. Wow.
that one stick is like $1,200. But it's quiet and it's fast. Like, I'll wait.
So I was kind of hoping Forrest would show up. We haven't seen him in a while.
No, I
He's a
know.
little busy.
So I was sitting there and he launched, I mean, I feel bad telling tales out of school kind of thing here. But he had a video today that
Mhm.
was it was all about like his like Splinterlands NFT game that he plays or whatever. And the fact that he was going to spend $100 on cards for it today. I was like watching it. I was just like, oh, Forrest. Yeah, that's all I can think of.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You never know. He might be on the something.
No.
I have my
NFTs,
doubts.
no.
I have my doubts, but you never know.
Mim. Not even no. I mean, I don't want to go down this rabbit
Yeah.
No.
hole, but
This is a non-starter.
it's no. Everything about NFTs is a larger, bigger sucker.
Yeah.
As long as you can find somebody else willing to pay you the money, but eventually somebody is going to well, and yeah, because the cryptocurrencies took a big hit. They're a huge hit.
Again.
So this is like Forrest said, well, now it's like I can get all these cards that used to cost like $4 or $5 a piece. I can get them for $1.75. So he was buying all these digital cards for this money on this thing. And I was like, all right, well, all right. Like I read something, and again, you know, certainly don't want to dwell too hard, but like I was reading a thing where it's like, if you're looking to like strike it rich, on with NFTs, you're better off taking the money you're spending on NFTs and just buying Powerball tickets. Yeah, just like the chances that you actually are going to win from that is far greater. I was like, that might not be true, but it makes for a good comment at least.
Yeah.
So are you going to Origins, Matt? You're not going to Origins.
Not Origins, Gen Con. Still trying to find a closer hotel room too.
We should really like actually plan on like running into each other and having like an Alaboom dinner kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
that'd be great.
People are gonna be there. And I mean, let's not go crazy and talk about like we're gonna play games for real, but you know, that never happens. But
we should also, I mean, you and I should maybe plan to sit down too. You were talking earlier about that.
Yes, absolutely. Because absolutely. About the thing with the stuff and the guy.
With the thing with the stuff and the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was watching
Oh yeah, let's talk about recent TV shows we watched. Go ahead.
The Godfather. Oh, what the hell is it called? The Offer. About the making of The Godfather, basically. It's pretty interesting series there. I'm trying to remember what it's on. Give me a second. It might be Paramount. Not 100%.
Paramount's really been doing some good stuff lately.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. I like this new Star Trek. The
The Strange New Worlds.
Strange New Worlds. Yeah, I've only seen the first two, but yeah,
It's my jam, man. It's,
it
it's
feels
episodic
like-
television.
yeah, it feels like the old Star Trek.
I'm loving my episodic TV, man. Like have your serial plots if you want, but at least have part of it start and stop at the beginning and the end of the episode.
And it's not as dark as these other ones have been going. Yeah,
No, it's not. No, they have some humor.
some humor.
Yeah, no, I'm liking it too. I watched a neat thing on YouTube today. The channel's called something like It Was a Shit Show or something like that.
Okay, I don't know. I know what channel it is. Yeah.
And this was all about the Chris Reeves Superman movies. And how Richard Donner, I almost said Jeffrey Donner, but that's
Different guy.
Jeffrey Dahmer, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
Richard Donner had this this attitude that anything where you would see in the movie, it had to be veritasism, or basically it had to look true. And that's why they spent all this money researching and developing the flight things and all the other things, right? So that's why Superman, the first one, was like so good. And then he was supposed to do the second one, but they ended up selling the rights to these Russian dudes that did like a lot of the Chuck Norris really bad ones. They did what's that Bloodsport, and you know there was either like dancing or
Cannon, was that the name of it?
Pardon?
Cannon, was that the name of the
Yeah, Cannon.
Cannon? Yeah, I remember watching something about this. Yeah,
So these guys absolutely just set. So they said, like, you know what, this is going to be our we're going to make our bones on this movie. We're giving it a feature film, like a Hollywood blockbuster feature film budget. Christopher Reeve, you can come back and you can, do this. And then, so basically, Richard Donner had started the project, and then these guys came in later, and they hired, and this other director that they had ended up reshooting more than half of the movie so that he could get sole director credit on it. How bad is that?
yeah.
Anyways, they basically took this thing that was up here and it just kind of spiraled down. The Richard Pryor one ended up being this just farce instead of like an actual good movie and serious movie and everything. And yeah, it was really interesting though to watch. It was really excellent.
And then they took the whole DC universe, went the total opposite way on that one. We're gonna ram as dark shit as we can down your throat.
I don't know. I'm still like DC animated, Marvel live action.
I'd agree.
That's the good stuff, right? That's DC live action is not so great, but the animated stuff is like top shelf.
I'd agree. Sure thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. Is Lance feeling under the weather? He's quiet tonight.
I'm just thinking.
That's unusual and painful.
My son and I watched like three episodes of Moon Knight. We're enjoying it. Haven't got through it all yet.
I enjoyed that one. The whole series. I seen it. I know nothing about any of this coming out now. This new
see why
Marvel
people
stuff.
are like. I can see why people might not dig it though, right? Because they're just like, why can't I just see people smashing each other and doing, fun things?
Jeremy's not liking it.
Jerry's not.
Oh no, he's like, it's a snorathon, man.
And my daughter and I watched the first episode of Strange New Worlds, the new Star Trek, and that's really good.
Yeah,
we were just talking about that.
That'll be
Thursdays,
good.
does that come out?
What?
Thursdays, is that when that come out? I can never remember when something comes out. That's why I usually just binge it at the end.
That comes out on. Oh, you know what I watched? Is, the Bosch Legacy.
Oh, I haven't got a chance to see that yet. I've seen it up there.
Really good.
What is Bosch?
So Bosch.
Bosch.
Have you heard of Bosch?
Well, Bosch was a great show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's now retired, but he's a PI.
Yeah, I just seen it the other
Well,
day.
I know that like at the end of Bosch, like he was signing up to be
Yeah. So that's what this is, and his daughter is a rookie cop.
wait a minute, time out. Is this out now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on
How
Prime,
did I not know
think.
this is out? It's on Prime. Well,
Yeah.
I'm cutting this short. I'm just gonna watch that. Because Bosch was like one of the I love that show.
Oh yeah. So the three principals are him, his daughter Maddie, and then Mimi Rogers, who plays the lawyer. And then you get cameos by all the favorites from before,
Yeah,
like Crate and Barrel. Best nicknames in TV.
Will Jerry Ryan finally get her comeuppance though? Because remember in Bosch, like they had the whole thing about like the guy, her husband got murdered. She was totally behind it. Got the guy to kill her husband. Yeah, you have to go back and watch the whole thing. And then there was like this whole big like storyline where like the guy was an ex-cop that they ended up like he died in a gunfight, and so they couldn't prove that she was connected. And Bosch was always saying, "I know you had a part of this." And she's like, "Well, whatever." And that lawyer was her lawyer, and basically
what year was this? When was she in Bosch?
I can't remember if it was season. Maybe I'm getting the wrong person, but I mean,
No, you're right.
Yeah, so it's like it was like season 2 or and then they had another thing where like she was supposed to get like this money or something like that. I forget what it was, but it went to this church or went to this refugee that this church was protecting. And so she went to the church to try and get the money. And she and the priest got into a fight, and she ended up killing the priest, like stabbing him to death. But then she said basically like, and once again, she was able to escape because of the fact that she was able to convince people that like he attacked her and she killed him in self-defense. And so the whole thing is that Bosch had kept on saying, eventually you're going to screw up. And
here she is.
And so and like it's the person from Bosch that got away, just like escaped clean. And so I wonder if they're going to use this to be the
well, she's quite happy on whatchamacallit, right? On Picard.
Well, maybe, but you can always get more money.
This is true. Cool. I like her a lot. I've seen her in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, viewers know that Veronica is indeed guilty of killing the priest or the money her husband's mistress gave to the church, but the jurors cannot come to an agreement, and the proceedings end in a mistrial. Season 3.
And Bosch went 6 seasons, I think.
Yeah, and it was just kind of one of those it just it never. So maybe now. See, now I love the Bosch. The Bosch is awesome.
Yeah.
You just like Mr. Telling it like it is, listening to jazz, and
yeah,
and
you know that company Sideshow Collectibles?
No,
they do these amazing figurines, like
Batman,
DC, and Marvel. Titus Welliver is like a massive collector of them. He loves all the superhero figurines and stuff, and they did a spotlight on him on YouTube one time.
Isn't that what Scott has the Batman behind him?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
7 seasons. 7 seasons.
7? Okay. It's the magic number for a good series, 7 seasons.
Is it?
And then the way season 7 ended, he retired from as a police, and then he seen the last thing you see him is he's submitting his application for his private detective.
Yep.
Have you read the books? Have you read any of the books that it's based on?
No, they're books.
If you like hard boiled, that kind of stuff. I mean, it's good
I
stuff.
just finished one last night. Actually, I just finished the first Mistborn.
Yeah,
It's good. I recommend it.
Do you?
it was good and good in it.
First, Mr.
Well, see, now I know about it. So now I gotta wait until May 27th, and all the episodes will be out, and I don't have to wait for anything. So
But there's like 6 episodes out already.
yeah, but they're like a half hour each usually, right? Remember? I mean,
No,
like,
these are long.
Oh, these are long. I remember the Bosch ones were super quick.
These are like 40 something or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's another week away. You can watch it by then and catch up.
Well, and then in that last season, the lawyer got shot and almost killed.
Yeah, what's her name? She has a funny name.
Chandler.
Yeah, what's her first name?
Oh, Honey.
Honey, that's it. Yeah. Honey Chandler. It sounds
Because
like
they said Honey Money or whatever. They always used to because like
yeah.
I remember he like despises her, but then he hires her to protect him when the lawsuit happens that about like whether or not
Yeah.
like he planted a gun or whatever in the moment or whatever.
Do you see this being a trend, like them coming back with a new season after being on hiatus so long? Like Dexter did it, Picard in a sense. It seems like a trend. Bosch. It seems like a trend.
I didn't. Oh, you said I didn't stay up to date at all with the Picard stuff. I watched like the first like 3-4 episodes of season 1, and it just didn't excite me at all. I was just kind of like, I don't know. It didn't do anything for me. And then I've heard a lot of people say this most recent season of Picard is just all over the place garbage.
Yeah.
And does anybody know anything?
I watched it. I can see why they'd say that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's got a special place in my heart. And even if it was bad, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
Well, I know that.
Yeah.
It's
Like, we tend to be very forgiving for the things that we love.
yeah. It's I don't know. I think people were just expecting something different. We got this whole other Star Trek universe between now and what the last run of what was it, Voyager? Was that the last one?
Discovery.
Well, I mean, in the series chronologically.
Yeah, Voyager.
Was it or Deep Space? I don't remember.
No,
but
Voyager.
yeah, I think people were just expecting something different, and I think they're trying to send Picard off on a high note. Because they say next year is going to be the last season.
Yeah.
Which is he's got to be like 90, right? Or late 80s.
He's in his 80s.
Yeah. But I did, it was okay. I didn't hate it, didn't love it. It was in the middle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So far. But from what I understand, next year they're hitting a lot of nostalgia with pretty much the TNG case coming back, most of them.
Yeah.
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 Definitely. Yeah.
Definitely.
All right.
But I always love, Star Trek. Like, I prefer Star Trek over Star Wars myself. But that's just me.
I think I do too.
Yeah.
Enjoy them both, but I think Star Trek is
Yeah.
probably more up my alley.
Well, you can only pick
because
one.
we're getting a shitload of it. Oh, I saw that Avatar trailer. the
There's an
finally
Avatar trailer.
they finally showed the trailer for the first of the next 9 avatars
Oh, sorry, I'm
coming
thinking
out.
like Last Airbender Avatar, but you mean like Naboo,
Yeah, Sigourney Weaver. And,
Naboo, or never Navi, whatever the fuck it is. Now Naboo is Star Wars. Navi, that's it. The Unobtainium movie.
it was it doesn't seem like graphically, at least from the trailers, like graphically it's not bad, but it doesn't seem like that was a groundbreaking movie for its graphics. All it doesn't seem like they really. It looks a lot like the original.
That was the first new 3D movie that I saw.
Well, I didn't see it in the theaters.
What's the span on that between movies? What, 15 years?
Oh, it's got to be at least 15, maybe 20.
No, maybe.
I'm thinking early 2000s, maybe. Nah, you're probably right. Probably tens.
So it is Avatar 2022 and no.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The ride was pretty cool. Actually, that's what it reminds me of. The graphics was the ride. It was uncomfortable, but it was pretty cool.
2009, so 13 years.
Mm.
So, well, there you go.
There you go.
There's another one. They're bringing it back after 13 years.
Yeah.
Firestarter. I heard they did a remake of that. Although I do believe they did one of them again.
I
They come out
downloaded
with
it.
so much stuff, you don't even
Tens.
notice it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, the content generation machine is going overtime, and it's
Well, because we're back to like the wild days of cable. There's so many channels now. They all need their own content.
yeah. What is it? That Bruce Springsteen song needs to be updated.
Which one?
1,057 channels and nothing on.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. That was look at you pulling all these old games, old songs out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I was watching a clip of the Kelly Clarkson show, and what's her name was on it, Anne Hathaway, and she has this game on her show. She likes to do musical stuff all the time, right? Because she's a singer, Kelly Clarkson. So she had this thing called Sing That, Name That Tune, and where you basically, each contestant has a mic. It's Kelly versus Anne Hathaway in this case, and the band starts playing a song, and as soon as you know the song, you step in and start singing it, and if you're right, you get the point. And so Anne's just trouncing Kelly Clarkson, just completely trouncing her, and then Kelly Clarkson's like, there was like some trash talking, and she's like, well, I'd do better if you'd play some songs that I actually know. And then the next one that comes on, they start playing the instrumental part, and then Anne Hathaway again just steps right up and starts singing Since You've Been Gone, which is a Kelly Clarkson song. So she totally beat her to it at her own song.
Oh, that sucks.
It was really funny.
Oh, I can understand it. Who
I
was
don't know
it?
any of those people that you're talking about.
I heard of it.
Anne Hathaway, man, what a great fucking voice she has.
Wow, worthy of dropping an F-bomb. That's
Totally
pretty good. She
Well,
she was Catwoman.
She was Catwoman.
Yes.
She was in that Interstellar movie with
Yeah.
Matthew McConaughey.
Nah, she was with the all right.
She was all right.
I just saw her something recent that was pretty good. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I enjoy her.
Oh, she was in the
Oh, do you know?
Or
her acting.
Hmm.
I enjoy her performances.
How do you now? Go on.
Rather.
Good one.
Yes. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I mean, Interstellar was a movie that after I saw it, I was like, yeah, I mean, that was okay, but I was also like, I never want to sit through this movie again.
My favorite part of Interstellar was the robot.
Yeah, the robot was
Yeah.
excellent.
I really like that actor that played that voiced the robot. I've seen him in a bunch of stuff, and he's really good.
Yeah.
His name isn't coming to mind, but
I can't
And then
think of
I
his name.
no, and the thing about and the robot was like, like it was like they didn't go too I don't know what I'm looking for here. They didn't even try to pretend that like the robot was like, I mean, it was just like it was cracking jokes, but it was just because that was its programming or whatever. They didn't try to give it like AI or something like that.
yeah,
It had some awesome visuals, I'll say that, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like, it just seemed to just kind of fall apart. It was weird, it was just like one of those things where it was like, I don't know. It's just, especially when you got towards the end, it was just kind of like, hey, we're gonna make sure that there's nothing that makes you happy in this entire movie. Just like dealing
What-
with this. Yeah.
What
All
is it
kinds
about
of-
movies like that? Like I was thinking about the Dark Tower movie with it had McConaughey and Idris
Idris
Elba. in it.
Elba.
Yeah, so it should have been a good movie, but it sucked so bad.
Paul Ritter
You
at
know?
Origins, we will have last light demos. Yes, we will have last. Sorry, I just saw that comment. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but Paul, there will be last light demos at Origins. So come by the booth, say hello.
Yeah.
So yeah, currently I would love to go to Origins, but I have not. It's a little too soon for me. I mean,
Yeah.
mind you, 2 more months, I'm sure won't be a big difference either. So
Gotta get out a little bit at a time, man.
yeah,
I ran into my wife's stepsister T-boned a fire truck and died. So I had to go to the funeral with her. And I walked in and I was fine. And then all of a sudden, one of them said, the nurses are great. There's like 50 of them. I forgot she was a nurse. I'm like, Gimpy out. There's 50 of them here. No. So I'm sitting in the car, smoking a bowl, listening to Molly Crew, and I'm thinking, and I'm like, wait a minute, Jen's still in there. So, and now she's got something. She thinks it's allergies, and I'm like, we were basically at ground zero on Friday, Jen. And I was like, I was just getting comfortable
well,
with
I
this
hope you
shit
don't
again.
catch it.
Yeah, so do I. But I was like, I was just getting comfortable with groups again.
Speaking of Motley Crue, did you hear Vince Neil fell off the stage and broke 3 ribs?
Did he? No, I
Seems about
didn't.
right.
It happens. They're up there. They're blinded.
Hey, boss man.
Just
Origins came to its senses, by the way, and told everybody you're gonna have to wear a mask if you're gonna be here. They realized.
Yeah, I mean, that was like yesterday or 2 days ago. They said that.
Exhibitors found out like a day early, and like it was just kind of like, hey, just so you know. And then it was like, and then I saw that somebody actually posted like, oh, if we don't agree with this, can we get a refund? No.
Well, no, what
That tracks. That tracks.
no, what they said was if you purchase your tickets between like certain dates when they basically said there would be no masks, like prior to like 3 weeks ago, it was a masked event. And they decided to go no masks. So for like a 3-week period, they sold tickets to people who may have assumed or may have thought it was a maskless event, and then they changed that. So if you bought a ticket in that time period, they will give you a refund.
I think they'll allow vendors to like push their reservations the next day and stuff too. But yeah, whatever. If you weren't going to go to Origins because you have to wear a mask, I don't want you there anyway. So
Yeah, you tell them,
you're
Lance.
off.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But
What he said.
But
yeah, you must have beat Elden Ring again because you came on to say hi there, boss. Or you just
no,
bored?
I beat Horizon Forbidden West, and
What, that take you like 2 days?
No, that took me like a couple weeks, but I just got to the point where now I'm just like doing all like the hard challenges that take like, 30 minutes to an hour each because the bosses are so hard. And I was like, I guess I'll go on Alaboom instead.
No.
Yeah, one form of torture or another.
Exactly.
I mean, you put up with him all day. Why would you come on after hours, Shane? What the hell's wrong with you?
What is the hell? What the hell? No, now we got so Origins. We're gonna somebody just asked. It's like somebody just like very excitedly asked if we were going to have last light demos at Origins. And I said there will be events and we'll have it set up in the booth. You can come check it out.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you said Mike wasn't sure if we could get a booth or a demo.
Mike submitted his events and he hasn't heard back yet, but I mean it's Origins, so like they seem to just take forever to like let
because
anybody know
we
what's
are
going on.
absolutely not demoing it in our booth.
Well, aren't we going to like we'll have it set up though so people can go over and take a look at it.
Yeah. I mean, I want to have it set up and I want to tell people about it, but like in terms of cramming 4 people in a 10 by 10 booth, no, we're not doing that.
Why not? You're no fun, Shane.
I mean, it plays up to 8, so why not just do an 8-player game?
Yeah, just do it all. Yeah.
We can
Yeah.
crawl over each other and just like
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to charge a cover at the door for it then, because I won't have any room to sell games. So I'm gonna be like, it's a $10 cover and 2 drink minimum to come into the booth and play the game.
Gray Fox at their hours, folks.
Exactly.
so I mean here I'll ask fun questions from Shane's here. So how do you feel about the fact that like we've been telling people since like January and even earlier than that how screwed up shipping has been for like literally months, and like now there was like a Dice Tower video, there was a board game co video, there was like 2 or 3 videos of like
Quackalo video.
Yeah, where publishers came out and basically they had publishers on that basically said, yeah, it's completely and totally screwed. It's bonkers. And now all of a sudden people are like, oh, well maybe they weren't lying. Like even like when we had to post today, like when we got pushed back another couple of weeks or whatever for like for our containers or whatever, like the vast majority of people that are posting are all saying, don't worry about it. I understand, which is nice, but it's like, it's one of those things. It's like, geez, like we were like,
they tell you, just be honest with them and keep them up to date as long as the information is something they want to hear. But if it's not something they want to hear, then you're a liar.
Yourself.
Unless enough other people are saying the same shit you're saying, and then it's okay.
Yeah.
What's quite frankly, I'm surprised people aren't just on there saying that we were lying in January, but now all of a sudden we were more like we were prophets rather than actually telling the truth in January. Like we were just maybe making it up.
No, Shane, I never believe a word you say, Shane.
Shane, you're a Bosch guy. Did you know there's a new Bosch show?
What?
Yeah.
See, nobody knows.
So me and Shane have
wait a minute, like the character Bosch?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit. Really?
It
just came out maybe last week. When was it?
It's called Bosch Legacy. It's about him being a private detective. I didn't know anything about it. Matthew told me about it. He was like,
really?
Yeah, I've been watching.
I'm stoked, man. Bosch is fucking awesome.
It's good too.
See you, Shane.
Yeah, Shane's like Amazon Prime.
I'm sorry, I gotta go. I just remembered I got something to do. Is it on Amazon?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that they didn't continue Bosch because maybe the rest of the actors were like, yeah, we want to go do other stuff.
Well, it's got his daughter. It's got Honey Chandler and like cameos from like the cops and stuff like that. So, and it's him being a private detective.
So it's after the post Bosch.
Yeah.
Post Bosch, him being a private detective, and his daughter is a rookie cop.
Oh, a rookie cop. Oh, good. Maybe it'll have I don't know the guy's name, but his like the captain guy with the really deep voice. He always like
that hates Bosch.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like-
Lance.
Bosch.
His name is Lance, actually.
Yeah.
It's
And he's
Lance
always,
Reddick,
he's
I
always
think?
to say, it's
Oh,
like,
Reddick? Yeah, that sounds right.
Lance Reddick.
Yeah, he was in I think he was in Fringe.
Yeah, he was in Fringe.
And
He was
and
also
he's
in John Wick.
John Wick. Okay. He's also in Forbidden
yeah.
West and Horizon Zero Dawn.
oh, wow.
Don't know what those are.
That's the video games I've been playing.
Oh, okay.
Well,
But-
he's-
It's not just his voice; it's literally him.
That's awesome. I like him a lot. He's good.
Yeah, me too. He's awesome.
the best thing about Bosch is that he's always right. Yeah. Just like, there's something nice about having a character on a show that there's no, I mean, it's just like, he gets all surly about like, well, I'm not the one that's, trying to squeeze every extra dollar out of blah, blah, blah. He's always on the, he tells it like it is, and he's always right. And it always works out for him too.
Which is why Lance Reddick's character does not like like him.
Oh, Bosch.
Yeah, really, I think like his entire, like most of his dialogue is just him saying Bosch in a disgusted tone.
True.
Now,
Brought him in and they're like, can you say Bosch as if you're really annoyed? Bosch. You're hired.
Yeah.
You got the
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of people that make cameos, so it's good. I'm liking it so far. I've watched 6 episodes.
Cool. No, I'm stoked. I mean, I was when the last episode aired, I was like, man, and it ended well too. Like I thought it, like
Yeah,
a lot of shows, end very poorly, and I thought that show ended really well.
he stuck the landing pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like I was saying, like now if they keep going, now maybe like he'll finally like actually, Jerry Ryan's character, that woman that got away with murder literally twice, maybe now they'll finally have some storyline where she finally gets what's coming to her. Bosch will finally, discover like some piece of evidence that shows that she really did kill that priest or whatever.
Right. And now that he's a PI, he's unfettered by the rules of the police department.
Yeah.
So he'll be able to really make Honey Chandler's life miserable, which is
Yeah.
also good.
He already was unfettered because Bosch played by his own rules.
I mean, that is true. But he's really unfettered now. Like really unfettered.
Yeah. Just he'll give you Bosch. And that whole thing where he went undercover and he went and pretended to be the guy, like
The drug addict or
the
whatever.
drug
like-
addict. They brought him in there. Yeah, I like that one. That was good.
That was
With the
good.
Coyotes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That was pretty awesome. And then
That's
there
what it was.
With his limp,
yeah, he had that little, take that little limp or whatever.
his
And then
backpack, and
yeah. I mean, God, Bosch, he could just do anything.
anything.
Did you ever watch
Did
that cop show with Damian Lewis, Life, I think it was called, where he was he
I don't even think I know who Damian Lewis
Yeah,
is.
I'm trying to think.
he's on Billions. He's also on. He was the main.
Oh, I
bad
know
guy
who it is. Yeah, he
from,
was the guy. He was Captain Winters in Band of Brothers.
Oh, I know who that guy is. Yeah, totally. He was where do I know him from?
the Claire Danes Mandy Patinkin show. There, what's it called?
I gotta figure out what television show I know this guy from for sure.
That one with the chick. Oh, what the hell was it? With the
With the chick, that's great.
The
the
chick,
one.
the guy in the place.
The
yeah.
one
Oh God, that was good. I love that
the
one.
girl from My So-Called Life.
Yeah, that's what I just
The
said. Claire Danes.
terrorist. They made a board
Mandy
game about it.
Patinkin.
I'm trying to think of the name of the
Homeland.
show. Homeland. There you go.
Homeland, there you go. Yeah, that's where I know him from.
So he plays this guy who ends up suing the police department for wrongful whatever something, and he wins like millions of dollars, but ends up going to the police academy to become a cop to do things differently.
Actually, you know what I know him
Never even
from
knew this
more?
existed then.
He was the main role in Band of Brothers, that HBO miniseries about
We
World War
just
II.
didn't we
Isn't that
literally
what
just
I
say
just
that?
Are
say
you
that?
part of this conversation?
I mean, what has
Matt,
happened? Am
I
I?
literally met the guy who he's based off of.
I was Googling him. I was Googling him and trying to read about
You
it. I wasn't
literally
paying
said,
attention.
but they said Band of Brothers, and you said yes. Like
I
you
don't think so.
acknowledged that he was in Band of Brothers, and then literally a minute
No,
later,
no, I thought he talked. He said
Band of
home.
Brothers.
This
He
is like
said
the
ho-
third time you've done that tonight.
He said Homeland, and I was like, yes, Homeland, because I remember
I
he
never
was in
said Homeland because I
Somebody
couldn't
said
remember
Homeland.
Band of
I-
Brothers was said like 2 minutes ago, and you
Yeah.
acknowledged
Somebody
it.
said Homeland.
This
Who
is
said
what
Yeah,
we work
but
with,
that was
Shane.
after the whole Band of Brothers thing, and then you were like, "I know him from Band of." You know what? I think you should get yourself checked. Maybe, yeah.
Wreck yourself
I don't-
before you wreck yourself, brother.
Maybe you need some ginkgo biloba and more
Some ginseng and some
Yeah, some ginseng. I don't know, like whatever. Like,
Hey,
yeah.
just on a totally
powdered
so-
deer penis or something. I don't know.
I gotta ask. There's two questions, and I'm not gonna name names here, but I'm gonna say one. Shane, do you think Cool Stuff Inc. is gonna be at Origins?
Probably.
Okay.
Why
And
wouldn't they be?
My second question will be, do I need to like bring enough bail money in case like you run into somebody?
No, you won't need bail money. I mean, I've gone this long, so it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right.
No. I mean, that's true though. It has been 2 really shitty years, and I am way stressed out, and I'm on my last nerve, so it wouldn't take much.
No, it's just anyway. No, just curiosity.
I don't want bail money. I just want you to agree to help me bury the body.
Shane, you don't say shit online.
Just befriend somebody who has a crematorium, and then you're all set.
You act as though anyone's listening to this.
You gotta-
Oh,
you don't
we've
know
got-
the FBI when they want
there's
something.
like 20 people watching or whatever right now.
Okay, fair enough. 20 people know now that I've said that I may need to bury a body at Origins.
You don't know the FBI, Shane. When they want something, they pay people to sit there and watch shit like
No,
this
that's
for
true. I can say
hours and
something around my
hours.
phone, and then it advertises that same thing to me. So yeah, you're right. I mean,
That is weird how that works, man. You say one thing around your Alexa, and then all of a sudden the next 5 things Amazon tries to sell you are the things like you just talked about.
yeah, I don't know what it's going to do to sell me deer penis, but it definitely heard that.
What are we using deer penis for?
No, I say the last should take some
I mean,
ginseng
honestly,
or
what
some-
don't you use a deer penis for?
or some
That's
powdered
really-
deer penis? Or,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And then you say, "Oh no, it's a dick fur," and then somebody goes, "What's a dick fur?" And you're just like it's a peeing.
That's not how I've heard it.
Oh. Well, that's what I heard. Anyway,
You hear that there's a monkeypox outbreak they're concerned about?
Where at?
Where?
UK, US, and maybe Canada. Like when they
What's-
call it an outbreak, it's not many, but like any is weird. So
What's
they're
When
like-
you say monkey and outbreak,
Like
I just
chicken
all I can
pox
think
from
about
a
is that
monkey, I'm
movie.
assuming.
no, it's like it's a form kind of like it's not smallpox, but it's like
chicken pox
it looks like smallpox. Like it's the same, like
family.
it presents the same way. And I guess they didn't even know it existed until they came up with a smallpox vaccine. And then like this particular thing, like it showed up and they were like, what the hell is this? Why is there smallpox in this person that's had a vaccine? But it wasn't, it was monkeypox.
Oh,
So I just thought it was a funny name. I don't think it's necessarily very deadly. I mean, it can be, but
So why did they name it monkeypox? Does it come from a monkey or?
no, because I think they found monkeys that had it first. It comes from rodents, just like kind of like I think smallpox does too. So it comes from like rodents and squirrels. I mean, I was bored. I read an article, on my phone feed. So I was like, oh, so now I know more about monkeypox than most people. So,
yeah.
but
More you
if you
know.
just start seeing weird pustules on your face and hands and arms, and they're painful, know that you probably have monkeypox.
I'm curious. That's a good question. Like, smallpox was pretty much eliminated, right? Back in the 50s.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people probably wouldn't even know what it is.
Yeah. I mean, probably not, but like,
No, like I'm
Def-
saying, you're saying the identifiers are similar to smallpox. Like people probably wouldn't even know.
right, but
what-
it's so close to smallpox. They didn't even know monkeypox was a thing until they cured smallpox.
Yeah.
And then this thing came up and they were like, why it looks like smallpox, but it actually, was not the same thing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you'd go to the doctors for it because apparently you get a fever and the pustules are painful. So,
Yeah.
if you got it,
Yeah.
you definitely, I mean, a fever you might not go to the doctor for, but if you start getting big pustules on your hand and they're painful, I'm guessing you're running right to the doctor
Yeah,
immediately.
you're questioning things, yeah.
Yeah, you are like, what the fuck?
I'm feeling a little under the weather. I have bleeding pustules on my arms
See, I
and
didn't even-
hands.
I didn't even know smallpox was that bad. I thought it was like chickenpox. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's before my time.
Yeah. Before all of our time, except for maybe Lions.
Shane, same age as me. What are you talking about?
I'm kidding.
No, I'm not. Look at me. No one's gonna believe that I'm older than you. The
Should've
same
And
age.
if, and if people saw me walk, they wouldn't believe that I'm younger than all of you.
Can't believe you trimmed the beard, man. You should have just left it.
Oh yeah, you did.
You should just grows back.
I'm not far behind you, Shane. This thing, it needs an airing out.
Yeah.
Grave
Might-
before shave.
I might shave it all the way down for origins. Just, go smooth.
I
Two
can't.
All right, so
man
when you
shoe
when you
origins.
go when you go to get your hot chicken and at the North Market or whatever, or
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't go down to bearskin. My wife doesn't like my face. She's told me.
I gotta ask, what's the first place you want to go grab food at? And do you ever go to the German place?
Yeah, that's the first place I want to get food at. And I want one of those cream puffs.
Yeah,
They look
Maybe
the
we can
size
be
of a
there-
football.
we can go there the night that they have the tuba. Every once in a while they have that tuba band. There's like 3 tubas and like a guy with a drum. I've been there once.
Never been
when
there on that night, but it sounds
yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, and whenever anybody gets up to like, if they're in there, if they're in between things, and if they ever see anybody get up and they're heading to the bathroom, like one guy plays their theme music as they go. They're boom, 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 boom. And then they stop and they look, and the guy stops playing, and then they keep moving. Boom, 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 boom. Just only been
That's
there
my
once for that,
favorite.
though.
What's my favorite restaurant?
Yeah,
in
when you go there
Columbus.
and you get that all you can eat, all the schnitzel and everything you want to eat, and it's good
Oh,
stuff.
I didn't realize it was Tatiana Maslany in She-Hulk. From
I don't even know. You
Orphan,
might as well-
from Orphan Black.
I have no idea who that is.
Oh, is it?
She's Canadian.
Oh,
No,
Oh,
you
nobody
know,
cares
Lance.
about that.
why didn't I know? Then?
Why didn't you know, Lance?
Yeah, she was in Orphan Black. She was the lead. She was all the
Yeah.
leads in Orphan Black.
She was like 6 people.
Get out of here, Jen.
That was like 4 or 5 run, right? 4 or 5
Where's she
year
from?
run.
She's from Saskatchewan. Oh my goodness.
Oh, my
Wow,
God.
she's
Oh, well,
from
that-
nowhere.
Saskatchewan.
She's from the middle of nowhere.
Let's see here. Did you see like the exhibitor list? It's huge.
It's
Is it?
huge.
It's like it's just absolutely like ridiculous. Here, like let me see if I can find it here.
Huge.
It's yeah.
Did anybody check out the North Market? Did they fare out? Are they still there?
Oh, they have to be.
Yeah.
Here,
Just
hold on a
wondering what
second.
kind of percentages. Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Actually, I should check at the Reading Market. Maybe. That's
It's
right there.
surprising to me how many places, quite frankly, survived.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this exhibitor list for Origins.
Jeez. Oh my God.
I haven't heard of half of these.
You've never heard of
Well, I mean, there's lots of here like
There's
heirloom
half- I
games.
haven't,
No
yeah.
idea.
Dirty Woods. What's that?
It's
I don't know.
Academy. What's Academy
got-
Games doing lately? Are they still in the historical thing, or did they move into the more thematic stuff like they were at the time?
Here, I'll call them quick.
I was just curious.
How about
I have no
Top
idea.
Trumps? What is Top Trumps USA? What is that?
Don't know.
Oh, we'll go check
my
that one out.
goodness.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's a crazy amount of people. How come we don't have sponsor after our name there?
Because
Yeah.
that costs money, Lance.
Well, we sponsor BGG Con because we give them
I mean, that was like almost no money. That costs like $5 or something.
truckloads of feelings. Here you go.
Right. You
Well,
want to
and
be a
then-
sponsor? Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Please take my game that nobody wants.
Yes. And then use it as a tax write-off. Yeah, it's
It's
all's
a
well
write-off.
that. Yeah.
What's a write-off, Jerry? Sorry.
Yeah. Well, you know, they write it off.
Hey,
Thanks for not
speaking
leaving
of-
me
speaking-
hanging there.
Speaking of Jerry Seinfeld, David Hong got a star on the Walk of Fame. 91 years
yeah.
old, Mr. Seinfeld, Party of Four.
Yeah, I
The
saw
restaurant
that.
sketch. Yeah,
Isn't he the oldest person to get a star?
I don't know, but he's like, and I just know him as Lopan from
Big Trouble in Little
Big
China.
Trouble in Little China, baby. Yeah, that's what I know him. So
He was in. I think he was also in Avatar as well. Last Airbender,
I never saw that.
the animated show.
I never saw that either.
Such a good show.
Yeah, it's real good.
oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
he's been in a ton of stuff,
Yeah,
and he
he's
was
like a character actor.
well, no, and then he did the voice. He's done like voices for tons of different
Yeah.
cartoons.
Kung Fu Panda.
Oh yes.
Uh,
Wasn't he in Kung Fu Panda? Wasn't he the voice of the turtle?
He was
Yeah,
Mr.
Matt.
Ping, whoever that is.
Oh, Mr. Ping. That's Kung Fu Panda's dad.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
The duck. That
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Stork, right? Or was it a duck or stork?
I thought it was a duck, but I might be wrong. But it was a bird. By any means, whatever.
His
Um,
IMDb page is so fucking long.
yeah.
It's so long it deserved an F-bomb.
I was on a call the other day and with a client, and I dropped a curse word, and they're like, "I think that's the first time I've heard you curse, and I didn't think you'd use that word."
What word was it, man?
Cocksucker.
You son of a bitch! Well, how could you use that word?
So someone heard you say that and they were surprised to hear it.
No, they weren't. They were surprised that was that was my choice word.
I
It's
see.
such a well, I mean, you mean F-bombs are easy, you know, and you know,
I did it for emphasis because it was like cocksucker.
I don't know.
'Cause
I mean, I've gotten in a habit of like censoring myself pretty well around. I try to anyway.
Yeah,
I used to
we
say,
were we
used
were
to
group
say-
editing an InDesign file, and I was sharing my screen, and InDesign kept crashing. So I visibly got upset, and then that slipped out. So I'm hoping with my new computer that I got today that it's going to be better.
what was it? I don't know how I got it, but I would like when I'm gonna say God damn it, I usually God
God
bless
damn it.
America. Just
Uh,
I somehow got it. I switched that one on me. Now I just gotta work on the F-bombs and stuff. And you know, it's what was the line from in the Simpsons when Homer was trying to quit swearing and he had the swear jar or whatever, and it's just like in the March says, my dad used to swear like a sailor after the war. It almost cost him his job as a child photographer.
Oh,
And so I just remember there's the swear jar, and there's like a little vignette of like, you know, he's building something and he hits his finger with the hammer and like and like you see him, he's dropping money in there, and there's all these different things. And then the final one is you see Homer, he's sleeping in a hammock. And like every single time he's dropping like a few coins, maybe a dollar bill, he's like sleeping in a hammock and a wasp nest lands on his stomach. And he's like, oh, and then the next thing you see is a hand covered in boils, like dropping in this giant pile of change and dollars.
They had some good years, that show.
Oh, I mean that was just absolute genius. I mean, it was like they didn't have to lead your nose to the joke, just just hand covered in boils, dropping it down.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Most TV sucks now, though, but all TV's streaming. Nobody watches. Do you know anybody that watches like normal TV anymore?
Do you, Matt?
Do you know anybody that counts that still watches normal TV?
I watch normal TV, and I have a landline.
Wow.
I have.
Well, it's because the Canadians don't have Wi-Fi yet. They're working on it.
I had a landline up until about.
Well,
2
it's
years
because
ago.
us Canadians don't have unlimited data. That's not a thing here in Canada.
Why?
Oh,
You
really?
can't watch Star Trek whenever you want?
No, I mean like for cell.
I know. I was like Data, the character, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, see,
Kraken wise.
right over my head.
Yeah, right.
Over his head.
No, yeah. Why don't you guys have unlimited data on your phones or whatever?
Well, there are plans that give you unlimited data, but after 2 gig, they just throttle the hell out of it.
Is it the infrastructure, Matt?
That's
Or?
so weird. Why do they do that?
And it's
Because they get health insurance instead.
Yeah, I suppose.
I just lost my health insurance, my extended health insurance, my vision and my dental. Which sucks, though.
I mean,
So you guys don't have vision and dental?
did you
either?
drop it in
No.
the snow or what?
No vision, no dental, no paramedical stuff like massage and chiropractor. I was working for a buddy's company part-time, and I got benefits through him,
Right.
which was great, but I'm no longer doing that. And
Yeah.
so I'd have to
Why
pay
not?
like,
Did he fire you?
no, it was just it was a contract. So I'd have to pay like $500 for Giselle and I to get medical insurance
Get out
a
of
month.
here, dumb cat.
Yeah, that's basically what it is here for us, Matt. You know, it's
Yeah.
but real money, not that Canadian money. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like $7,500 for us.
Yeah.
Um,
It's weird that they don't consider like tooth and eye medical. You know, it's.
No, it is.
I'm curious if it's like that in Europe too.
It's luxury.
luxury. Yeah, I don't know. Anybody else watch anything new? Anybody else see? I mean, like, has everybody here watched all of Ozark yet? Can we at least say it was good or bad or otherwise? Ended great. Show ended great. I thought the ending. That's a show that I still want to keep going. I want to see what happens to everybody after.
Wait, what show?
Ozark.
It's not over.
It's over.
Yeah, it's over. This was the last
Is it?
season.
The
Yeah.
fat lady has sung.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you watch both part 1 and part 2 of this season, Shane?
Maybe I didn't see part 2.
It just aired like about 2 weeks ago.
Look at all this
But no.
stuff you got to watch now.
He's a
But
busy
no,
man.
I didn't realize that. I thought it was just the end of that season. So I thought, like that was it. Like the last thing.
Yeah,
But
don't
it happened.
spoilers. Watch it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
he's-
The last thing I saw happen was like the main drug guy or whatever. I think he went to jail and his like nephew or
No,
whatever.
you're not caught up. You're not caught up. You got a whole season to go through.
Whole season there. Yeah,
Look at all this
Really?
stuff you get to watch now. You got
Oh, shit.
Bosch, you got Ozark.
I think I'm half a season behind you, Shane.
Okay.
I did finish watching The Last Kingdom. It was the series finale.
Oh, is it
So,
good?
Yeah,
started
I
it.
enjoy historical fictions, or based on historical events, I
Uh-huh.
guess you would say. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, you pretty much know how it ends because it's history, but
That's another thing where I have no interest. I don't have time. I don't have time to watch that. It's like and there's things like actually, what?
I have time to watch Ozark, but I don't have time to watch this other thing. I think you were right the first time. You don't have an interest in it. Because if you did, you'd find the time.
yeah,
I'll say this, and
You
I've
gotta play
said this
that video
already,
game.
but if you have HBO, and you're not watching Tokyo Vice, you're missing out. That
Yeah,
Yeah, I
gotta
started
get
that.
that
I
was
had to
really
stop.
good.
I had to stop
Yeah,
because
you
I was
gotta pay
watching it while I
attention.
was working. And
Yeah.
I kept having to read shit.
Yeah,
It was-
because it's like over half of it is in Japanese. So
Yeah.
you gotta watch it unless you know Japanese. Which
I liked what I saw though.
it's super good.
Yeah, it's super
yeah,
good.
I mean
right.
it's
Super good, fun time, excellent show.
Fun time.
I mean it's like you know the premise of it, Shane?
It
It's
sounds like it's a cop show.
well, it's kind of what it
Tokyo.
is.
Maybe it's like Miami Vice, only in Tokyo.
no,
Yes.
it's
Is there a Crockett in the tubs? Because if there
Yes.
isn't,
Yes, and
I'm
they
out.
dress in fluorescent clothing
it's all
and
Crockett tubs.
speedboats,
That's all it is.
cigar
They
boats.
wear
Yeah,
white
pounds,
suits
pounds,
with
pounds.
pastel colors.
Yeah,
No.
then I'm in. I'm in.
No, it's
Don
about,
Johnson's in it.
it's about an American like moves to Tokyo and he wants to be
In the tool business.
He wants to be
On
an
the Vice
investi-
beat.
he wants to be an
reporter.
investigative journalist, and so he gets a job. He's like the first American to get a job with like the #1 newspaper in Tokyo and or in Japan. And so then he starts investigating the Yakuza. And he starts making friends with some of the people in the Yakuza, and started making friends with the cops as well. And he's kind of like, playing both sides, and he's just, with this idea that he wants to like have the big story, get the big break.
Got it. So the end for him should be really positive.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's based on
Speaking
a
of
real
burials.
life guy that actually did it, and he wrote a book. So and that guy's still alive. So spoiler, so that's one of the things too. I'm watching it, and he's just like, oh, and he comes back to his little apartment, and there's Yakuza thugs there waiting with knives, and you're like, oh god, no, he wrote a book, he's fine.
Fine.
Well, I mean, it is a TV show, so they could just kill him off. The end.
Well, yeah, that is true. They could,
Uh,
but I did not expect that to happen. And then Our Flag Means Death is very good too. Everybody should watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
that's-
still haven't got it in there.
Where's that? What's that on?
That's on HBO as
HBO.
well.
No.
Yeah.
Apparently,
You
I got a
don't-
lot
you
of shows to catch
You don't
up
have
on.
HBO?
No.
Well, you can be like Josh and just steal mine. That's what he does for all.
Yeah, or I can just go to my
Oh, your
His real friends.
my super secret, invite only $5 a month, get literally every single possible show known to man and movie.
Yeah.
Usually while it's still in the theater. Yeah, that.
That's illegal.
Again, on
And
the internet. Shane.
it's on the internet. You're letting.
I mean, it's not illegal. It's
Man, remind me not to
totally
rob a
legit.
bank with you, Shane.
So I have it set up where I have this thing called Sonar on my Synology where I could just type in my shows that I want to download.
Okay.
It downloads them, renames them, tosses them into a folder whenever they air, and then I can watch it on my Plex server. So it just kind of keeps populating with shows. It's super handy.
That's cool.
Huh, yeah, it is.
So it just kind of queues up stuff for you as you want to watch it.
Yeah, basically I said, I want to Tokyo Vice. I want to watch Tokyo Vice. And it says what quality you want to download at. It uses news groups. What quality you want to now download at and everything like that. And then it just says, okay, where am I putting these files? And then it organizes them by folder for the series and folder for each season. And there's a movie one too called Radar, I think. Most NAS's, you can get it from most NAS applications. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Works with BitTorrent too.
Ooh.
Sounds cool.
Oh, Matt, you said you had Paramount. Do you watch that on your TV?
Where else
Through a
would you
Fire
watch it?
Stick?
I watch it. I watch everything on my computer.
Okay.
Pretty
That's what I
much.
was saying. People could watch it on their computer.
I have a Roku upstairs in the living room.
Well,
I wanna-
You know
But-
what's ridiculous, and I don't understand why they've done this. So Paramount's app,
Mm.
it was on the PS4. My PS4 finally died. Just
Mm.
finally conked out on me. It doesn't work at all.
Oh,
Well, it turns on but doesn't do anything. I sit there and I hit
You have a
buttons on the
PS5, so
controller.
who cares?
Yeah, who cares, right? But no, my PS4 was for this TV that's over here. You can't see it, but it was just my it was a brick that ran Netflix for me. You know, just like that was what it was, and in Paramount for that matter. And then it just stopped working. So, but we had a Chromecast, and so and then I've got that plugged in, and so I have the Paramount app on my phone, and I just Chromecast it to the TV, you know, and then that's the way that works. But it's like the PS5, the PS4 had an app you could download to run Paramount, but the PS5 they haven't made the app for PS. It's like been over a year and a half, and they haven't made the app for the PS5 yet. So I have to cast it upstairs as well if I want to watch it. So stupid. It's like
just to inconvenience you.
I'm
Son of
sure.
a
I'm sure
bitch.
it's like that one.
It's probably a
frickin' guy
licensing
in
thing.
Minnesota. You know, that's why. You know,
Just
Probably a licensing thing.
just do it. How tough is it to have some guy figure out, or woman or whoever, to like, you know, just make the app. You had it for the PS4. There's no reason why you shouldn't have this. Just dumb.
Well,
It's
Paramount's
just,
probably like, we're not going to put the effort into it until they
Yeah.
can actually sell enough PS5s, you know, to meet the demand.
Yeah.
See, and I know. When I told you the last time, you were like, "Oh, well, good for you," and you were like sitting there. I said this, but I mean, it was like when my wife got me my PS5. It's like literally like she like signed up on the thing on the Sony PlayStation thing to say I'm interested, and then she got the email saying we're opening up the portal on this day on this time. Log in at that time, and then you'll get a number. And then we'll send you the link, you know, and basically let you buy one if your number comes up. And she did that, and like 11 minutes later, they sent her the link, and then she bought one. And this was like, I've had a PS5 I've had it for over 2 years, you know, and I know everybody's like, "Oh, good for you," you know, just like, but I mean, it was like everybody was talking about, yeah. I mean, there's still people who are saying, yeah, I can't get a PS5 still, you know. I'm just like, really? No, that's really weird.
You're supposed to be like, if you're on the PS network or whatever, like they're supposed to randomly send out like, you know, invites so you can buy one. Yeah, I've never gotten one of those.
Not
Not once.
special enough, Shane.
It's true. It's true.
Right.
I'm definitely not special enough. But
Oh, but Matt, getting back to that, do you find the app clunky?
For which?
The Paramount app?
No, it's just like anything else.
I don't use the Paramount app. I download it.
Oh, that's I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I find it kind of on the Fire Stick, kind of clunky. Like,
The reason why I don't use any of the apps is because you got to watch commercials a lot of the time.
yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm paying for it anyways. I'm just going to download it and watch it at my own leisure.
Right. I did not realize you could do that. I'll have to look into this, Matthew, for my uncle.
what's with
Mhm.
Amazon having commercials?
Well, they know it's like they're slowly just, you know, moving it over that way, right? You know, it's just like, oh, it's like, oh, you know, you want to watch Night Court episodes? Well, you know, we'll just, you know, squeak in a minute's worth of commercials, you know, here and there, you know, just because people are willing to do
Well,
it.
Kim and I were watching something like a few weeks ago, and I swear to God, like a 5 minutes of commercials came on like every 10 minutes, and we were like, "Fuck this!"
Oh, it's
Yeah.
horrible. There's something in the drop ceiling.
Oh, it's going to get you, Matt.
It's like a squirrel or something, I think.
Squirrel.
Yeah, you know, the thing about that is that what I think, and I don't know if this is true or not, but what I think about like the commercials on Amazon and stuff like that is that I think they know that there's so many people that they stream something on their TV while they're staring at their phone. They don't even care. It's like
could be.
they're sitting there, and then it's just like, oh, you know, it's just like, oh, and here's a thing about Crest toothpaste. Fine, whatever. Take out my phone, dig through it. Is it over? Okay, I'll go back to watching my show. You know, just like, yes. I mean, it's an easy way. I mean, we're all, well, I don't know, weird, but I mean, I
You
can
are
remember.
weird,
I can.
yes.
I can remember waiting and hold it. You got to hold it so you don't miss anything, and then racing to the bathroom to, and then head back. You know, like you make it back in time because you only got like whatever it is. 2 minutes to get to the bathroom and then get
It's
back. So you don't miss
on.
anything. Yeah,
Yeah, I get that. I grew up with the commercials and the TV shows too. But like Shane was saying, it's like they hit you with a ton of them, and they're long. It's
Mhm.
like 3-4 minutes. Like, yeah.
Well, have you noticed that some of them have the timer on the bottom, so you know full well how long you're going to be you're going to be
Yeah.
annoyed by it.
Which is terrible, by the way. I hate it.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God, it's like 2.5 more minutes. F this. I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird. Like we got used to it not being there, and then it came back all of a sudden. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's definitely one of those things where it's just like they had to do it eventually, right? And with Amazon, it's one of those things where it's like there's still stuff that's prime, right? I mean, the moment that Netflix tries to like make you watch commercials, it's like I'm paying you $15 a month.
It's coming.
And the thing is with Netflix is like the one streaming service I watch the least now. And that's fine. I mean, my wife and my daughter watch a ton of stuff that's on Netflix. Netflix just doesn't have stuff that I care about that much. I watch more Disney. I watch more Disney and HBO than anything else, and Paramount for the Star Trek stuff.
Well, thanks, Lance. That's the reason. One of the reasons that my Netflix stock has tanked so much. So
Yeah, it's because of you and the 500 million people who bailed out.
yeah.
But my lanes, I feel the same with all of them. At some point, they all hit a slump where there's just nothing on them, and then all of a sudden they come out with something you're interested in.
How absurd is it that we are so spoiled?
Yeah,
You can say there's nothing on Netflix I want to watch. There is like a bajillion things on there, and it's like, ugh. By the way, we all grew up in a time when what you had to watch was ever on the 13 or 18 fucking channels at that time of fucking day.
And I think that's what it is. It's got us ingrained in what we like.
I had 4 channels growing up, and then we had a Fox News affiliate coming to town, and we had a 5th one, and they only had programming from like, I still remember the day because I figured out staring at my TV that I had my 13-inch black and white TV I had in my room. And I was so excited to have my own TV, which was just basically like it came out of my parents' room, and they gave it to me when they got a color. They got like a 17-inch color TV in their room. And I remember being so excited to have my own TV, and then I remember like I was like, what is this whole U thing? Like the ones with like 60 numbers and you click that channel thing you move, and then I realized they were like, oh yeah, and then like because I had 4, 6, 11, 13, which was CBS, ABC, NBC, and PBS, and then all of a sudden they said, yeah, Fox is in town now too, or whatever, and I was like, that's weird. And I was just kind of like, and I remember as a kid, I was like, wait a minute, that was like channel 15. I was like, well, I only have 13 channels. It only goes 2 through 13. How do I get to 15? And then I was like, wait a minute, there's a U here because it's a UHF channel, and then there's a U, and then there's this thing that I could turn to 15 because it was like 1 through 60, and all of a sudden, boom, I had a 5th channel in my room. And I remember, and then I taught my dad how to do it at his house, and he was like, I was like, well, let's watch Fox. They got. And he's like, I don't get that on my TV, and I showed him how, and he's like, no way, because they had all these like public domain Western movies that he liked to watch because they just needed cheap programming.
You just increased his entire media by
blew
25%.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember it was like noon to 8 or something like that was when they broadcast. It was like hardly anything. I can remember, this is another thing, again, showing my age. I can remember staying up so late watching
Cinemax.
Watching like Saturday Night Live, and then Saturday Night Live gave way to the George Michael Sports Machine. You remember that show? Not like George Michael like isn't the singer. There was like, Google it. It was like this basically the week in sports, and he'd have all these little clips over the George Michael Sports Machine. And I watched that, and then when that was done, they would play the Star Spangled Banner, and this concludes the broadcast day for so and so. And it's just like, and now our national anthem, and then they play the national anthem, and then it would,
Yeah.
would go to that thing.
Test pattern.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, just like Kabuki Kid remembers the George Michael Sports Machine. See, I'm not crazy, Just
Yeah,
like,
you're crazy,
but yeah, I do
You're
remember
just-
you saying though, Shane. It was like you will get to watch what we tell you get to watch. Just
So-
like
You have like a dozen choices at most. And that's
uh,
if you also get HBO, which then you had to like get the you get in the mail. It came in the mail, the HBO like schedule, They'd be like, "Oh, what movies are going to be on HBO this month?"
and also I do remember, yeah, you got that cable guide thing with all the things in there. But I still remember my older brother, like they brought that cable box over to you, right? It was just like they brought you the cable box and you paid them $1 million to have like 36 channels or whatever. And then there was like the 3 premium channels or the 4 premium channels. There was HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the movie channel. That was a channel. And I remember, and then like they made a big show of it. It was like, if you wanted, they were like, well, we'll give you the movie channels for free for a month. But if you decide you don't want them, we'll have to come in. And so then they showed up in the last day, and my parents didn't want to pay for them. I was so upset because I was like, look, like the Muppet movie's on. I can watch the Muppet movie or whatever. But I remember the guy showed up in his little cable van, and he took our box and he replaced it with another box, and then we didn't have the movie channels anymore. He's like, yeah, this is the movie channel box or whatever. And my brother thought that he was full of it. Like he was like, they looked exactly the same. On the outside was just a black box with a dial or whatever. And so then he took a screwdriver and he opened up the back of the thing, and then there was all these little dip switches in there. And then he's like, and then he was sitting there, he's like, turn it to channel 22, which was HBO, and he started like clicking the dip switches up and down. He clicked one and it came in. And I was like, holy crap, it works. And then so we sat there, we got all of them to work, and then he figured it out. And then basically, like, then the next door neighbor, like my mom, of course, told the next door neighbor that they figured it out. So he went over the next door neighbors and did, and all of a sudden then, because it's my brother.
And the FBI was in your neighborhood.
No. So this is a true story. This is a totally true story. So my brother, who, never saw anything, like, he started letting people know, hey, give me $20. I'll fix your cable box and make sure that you get all the channels for free. And so basically in our little neighborhood right next to this golf course, he went and he made bank just fixing all this stuff. So they just paid for the basic cable. They didn't have to pay the $100 extra or whatever to get the cable channels. And so he was fixing everything. And then of course somebody said something to somebody, and I still remember that the Cablecom truck showed up, and they were driving, and they were going door to door in our neighborhood asking to look at everybody's cable box to see what was going on. They wanted to look at it, and then it was like my brother was hastily biking down the street, stopping at each thing. Give me your cable box quick on screen. And looking at the dips, just changing. And I still remember my stepfather when they came to the door, the cable guy came to the thing, and they're like, hey, and he's like, can I help you? Because my stepfather didn't put up with anything. And he's like, yeah, so we're here to look at your cable box. Why? Oh, we just want to make sure it works. Oh, no, it's working perfectly. Oh, well, we still need to see it. He's like, yeah, I don't think so. He's like, I still pay. I'm paying you guys for it. I don't see. And they're like, well, we just want to take a look at it. And it's just like, nah, it's okay. Mine works fine. Have a good day. He just closed the door.
Yeah, you got no jurisdiction here, buddy.
And the cable guy's just like, all right, well, what are you gonna do? I mean, it's like, yeah, no, just went and fixed. And so my brother went and like stayed ahead of him and fixed the ones that he fixed. And then he said, I'll come back after they leave. And as soon as they left, then he went back to everyone and fixed everybody's back.
And said it'll be $20 more for me to fix that.
Yeah, no.
That's what he should have done.
Well, Even
He
he
didn't
saw
smarten
that.
up.
Yeah. No. No, my brother, there was always a scam. There was always something that he could figure out. Like
Everybody knows somebody.
going as I said, he would during the summer months he'd go swim around in the water hazards and collect the golf balls, and and then sell them, and then there was a vacant lot, and he would stick my older sister there, like stick some like cute little 12-year-old girl selling lemonade and golf balls on a vacant lot next to the golf course, and when we get there, and right before the water hazard thing, so it's like, oh look, you don't want to lose one of your nice yellow balls that you just paid extra for. Here, you can buy one of these duffer balls, and you can hit that when you get close to the water or whatever. And he just
And he's a multi-millionaire today.
Multi-millionaire.
He was a teacher for a certain number of years until
He's in the poorhouse.
he retired from teaching, and now he retired from teaching, and he spends a lot of time up here at the lakes during for 4 or 5 months. Then he goes back to Vegas and just kind of putters around and gets just to keep himself busy. He goes and works at garbage jobs, convenience stores and stuff like that, just so he isn't sitting around the house driving his wife crazy all day long.
Right.
Yeah, but
Nothing wrong.
yeah, I gotta go see him in June because my goddaughter is getting married in Vegas. Just perfect time to go to Vegas, right in the middle of summer when it's 1,000 degrees out.
1,000 degrees.
Just right.
Remember
there
when we rented an RV to drive out to Nova Scotia or New Brunswick one year? The RV contract said, I will not. You have to check a little box that said, I agree with. I will not drive this RV in Death Valley in high season.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There, people die a lot. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, man, I'm curious with the art. You said that was a couple years ago. You rented an RV.
10 years ago.
10. Okay. What was that like with here? Usually, if we passed to Mississippi, we got to sign waivers and all that. What was that like coming from? Oh, I'm sorry. You said you went across Canada. I thought you said you went across.
Yeah, we went to the East Coast of Canada. Yeah, it was really expensive too.
Yeah.
By the end of it, I think it was like for the rental alone, not even the gas or anything, it was like over $2,000 for 2 weeks.
Right.
But we did get
me and my family were looking to rent one.
We
Yeah.
were
Me and my family were thinking about renting one from Pennsylvania up to my uncle went to a lake up in Canada when he was younger, and he wanted to go back, and we were talking about renting an RV, but it was almost like a hotel without gas. It was like $100 a night, and then there was the insurance and
well,
so
that
many
was
miles.
that was one thing that we really sold us on doing at that time was you didn't have to load up the car, get to the cottage, unload into the cottage, all that stuff. You just keep everything in the RV, and it was good. I mean, we were fostering at the time, so we had Samantha with us, and it was fine.
it was fine.
It's okay.
I probably wouldn't do it again unless we owned the vehicle.
Right. Makes sense.
I always thought an RV was just a waste of money because, like, you never use it as much unless you're like at that stage in your life where you're
unless you commit to it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna be the RV person. Like, I'm gonna
unless it is your house.
Yeah,
That's
this
true.
is where I'm gonna live, and this is where I'm gonna go. Otherwise, it's just something that you don't use nearly as much as you thought you were going to.
I couldn't believe how much, like, when you travel, how much it was to go to places to hook it up.
Yeah.
Like for electric and I was like, you can go get a hotel room for that. Are you kidding me?
Shane, imagine what it is like now. They're like, it's quadrupled since the pandemic. They're building like campgrounds everywhere because of it.
And then there's gas.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like, get a tiny car, drive that, and then just stay at a hotel. It's cheaper.
So I saw somebody do the conversion. Gas in Vancouver hit a high the other day, and it was equivalent to whatever the liter price was. It was equivalent to 12 something a gallon.
Wow.
Jesus. Wait,
Is that
real money
gas?
No,
You said the equivalent. Is
so
that gas or
probably
diesel?
maybe $10 a gallon.
Jesus.
American.
Real money.
American.
Real money.
America.
All right.
Well, no, it's that, and like I keep telling my mom that she should. I mean, she won't, because she doesn't like the idea of people being in her place. But I was like, Mom, it's like people up here in Minnesota, like if they have a lake cottage, and they like, yeah, I have a you know a 3-bedroom lake cottage, you know, with air conditioning and you know, just like, you know, doesn't even have to be something fancy. They rent them out for the week for like $3,000. You know, just like, you know, just just
Oh yeah.
That's
because
nuts.
people just want to be able to like go to a place and, you know, be able to, you know, go swimming, go fishing, you know, go, you know, do whatever, you know. And the thing is that all of them are like no refunds on weather. You know,
Right.
it's just like, it's like, hey, if it rains every day you're there.
Why would you refund on weather though?
Well, no, a lot of people are like, oh, what if you have a bad week? Oh, you'll be spending a lot of time indoors watching TV with your kids. You know, just
So when we rented this friggin' RV, it was Canada Day, so it was like July, beginning of July, and we were at Parley Beach, and we were we parked in the parking lot, and I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna have dinner in the parking lot. We have a little barbecue and everything. We had this little awning thing that you could pull out and everything. And this was a brand spanking new RV when we rented it. So there was like stuff covered in plastic and everything, which was really great to be the first people to rent it. I couldn't get the awning to open up. I'm like, what the hell? So we get in touch with the dude back in Ottawa that rented it to us. He's like, oh yeah, there was a recall on that, so we just disabled it. And it's like
Little things.
99 in the shade this day, and we're dying. Like I went to the hardware store to try and find a tarp because we were dying so much. It was so hot out.
sounds
not a
like
cloud
you
in
needed
the
a
sky.
sunset or retractable awning.
So he
That's
ended up taking like $300 off the rental or something like that for it.
Oh, that's cool.
It was, but I bitched and complained about it
I'm sure, but it was cool
until
at
he
the
did something.
end.
Well, I mean,
How is customer service in Canada, Matt? We know how it is in Europe from all. How is things possible in Canada?
I'd say it's better than Europe, but not as good as the States.
Really? Okay.
I mean,
Well, States, depending on the type of business. I think their customer service varies depending on the type of business that you're getting customer service at.
I think it also varies in the region you're at in the States too. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
well, it's like, and I've read that, like, and then Shane actually said something to me like earlier this week where he was talking about how like there's all these things that basically they try to shuttle you towards automated customer service in all cases.
Yeah.
Or fill out a please contact me about this, then you send off some sort of request into the ether and you hope somebody gets back to you, you know, within like some sort of specified amount of time. And I think that's why, like, if you get an email of somebody saying, oh yeah, I need to like get this fixed, and you actually like get back to them within a day, they're just stunned that they actually got a response. Because like I said like last week or whatever, when I was talking about the Google Chromecast thing, I like when I called their customer service number and actually got somebody on the line like quick, and they were like, yeah, let's walk you through this, let's get this fixed for you. I'm like, holy crud. Well, then it's Google, right? So they actually have a little money, so they can afford to have a couple of employees sitting in a shack somewhere.
Yeah, what's wrong?
That's one of the reasons why I have a landline, is so I can call customer service and deal with people on the phone rather than
Waited
typing
2
away.
hours. to get
Does
someone on the
your
phone?
cell phone not call people or what?
Well, for a long time, my cell phone didn't get good reception down in the basement, but my new cell phone has that thing where you can latch onto the Wi-Fi
Yeah.
to boost to
boost the
make
signal,
calls
yeah.
through the Wi-Fi.
Okay. A lot of stone around you, Matt.
I'm in a 115-year-old house with
Yeah.
a concrete basement. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and
Me and
lots of
Jen-
plaster, so the walls are super thick and dense.
Jen and I were talking. Like I said, we went to this funeral and it was in a church. We're used to stone churches. It's what we grew up with, and it was just kind of odd to be in a wooden church. I was talking to her, but it was like
Well, I
weird because
mean,
the first
what-
churches here were all wooden. You know.
You're saying a wooden church is weird to you?
Yes, to me personally, yeah, because we grew up in the churches were stone, like where we grew up. You know, my church in particular was. It's probably 200-300 years old now. You know, so
Well,
yeah, I'm
stone-
not used to a church made out of wood or new construction. That really, messed with me. When I went to one of them, yeah, it's just what you grew up with, I guess. Yeah. And I've been to a few, like I've been to a Orthodox Russian, an Orthodox Greek church, Jewish synagogue. I've been to a few different religions, and like I said, each time I go to one, kind of it's strange to me. Yeah, not strange, but weird.
Do I amuse you? Am I some sort of
Yeah.
What is it? It's like, what am I? What kind of funny am I? Am I like, like, am I? They go, am I Rita Rudner funny? Yeah, you're Rita Rudner funny. Oh my gosh, thank you.
I think from Animaniacs, one of my favorite skits was when the Good Feathers did the spoof on that Joe Pesci scene. You ever
Oh
watch
yeah, I
that?
remember that. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like my favorite all-time Animaniacs scene is the Woodstock scene with Slappy and her nephew, where they're like doing the Who's on First routine, but it's with the bands of Woodstock. They're like, who's on stage now? Yes is on stage. No, who? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I get it. Yes, like the band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who? Like the Who?
And then the band, and then the band was another one, right? So
Yes.
Yes, it was.
it was really good.
Well, it didn't lose anything in the translation. When you said it. So.
I appreciate that
Yeah, there you go.
because it usually does with me.
Let's
right,
see
I'm
here.
gonna
Anime
skedaddle.
season 1, episode 59 was the Woodstock Slappy bit.
Yeah.
So
I encourage you to watch it because it's a good laugh. And with that, I'm gonna take off. I have some work to do before I head to bed.
poor Canadian time catching up with you.
Canadian time.
Yeah, I got. I sheepishly or selfishly I did my new computer duties before I finished my actual work duties for the day. So the last
Of
4
course
or
you
5
did.
hours has been downloading Dropbox to my computer.
I think I will say this. I think Origins, I mean, like, it's the first time I'm going to be going to a convention, and like literally, like I don't have any interest in buying anything there. I'll go check out an RPG booth or two, but I mean, like, usually this will be the first time where I've really like gotten to a point where it's just like, yeah, I don't need any board games. It's just kind of like there's just nothing like. I mean, I don't know if they're releasing anything that's supposed to be amazing or anything like that, but I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where I don't know of anything that's coming out. I don't know of anything that like it's supposed to be amazing. It's supposed to come out.
I hear Last Light's supposed to be really good.
Well,
Ireland
Last Light
sucked.
is really good, and we'll be showing it off at our booth, and there will be theoretically events that you can sign up for, and you'll have a chance to play. And theoretically, I'll probably take it out of the booth and go play it with people afterwards. Why not? You know? But yeah.
Did
Thank you, Kabuki Kid, for backing last night.
Thanks.
did I
So-
did I tell you that I played Arc Nova at
No, you didn't. What? Give me
Equay.
your review. Let's hear Shane's review of Arc Nova.
Don't you believe it, Matt?
Arc Nova just
Yeah, I am.
just
Yeah.
later just it solidified my belief or the fact that I have no clue whatsoever what anybody wants to play in board games. Just no idea. Like, how did you know Champions of Midor was going to be a hit? I did not. How did you know Deception was going to be a hit? I did not. And to this day, I still don't understand why things are as popular or as huge as they are. That game has been out 5 minutes and it's like number 16 all time. And I played it and I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. You know what my score was after playing for like with the teach 4 hours? My score was -19. Well, I tell you what, I really wanted to go back and play that again.
Oh,
'cause my
yeah.
score- like I felt really great. What's your score? -19. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. 100% fuck you.
Well,
Like,
and the problem.
I mean, I can only imagine that people just like the abuse. So I think what we should do is just basically make a game. We'll just call it Punch in the Crotch. Like that's the whole game. You just punch each other in the crotch. Like, think people like it? I don't know how we'll score points, but that's a mechanic. Punch in the crotch.
the problem there is that we
So
are
you did not
we are a
enjoy it.
strange we are a strange percentage of people that like literally we played, hundreds if not thousands of games, right? So it's just like it's one of those things where it's really rare for a game to be something like different. I mean, I love Last Light and I'll still sit down and play it, right? But I mean, I've also now played it over 100 times. And it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, I'll still play and I'll still have fun, but the shine's off the apple. But that's like anything. You can't watch a movie 100 times and still want to go back.
But I
to it.
played Arc Nova one time, Lance.
I
Once.
didn't want to go back.
And I didn't want to go back.
But there probably wasn't anything about it that you hadn't already seen before, right? I mean, it's just like so.
Well,
Go ahead.
It wasn't so much that because I've played games before where I've seen mechanics before, but they've combined them in a unique way, and and maybe they did somewhat some of that with Arc Nova, and some of it was cool. It just was like I just didn't want to be there for like 3+ hours playing this game to like end with a score of -19. And quite frankly, it has another problem in the game that a major issue I have with games like I guess Legendary, is that the deck builder?
Yeah.
Yeah. Legendary, Ascension, like a lot of the deck builders that basically have like the tableau of cards that it's like, here's the 5 cards you have to choose from to buy. And if the thing isn't part of your strategy, well, tough crap. And if it's part of your opponent's strategy and the right cards just keep coming up and they're able to basically get their engine going and you don't, like, it's just a foregone conclusion that you're just going to lose the game. Like, it's just a matter of time. And so it has that problem where it's like, it's difficult to have a strategy because it's like, you don't know if your strategy is going to be able to play out. But if your opponent has to go with a strategy and their strategy plays out, like they're just going to be in a much better position. Like I say with Legendary, because I remember when it first came out, like I can't remember who, like I don't remember who I was playing or whatever, but I remember playing it and like I was like, oh, I'll go with Spider-Man, and they went with Hulk, and like this, like they just got this amazing card and they got this like engine going, and by the time like I had any chance to come back, it was like far too late. And so Like that's a problem that I had with the game. That, you know, it just was like I just couldn't seem to get any cards to come up that would like went with any of like there was no cohesion in the stuff that I had. So it's like, I don't know, I guess I'll build a zoo and I guess I'll have like, you know, like Travis Chance's zoo had like it had like a raccoon and a common wall lizard. Like, I mean, it was like the ghetto zoo. Like, what zoo is this? Oh, it's in the bad part of town. They got all the bad animals.
You played it with Travis?
Look, kids, you want to see a raccoon?
Where did you run into Travis Chance?
I ran into him at Noah's house.
That's. I mean, I thought he lived in.
He knows people.
He lives in Indiana, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he was at Geekway.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Didn't even. I forgot. I miss Travis. I haven't seen him forever.
I get what you're saying. Like I played Wingspan, was that it? Yeah. And I played it. I didn't know how to play the game, and the group was playing with the expansion at the time. So I just kind of picked up on the base game as he was, you know.
Yeah.
And after I got done playing it, I was like, I don't understand what the hype about this is. You know, it's yeah, I get what you're saying. I think
I felt the same way about Wingspan. I thought this is good. I mean, it's not a million units sold good.
Yeah.
Like not even close, but like what the hell do I know?
The old curmudgeon. That's kind of scary being in the publishing industry there, Shane. What the hell do I know? Nah, I get what you're saying. Though. It's like movies, you never know.
I just got to make a game and then hope people like it. And I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's why we have play testers that before we sign anything, we have them play it and give us their like, you know, how they rate it. And if we're not getting basically 8, 9s, and 10s across the board from everybody that plays it, we don't sign it because, you know, just because I think something's amazing doesn't mean anyone else is going to. So,
So I'm curious, at that stage, do you have the same play testers all the time, or do you branch out to different people?
I mean, we have essentially like the same, you know, like the people on our Discord or whatever. And, you know, like it's the same. I mean, it fluctuates, right? Like people come in, people go out or whatever, but like, you know, it's not like we always go to these 12 people and have them play it and give us their opinion on it. Like, you know, so anyway, yeah, I just, after playing it, I was just kind of like, all right, I mean, it's been a lot of time. I got -19. It didn't really feel good. I mean, certainly I could have played better, but I don't know, like, again, I don't know how much better I could have played based on the card choices that I had. Like I had something that really went well with birds. I never saw any birds. Like they just didn't come up. And like Noah decided to do like a petting zoo thing, and you know, he's built a petting zoo and then almost immediately puts, you know, gets like 3 animals that go right in it, and like he's running some kind of engine and like, you know, just off to the races he goes. And you know, I'm looking at the elephant in my hand and going, I don't know how I can play this.
Damn elephants.
You know, they're not easy to get on the board. Not easy at all.
Yeah, I haven't played this one, but I've heard mixed reviews about it. Like I know some people love it, some people hate it.
About what?
Arc Nova. I've heard.
I just thought everyone loved it. Like that's all.
No, I've heard mixed.
Oh, it's one of those things where I definitely heard everybody like jamming about it. You know, it's just like games like that, certain games like that, just you know, they become the toast du jour, if you will, you know, just like,
yeah,
you haven't played Arc Nova yet? Oh my gosh. Oh, Evan's showing up. There goes the neighborhood.
Watch what you say.
That guy's the worst.
You know how the important land deers are.
Oh, also, the art and graphics on that game are like not good, like at all.
Really?
On Ark
Oh.
Nova.
No.
Hey, you know what's so this totally unrelated, Shane. A huge discussion popped up on the Blacklist games, like Blacklist Miniature Fantasy Series 1. The people are sitting there like, where's my crap? Why haven't you delivered yet? A huge discussion popped up on there about a bunch of people saying, have you checked out this NLM stuff? The late pledge closes in like 10, 11 days.
Really?
Yeah. Like it was like good, like 14, 15 comments of people saying this Siocast stuff looks like it's legit. And then they wanted to ship it out of China. So anyway, I was just reading it today because I'm one of those unlucky backers that is waiting ever so patiently now, 2.5 years later for my miniatures. And yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. And probably aren't going to get it, maybe.
Well, they're all at QML supposedly, but they just
are
don't
they?
have any. They don't. It's the Boogie Nights thing. It's just like, we want to get our demo tape. You got to pay me the money. We can't make any money until we get the demo tape. We want our miniatures. We need our money. We can't make any money until we get our miniatures.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. I mean, Jason and I just discussed today about like where we're at with that, and
Hey,
what
did you
our
get the
time.
second machine up and running?
Yes, second machine is up and running, but our first machine, the vacuum pump, broke.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I know, the vacuum pump
How's
broke.
getting parts for the stuff like that? Cheap?
Well, so typically it would be bad, but like so here's the problem. The vacuum pump that's on, well, I don't know if it's a vacuum pump issue. The original machine, the way it handled the vacuum pump was it turned the vacuum pump on and off as it needed to.
Okay.
And apparently it's not great for a vacuum pump to be turned on and off hundreds of times a day.
Not really.
Like, so it's not great for it. So eventually, like, it's going to break. And
Yeah.
so, I mean, we've had the machine for 2 years, but I think there's maybe like, there's less than a couple hundred hours of actual time on the machine, and it's already broken. It's a $1,300 pump. So the new machine, instead of turning the pump on and off, it looks like what it does is instead of turning the pump on and off, the pump stays on, but they regulate the pressure through like hoses
Bypass
and
or
switches or
something,
whatever,
yeah.
right? So the pump doesn't ever turn off. So it's not going to break as, like it stays on the whole day rather than going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. So in order for us to convert this new machine or the old machine to the way they're doing the new one, is we're going to need those like switches and parts or whatever to convert it. I haven't talked to them yet about it, but like we looked at it, and we know that that's what it is. And I don't want to spend $1,300 for another pump that's just going to break in 6 months because it's not designed to do the thing that they have it doing.
Right.
So
conversions are never good.
Yeah. So anyway, now I gotta, so now we got to figure that out. So
Thanks for bringing up a sore subject there, Lane.
Hey, I was just curious.
I know, but it was cool
fancy,
that you
fancy
got,
printing machine.
It's cool you got some word of mouth there.
Yeah, it is.
what was that? What'd you say, Evan?
You got a fancy printing machine?
Sort of. We got a
partially working.
I have an injection molding machine.
Oh yeah, sweet.
And it's been the bane of my existence for like 2.5 years, but it looks like it's finally gonna start coming around. So
Yeah. Is your price per piece doing it yourself going to end up being cheaper than from China landed?
So I don't plan on using it for Gray Fox.
Yeah.
We basically ran a on the side, we ran a, sorry, I just realized I got to email the guys over in Spain. We decided to start another company called Next Level Miniatures, and we did like a campaign where, did we not talk about this?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we did. I think you missed it.
You never tell me anything.
That's true.
I don't blame him.
Anyway, we got this machine. I had it for 2.5 years. Someone was supposed to run it. They quit. I tried to find someone else to run it. They were terrible. I finally was like, I've got this $70,000 paperweight that's sitting in my fucking like office and it's not doing anything. And I had a good friend of mine that was like, I'm not happy at the job I'm currently at. I would like to leave it. And I was like, well, if you want to, you can learn how to do 3D printing in resin, because that's how you have to make the masters, and then learn how to make the molds and learn how to do this thing. And you can have half the company. I just need someone to actually run this thing.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
And and I was like, you can just work for sweat equity. So, you know, work your 40 hours a week or whatever while at your job, and then do 20 or whatever at this other thing, and just get it figured out. And eventually when we make some money, you can just switch over.
Yeah.
Well, he had a kid and he went on paternity. Thank you. Paternity leave. And he came back and he didn't have a job. So not because of paternity, because they just got rid of the whole magic department.
Oh, wow.
They got rid of the whole department. So, anyway, so he didn't have a job. So then it was like, well, I guess I can do this full time now. So, but I also was like, I can't pay you. There's no income coming in. So, you know, so we
figured out fast.
Right. So we launched a Kickstarter. The Kickstarter blew away our expectations. I did not advertise on our newsletter. Like, I didn't even let Gray Fox, anybody on Gray Fox know like that it was happening, right? I didn't want any crossover. I wanted it to be its own thing. So, not to mention it was like a miniatures, you know, RPG thing, and Gray Fox doesn't do that. So anyway, we launched it, we put the things up, we did $250,000 on the campaign.
Wow.
Yeah. So all of a sudden we were like, cool, we have all this money, but now we have all of this liability because we have to actually
figure it out.
We have to actually make these figures, and we actually have to give them to people. Like, woohoo, we got a bunch of money. And I was like, oh shit, we got a bunch of money. So so it's been a journey. Like for the past 6 months, we've been struggling to like get everything kind of in order. Like, there have been a lot of like, you need like a vulcanizing press to like press the molds, and that wasn't working, and everything's really like, it's very the tolerances on everything is very like, you got to get everything kind of just right. So like, if you make a mold and you put in the vulcanizing press, and the vulcanizing press isn't exactly parallel, and you end up with like a mold that's like a millimeter more on one side than the other, then when you go to put it in the press, in the injection molding. Anyway, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things we just exactly, just plane it through plane the silicone right through a planer. But no, so we ended up so we were like, that was messed up, and then we found out like you really should have something that like regulates the pressure, because like when it's in the vulcanizing press, as it heats up, the pressure gets greater, so like you can get too pressurized, which is then a mess up the molds, because you got anyway. So there's just a lot of things we didn't know. And then the machine itself, we were trying to like calibrate the molds, and Jason could get like 90% of it done, and then like the last 10%, like he could spend 3 hours on, and just could not get like the last 10% to like work. And so we had training like a few weeks ago. They sent somebody from Holland who knows what they're actually doing. And he took a look at the machine. He's like, yeah, this is weird. And so he just started taking some tubes off. He's like, oh, this is completely filled with talc powder. Let's go ahead and clear that out. Problem solved. So struggling, spent hours, you know, we just don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, right.
But now things are finally starting. Like, we have a better press. We have a much better press. We have like the machines are working, you know.
Good, man.
The vacuum pump broke, but but anyway,
Minor setback.
Are you at least going to break even on this first round?
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
The main thing is for us is to make sure that I just want to deliver people something that kind of like
Yes.
makes them go, holy crap, like I can't believe that this was like I mean, this is legit. Like
Yep.
I'm getting some real, and the detail on these miniatures are phenomenal. Like, it's really good. Like the silicone is better than metal. It's good. You just get, because it gets literally every little, like it just
Yeah.
gets everything. So
Cool.
yeah,
Like
anyway,
mold.
so I think it'll go well, and then we won't be able to do the next campaign for the same pricing we did this one. It'll have to be more money, but
I think people understand.
well, yeah, and also I don't think they'll have a problem with it, because once they see the quality of what we give them, I think
Right.
they're going to be like, yeah, like, I think we charge like 60 cents a miniature, and that's like
Wow.
these things are going to be like, when they get them, they're going to be like, man, it was kind of a steal to get these for 60 cents a piece. And I think when we do it the next time, we'll probably have to get closer to probably like 80 cents a piece or whatever, so that we can actually make some money. And also too, when we made the figures and we decided what we wanted to do, we understood the process only partially. And so like there are certain figures that, because of the way we designed them, they have to be made like in multiple, like for instance, we made a skeleton that has like two swords that are basically like, it's kind of holding them up like at an angle. So the skeleton itself is very wide because of the way the swords stick out. And because of that, we can only fit like 8 in a mold. And since every person that bought one got 5, we have to make 18,000 of them. And so when you like look at the machine time it's going to take to do that,
Yeah.
like we've got to find we're probably going to end up having to cut one of the arms off and basically make it a 2-part model, so that we can, put 16 of the skeletons in one mold and like 64 of its arms in another mold, and then
Right.
just give people that in 2 parts and they can glue the arm on or whatever. But it's just dumb stuff like that we just didn't know, and now we know. And the next campaign we do, we'll make mistakes on that one and we'll learn from those. And hopefully by the time we're doing the 3rd or 4th campaign, we'll have made most of the mistakes you can make, and we'll be well on our way to having something that that we can just keep basically printing money, because I mean
Yeah.
that's making miniatures is kind of like that.
Yeah.
I think
Nice,
the next
man.
yeah, it's pretty cool. I think the next thing that we're going to have, the next big hurdle we're going to have, is just finding sculptors that we can finding sculptors to basically be able to make the models that we need fast enough.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, Punga does a good job though.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not going to be able to keep up with everything that we want to do. I mean, miniature market alone, I've already talked to them, and they're, they would like to have a exclusive line of miniatures for their site. And so like that alone is probably I'm going to need, just to start, 20 to 30 sculpts just
Right.
to start a line. And then I'm going to need a steady supply of them, coming. So, I don't like Punga, I don't think can keep up with that. And also Punga is more expensive, like to just do a model. Like if we're going to do this on a regular basis, our best bet is to do kind of what we do with Gray Fox, which is to reach out to some kind of like unknown people that are doing it, and then work with them so
Right.
that they can kind of know what it is we are looking for. And then eventually either just hire them, or, just, because if you find somebody that's already established and they've already got if you find someone established and they already have more work than they can handle,
Right.
they're going to be really expensive. So we need to find people that are either just starting out, or, that basically need the work, so that we can actually, get the stuff at a price that
Right.
doesn't put us in a massive hole before we've even made the first figure. So anyway, and then the guy that came to show us kind of how to do it, he runs a molding business in Holland, and he brought like some of the figures that he made on his on his 3D printer, which is like, for the small one, it's $10,000, and for the large one, it's $25,000. And when you look at his figures versus the ones that we have, like if you look at the ones that we have, it was like the difference between what was 1080p and 4K. Like when you were watching 1080p, you were like, I don't know how a picture could get much better than this. And then you put it right next to a 4K TV and you're like, nope, never mind. I was wrong. like, yep, 4K is amazing. But like if you just watch 1080p and you didn't have them side by side, you kind of really didn't know the difference. It's very much like that, right? Like it's like, oh, the stuff we're doing looks really good, until you have a printout from one of these $10 or $25,000 printers, and then you're like, oh, it can be that much better.
Mhm.
You know, so that's the kind of thing that we won't be able to get that kind of equipment until we run the next campaign, which hopefully we'll do over 1 million, and then we can use that to like buy more injection molding machines, buy better resin 3D printers, and do all those things that we need to do to like really scale this up, which is that's the key, is like how there's no shortage of people that will buy miniatures. It's just a matter of how many can we, how can we get them out faster? Like,
It's cool. It's cool that you're thinking about it like that too, I think. Because I seen one company in particular doesn't really seem to think like that, just rushing out to expand real quick. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
cool,
good
man.
luck.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, might just not do board games anymore, just make miniatures.
Screw it, Lynch. You
Screw
have
it.
a job.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
Whatever. I've been working on the next level mini stuff too.
Yeah. You know how much development time it takes to make miniatures?
Oh, I'm sure.
Zero. Takes zero
much?
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
That's great.
people know
Here's the
that?
development. You're like, man, is that club that ogre is holding? Do we think that's big enough?
Make
Yeah,
it
we should make
just
that a
little
little bit
bigger.
fatter.
A little bit
Maybe,
bigger.
just a little
You know,
bit.
put a couple of spikes on it.
Yeah.
Cool.
It doesn't
Done.
look quite like me
Next.
enough. Yeah.
There's no like, I don't know. I mean, if you got this many
him-
like
give him
barbarians
one
attacking your castle
Beefy
a turn,
pauldron.
you think that like how many mercenaries did you really need for this particular thing, and all the balancing
That'd
and
be
Yeah.
+2 food or +3 food.
Mhm,
free
mhm,
food? It's really 2.5, but how do we get there? Like,
mhm. You
Is
make
this
it
fun?
2 with an extra end game point.
and then like, are people gonna like this? Is it fun? You don't have to ask any of those questions. You just like, is that a cool looking ogre? You're like, that ogre looks badass. You're like, print it.
Done. Next.
Done. Exactly.
Next
Done.
mini.
Next. What's up next? Goblin. Cool. I want one with a dagger, and I want one without a dagger,
And a shield. A tiny little shield.
and
Just
a tiny little shield.
one. Just
Yeah.
a little one.
Done.
Next.
Done. Next. Skeletons. All right. Skeletons.
Skilled.
Axe, sword, shield, no sword, double sword.
I love it.
I think he tuned you out there, she.
It's all good.
That's awesome. Is it a thing that you think you'll ever, be able to replace China printing on board game style stuff? Or is that just too much, like way beyond the scope of what you've got going on?
Will it replace what now exactly? Like, will it replace Gray Fox? Or will
No,
it
the
replace-
printing in China printing.
No, because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, like, it's really good, but it still doesn't, like, the cost of the material and
Yeah.
the scale at which you need, like, so in China, like, if I make a board game, we sell, like, well, let's look at I don't know, maybe you've heard of it, After the Empire. It's a
No.
game. Yeah. I mean,
Heard it
people were
sucked.
talking about it, but I mean, I don't think it's very good. But again, it's one of those things where, like,
I'm in the boat with you, Shane.
I never know what people are gonna like. So the
Right.
fact that people seem to like After the Empire is just a complete shock to me. But in any case, it's this game that has you have a castle that you have to like build, and then like
Okay.
it starts as wood and you can like upgrade it.
That could be
Anyway,
cool.
anyway,
be
like
cool.
the Kickstarter version came with all these little like plastic like miniature dudes, rather than like tokens. And I mean, how many? I'm joking now. Like, well, I'm done joking. I mean, so like, how many swordsmen are in that game? Isn't it like 50 or something like that?
I think it's more than that. I think it's like 114.
Swordsmen?
I think so.
Okay, so
Wow.
all right, so there's 114
I
swordsmen.
could be wrong, but that's off the top of my head.
Let's just say there's 100, right?
Sure.
I think I mean, between the first Kickstarter and the second Game Found, we're like at 6,000 units printed or something like that, right? So
Right.
6,000 units times 100 is 600,000 of these miniatures. Like,
Right.
this machine is never going to be able to pump out that much. Like,
In a reasonable time frame.
right. It'll just
Yeah.
take, I mean, and the cost would be just like, the cost is just way too much. Where this thing
Mhm.
shines is in high detail. So like you're going to get more per piece because like, higher detail, and you can get more per because of the fact that the quality is
Right.
better. And also in like shorter print runs. So like, because the cost to make the mold for it is only like, with time and material, it's like $350 to make a mold, right? And
How many times can you run that mold?
400 to 500 depending upon the figure,
Okay.
right? And you can fit anywhere between, like, I mean, it depends on this figure, right? But
Yeah.
the kind of like the norm is anywhere between 8 and 32, and probably the average is maybe somewhere in the 16 range. So like 16 pieces, like for a regular size miniature, like 16 pieces, times 500. So you can still get like 5,000, or so pieces out of it,
Right.
which is good, but it's not nearly enough for a lot of the
Right.
board games, that you make. Plus the colors that you can do are more limited because, like you kind of have to, it uses like color pellets and the resins. You got to kind of mix and
Sure.
match to get like, if you want orange, you got to like use yellow and red and figure out what ratio you're doing to get the, if somebody's like, I want this Pantone color, I'm going to be like, I don't know how to get that. Like, I don't
You're
know.
gonna have to
I
wait
can-
a couple months there.
you can get orange, which means
We're gonna
I'm
get you
take
a
50%.
yellow and red swirl.
Right. I'm going to take yellow and red. I'm going to put it in the melt tank, and whatever
hope
comes
it
out,
mixes.
That's the color.
that's what you're getting. Should be something orange like,
Might be
So-
Halloween, may not be. We don't know.
Yeah, might be, might not be. But yeah, it won't. I mean, it for the board game world, the only place I really see this being like really good is for super short run limited edition stuff.
Yeah.
So like, let's say you wanted to have a miniature for Gen Con and you wanted to like have a
Right.
1,000 pieces. They're $5 a piece. We're never
Yeah.
making them again. Blah blah blah. It's
Right.
perfect
Totally.
for that.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect for that. Or if you're just like doing some type of like, really high end, of your board game or whatever, and you're only making like 1,000 units of it, and you want like really high end miniatures, you want them to like look, then maybe something for that. But in terms of just like regular, like I'm making a board game and I want to be able to print, infinite number of units if it's going to sell. No, it'll never replace that. Yeah, which is a shame, because one of the things that's nice about this is, learning what we've learned over the past 2 years, being able to basically have control over your manufacturing here in the US
Yeah.
is kind of super important. Like,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Reaper farms some of their stuff out.
Reaper is actually using the same technology that we're using now
Yep.
because of their frustrations with China. So
Uh,
they're
really?
actually using the COcast. Yep.
Yep. I mean,
Good.
last time I was, well, not the last time I was in Dallas, second to the last time I was in Dallas, I went to Reaper. Actually, you know what? I should see if I mean you could probably if you wanted to like go undercover if you go to BGG next year.
Go
They do-
undercover.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like you don't have to tell
Or
them,
what-
hey,
the-
I run my own miniatures.
big nose
thing,
and the
like
glasses.
you could just go, but Chatty Boy, Chad Roberts, he knows sculptors and he knows people. He's actually a guy I should connect you with. He's the guy who got us that Twitch streamer to show off the paint the stuff for us. Anyway, Chad knows some people over at Reaper, and like we could probably get a tour, and you could just see how they do their stuff. I went to it
And then steal their
at the
technology.
BGG Con before the BGG
Like the
Con before
KGB.
COVID. I went and I toured the thing because they do it. It's like, oh, you can get if you know somebody who knows somebody, you get to go in.
That's cool. Is that in Dallas?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, okay.
it's a jaunt to get there, but
Yeah, I didn't know that.
but it was cool because I mean, and it's like they have the store there and everything like that, but they actually because they still do metal casting for some stuff.
Yeah.
And they actually made miniatures in front of us. The guy was making metal cast miniatures and gave us I think he made a bunch of skeletons and gave us a handful of skeletons, just made them right there. They were hot off the press.
Nice.
It was pretty neat.
Yeah. I mean, that's some of the other stuff we may need to learn is like how to do metal casting and spin casting to like be able to make like the metal masters for the different for some of the things. And then it's also nice to just be able to have that because like this machine does have certain limitations that like it really only works best if you have like less than 80 grams of plastic being shot into the mold at one time. So like if something gets too big, it can actually like just be a point where it basically can't do it. So you have to like break models. Like the dragon that we made has to be broken down into like 6 parts or whatever, because like the left wing, the right wing, the tail, the head, the body, like it all has to be basically separate, because even if we could do more, fit more in the mold, we can't, because of the fact that it can only because of the, I guess it has to do with the heat, like when it injects in there, it instantly starts to cool. So if you try to push more than like you push more than 80 grams, by the time you get by the time you're getting to that stage, the stuff that's gone the farthest is already starting to cool. And so it's not flowing correctly into the crevices. So,
you've got like a little turd wing and
yeah, exactly. You got a little turd wing. You're like, look, I mean,
Why do people
these
shit on the
miniatures
turd wing?
deserve a home. They deserve a home.
even turd wings deserve a home.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to create a whole, like factory seconds where it's like, look, I mean, it was pretty cool. Cause we when we were making some of the models this past, like in the training session, when we were doing that, we had like a golem, and the golem, like we had done different shots. So like the first shot was only like half a golem, but the whole bottom looked like it was all melted. And the second shot was a little bit more, but it's still melted. So by the time we had a good one, we had this whole
That's
it's
awesome.
like, it's
You're
like
creating the golem.
right. Or you're
Melting him.
goblin
Yeah.
down, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're like different stages until it's just a puddle of plastic,
That's
on
great.
the ground. So it's pretty cool.
I like it.
Yeah. So yeah. So Arc Nova.
Arc Nova.
What about Arc Nova?
Bad
So Arc
pile.
Nova.
It's right up
Game
there
of
with
the
the
year.
After the Empire.
Did you play it? Did you like it?
I played it. I did not I didn't hate it,
Yeah.
but I also was telling them like I don't understand why everyone's all gaga over it. Like it's good.
Yeah.
It's not number 16th best game of all time good.
Are you a fan of, like, did you really enjoy Terraforming Mars or no?
That's what everyone says. I've never played Terraforming
Okay.
Mars.
Yeah, I haven't either.
So I've never played it. Can you score negative points in Terraforming Mars?
I don't remember, but I don't think so.
Also, I can already tell you, I
She
like
could
that
find
game.
a way.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I can already tell you I probably like that game better, but I don't know if Terraforming, like it was telling them, I think before you came on, that like I have a hard time with games that like so much depends on the tableau of cards that come out that you have available to you.
That was
And if
my
they
big,
just
yeah.
if they work with your opponent's strategy and they're getting all the cards they need and you just aren't getting any of the cards you need, there's literally nothing you can do. Like there is
Right.
no mechanic in that game where it's like, use this card to search through the deck for something that you need. Like there is no mechanic. Like,
Yeah.
for the love of God, I need a bird. Any fucking bird will do. I just need a bird.
My play, yeah, I need one bird. My playthrough was similar in that way, where I was like, I don't want to snap any of these stupid cards. I guess I'll top deck. Nope. I
Yeah.
guess I'll top deck. Nope.
Nope. Yeah.
And there was so much invested in the snap mechanic
Yeah.
that didn't work out for me in my one play, right? So
Sure.
So it must have a better flow and feel normally, but in my one play that didn't go well for me.
Well, I mean, in my play, it didn't go well for me. And Travis, when he was playing, I don't think he really got what he needed either. But I think that some people just enjoy the fact that they don't mind spending 3 hours on it as an activity.
Mhm.
Like then they're like, well, I really enjoyed that activity. But
Mhm.
like, for me, I would like to be competitive. And so at the end of 3+ hours of gameplay, when I have been I've not been competitive at all. And
Right.
if I knew more about the game, I would have known that I was going to lose probably an hour into it. I would have known that I had no chance of winning. Like first playthrough, I had no idea, but knowing now, like what I now how to play the game, if I can see my opponent going like a certain strategy, like petting zoos, and they're getting everything they need, and I have a card that goes really good with birds, and I can't get birds, or I have monkeys and I can't get monkeys,
I also did birds.
then
What's it with you and birds?
yeah. So like, I mean, again, that was my
Get the
biggest
birds.
issue. That was my biggest issue with it. Just was like
Yeah.
the time sink, the negative points at the end, the
Mm.
fact that like my strategy was like basically, it's one of those games where it's like you have to kind of like evolve your strategy based on what comes up.
Yeah.
But again, there are just times where your opponent is just flat out going to get better selection and better cards and better, like they're just going to have a better options than you do. There's nothing you can do to change it. Nothing.
Yeah.
So
there's some aspect of that in Terraforming Mars as well. And and I did enjoy Arc Nova. And so it's I did enjoy Arc
You didn't
Nova.
lose by negative 50 points either. though.
But you're not wrong. Like there is definitely some a lot of luck element for being a 3-hour game, or a 2.5 hour. It depends on your player count, but there's a lot of luck element for how long it is.
I mean, I didn't dislike the experience, like in terms of like I thoroughly enjoyed the way the card mechanic worked, how you kind of moved cards and they slide or whatever. Like I thought that was really cool. I mean, I don't know if that's in any other games, but I thought that was really neat. Like I've never seen that before. So
Mhm.
I was like, yeah, this is cool. Like I really like this. Can I make a game from this that's not what we're doing right now? Like, that would be cool. So and then I thought the art and graphics were like literally one step above a Phil Eklund game. Just barely better than like a PAX game.
It's on par with Terraforming Mars.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that. So like, I mean, I want to make a game that's obviously selling like hotcakes, that I have spent almost nothing in art and graphics. That'd be great. Like,
but what's wrong with you, Shane?
Like, where did you get these pictures from? Free off the internet? Oh man,
Why can't you do that?
that makes me so
The
excited.
price is right.
It really didn't bother me. But
Just use Evan's prototype artwork.
Oh, the
next
art and
time.
graphics?
yeah, it really didn't bother me. But I'm not an art and graphics guy. Like,
Yeah.
They don't bother me. If the game is really good, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah,
I really had a
exactly.
good time, I don't care if the art and
Yeah.
graphics aren't great. It's just that it was just another kind of like, okay, I have a game here that I think is okay, like it's good,
Yeah.
but it's not like the second coming of Jesus good, and or I should say the second coming of Moses good, but it's also like on top of that, like the art and graphics aren't anything to look at either.
Right.
So like,
Right.
you know,
Can't
some
really
games
justify it. Yeah.
look, some games hide or try to hide subpar gameplay with great art and graphics and production quality, and like those games piss me off. Like, you know, like it's like, yeah, okay, great, you spend a ton of money producing and overproducing this game and the gameplay sucks, so like, do I want to
Like
play
after the
that?
Empire. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Those
Yeah.
guys are the worst.
Yeah, exactly. They're just terrible. You know, but the but yeah, so the art and graphics weren't a thing that bothered. Like, if I loved the game,
Yeah.
I would not have cared
Right. Yeah.
about the art and graphics. I just thought it was interesting. That's like, you know, on top of all the other stuff, it was, for me, it was like, and the art and graphics weren't all that great either. So
Yeah.
like, it was like, all right. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't really know what people want. So
Yeah, Evan, before we came on, we were talking about that. As a designer,
Yeah.
do you find that what people want is out of tune with what you think? You know, not necessarily like I'm designing something. I don't know if people like it. Like Shane was saying, as a publisher, it's a roll of dice. But I mean,
I would say my estimation of what people will like is rarely wrong, but I don't always use that to the best marketability. Right? Like, I still want to make what I want to make, regardless of knowing
no, I'm not. I'm not
that it's
talking
not the
about
perfect product.
yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
like, you know, like I know, you know, like I only have one published game, so I can't reference a whole bunch of different things, but you know, I know certain choices we made in the design were just going to piss some people off, you know, and I knew that, and I was okay with that.
Yeah.
Because we did something different and unexpected, and some people love that, and some people hate that. They're like, no, I signed up for this experience, you know, and you did something different than that.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
I don't
want,
either.
you know, I want
Empire.
I want my Happy Meal. It's got my toy. It's got my, you know, like, you know what to expect.
Yeah,
and then if you break those expectations, there's a percentage of people that are going to hate it.
No,
I also
I
think,
sorry.
I also think on that note, though, like, there is only so much, like, in terms of expectations and straying from the formula, there's only so much you can do before it becomes innovative to just annoying.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
It's like,
right.
this game is brilliant, but I can't understand any of it because every single mechanic in it is unique or blends in some way that I like. It's like, if you rarely is there ever a massively popular game where you can ask the question, what is it like, and not have an answer to that. Like, if the game is super popular and someone goes, what is it like? There is almost always going to be an answer for that. It's like this, only it's better, and here's why.
Right.
Rarely, like, it's not like anything you've ever played before. Like, it's rarely that, because
you can't access that.
Right. People don't want, like, we've tried games like that and they just don't go over because you're like, well, it's too.
You need a frame of reference. You need a certain set of expectations.
My
comfort zone.
Right. Like you said, the Happy Meal. Like, if you want to throw a Batman toy in there instead of a Spider-Man toy,
right, you're good.
That's fine. But don't you dare put like a black or a bean burger, like a soy burger in there. Don't you dare do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Or don't you replace my fries with apples. Like, that's bullshit.
So, you know, so definitely as a designer, you know, you have to fight that, like, oh, I'm an artist, you know, where you're like, this is my vision,
No, I didn't
And
mean
then-
that. You arrogant.
But on the
son of
other
a bitch.
half, it's like, oh, but we need to also make a product that people want to buy.
No, I didn't mean it like that, Evan. I
Oh,
meant
okay.
Shane was saying like
It exists though. It's there.
Yeah. Shane was saying he played not Terraform, the other one.
Arc
I
Nova.
know it's Arc Nova, and he says I just don't understand what people get. And I was saying I played Wingspan. I was the same way. I was like, as a designer, do you see like you can't judge like the audiences what they want basically, like what's going to be hot, you know?
I mean, to a certain degree, no. Like you can't,
Yeah.
like, you know, I mean, if someone could, a publisher would hire me as a consultant immediately, right?
No,
They'd be
no,
like,
I don't
they'd be
even
like,
mean
what's
it
going to
like
be
that.
hot
It's
in
like,
3 years?
No, if you knew that,
Right.
we would
that's
chain you in a
different,
room
yeah.
and never let you leave.
Right.
Yeah.
Where's Evan?
That's it.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
I'm just-
exactly.
I guess
put
I
the
mean
lotion
more
on its
like
skin
what
and
your
you get the hose
barometer is. I guess what I mean is more like what your barometer of what's already published, what other people have, you know?
Mhm.
Like I just don't get why people see it. You know.
Oh, like why are popular games suddenly popular? Like that kind of
Yeah.
thing? I mean, you know, anytime you see a success story like that, there's always the combination of, you know, right place, right time, right feel, right emotion, right reaction to the
Yeah.
current marketplace, like right, you know, like everything's kind of right. Plus, you know, you got the right marketing in and you got the right, you know, it dropped at the right time of the year
Mm.
when there was like, you know, this other group of games was out at that time, or not as many games were out at that time, and it dropped. And then because you dropped at this certain region of the year, you made a bunch of top games of the year lists because people forgot about what came out. Or, you know, it's like there's so many weird little nuances that, you know, there's like 87 factors that all conglomerate. And if you can predict those correctly, like that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Get away from my
There's
carrots,
not-
you son of a bitch. That
I mean,
damn
most
cat.
games, most games are, the popular games. Again, it's like they do maybe one thing really unique or slightly better than another game. And
Yeah.
for whatever reason, people just want that game. Like I've heard everyone talk about how Arc Nova is like terraforming Mars,
Yeah.
only it fixes whatever problems there are in terraforming
Yeah.
Mars. I don't know what they are because I haven't played it, but
And they
like,
sold 8 bajillion copies, so it can't be that much of a problem.
right.
It's not that
and-
much of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, like
It's
one
a
of the
fun
other
game.
things too is like if somebody came to me with the designer came to me with this design, and again, not knowing,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
I knew terraforming Mars, right? And they showed me its design, I would be like, well, this is just kind of like it's kind of like terraforming Mars, like which has already been out for 2 years and people are kind of over it. So I don't know that I want to make a game that's like terraforming Mars right now. I don't think that's a great idea. And I probably would have passed on it. Like,
Right.
and obviously I would have been wrong because it's like, well,
Yeah.
apparently people do want terraforming Mars with zoo animals
Mm.
and slightly different mechanics.
You
like,
should have known
apparently
zoo animals, Shane. Come on.
I should have known zoo animals.
People
Yeah, I
like
mean,
animals.
yes, no, I hear you. Like, I hear
I mean,
you.
that's partially what we're
Terraforming
seeing.
Mars ripoff. It should have
That's
been
partially what we're seeing in the
instantaneous.
marketplace in the last like 5 years is like, if you can add like a cuter theme to what otherwise would have been high fantasy or sci-fi.
Oh, so people are getting sick of high fantasy and sci-fi.
I mean, that's always going to be a huge market, right? Like you're never going to go wrong with that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but-
they are select markets. Yeah.
But like they're staples.
Yeah,
But if you veer from that within a certain box, right? If it's different enough, but still, you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
People love cute stuff. People love animals. People love birds. You know, like if there's like a gajillion and one games about flowers right now. You know, like it's just
Is there really?
yeah,
Wow,
or at least a gajillion and one,
Flowers?
or at least prototypes.
really?
I'm only seeing what's in the designer circles, so I guess those will come out in a year or two. But there's a gajillion games being developed about flowers. Yeah.
That's
Why am I not just turning all of my current designs into game, just change the theme to animals You're like,
I don't
it's
know,
not
Shane.
that hard.
No, it's not.
This game
That's
has
because
people.
by the time yours comes out,
There you go.
then it'll be
Animals.
like, oh, I should have made it,
I'm
cars.
sure you got one close to being in production. Just change it. The theme right away.
I got one but I've already got like 30 pieces of 30 illustrations already done for the art. So it's kind of, I actually I could go back and just put animals instead of people.
Can we do hybrid?
Well, I mean,
yeah.
it's got to have nice, but that's not true though. I mean, it's just like, just because there's lots of games with animals that nobody freaking plays. I mean, like,
that's true.
Gem hens, for example.
Zuloretta.
But nobody cares about
Everybody
chickens,
plays that.
though. That's the problem. Nobody
Everybody
cares about chickens.
Yeah.
That's Gem Hen's problem. But I mean, like,
Chickens are like the rats of the bird world.
pigeons really are.
Where
but-
will
They're,
we
the,
be
they're the
without
nuggets. They're the
where will
nuggets
we
of
be
the
without
animal world.
chickens? Where would we be
Where-
without chickens? Everybody eats chickens. Not everybody eats cows. Not everybody eats
Where
pigs.
is the
Everybody
nugget
eats
on the chicken? That's what I want to know.
What's that?
Where is the nugget on the chicken? Is it like the back, like the glutes?
You don't
It
want to
depends
know.
on when the press goes down. yeah.
You don't want to know.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot that goes. I mean, so I remember like the people that when they get. I mean, this is. I mean, it's horrible, but I mean, it's one of those things that's true, and like it doesn't stop us from like having a chicken sandwich, whatever. But
Right.
like the processing area for like the chicks that hatch or whatever, like basically like they go by on these conveyor belts, and like literally like there's these people are trained to like pick up each chick and look to and then get the gender. And if it's a male chick, they throw it in the chute that just basically heads right down to a grinder that just pulps them, and they're alive, and just
That sucks.
and then the pulp is used for other things or whatever, because a male chick just is not worth anything. You don't get enough meat off of it. So
Right.
the male chick is worth more to grind into a pulp, which is used for dog food and like all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
Like,
At least they're reusing it. It's unfortunate.
I mean-
But at least they're reusing it.
yeah.
Oh, great. Well, I'm not eating dog food anymore.
Don't do that.
You
ruined it
Jay.
for
You
me.
should not do that.
No, I mean, it's
Especially the
just,
cheap brands. Remember that recall they had from the Chinese? What was it, Purdue or something?
before my dad did his contract work on the summer, because he was a teacher, and then just basically double up on a salary. He did contract work to like put people's roofs on and things like that. Him and a few other teachers just started this construction company. But there was a couple of summers, and I still remember my mother driving me out there which is weird because my parents got divorced and I was like 4, but I have a distinct memory of being in the blue station wagon, and she drove out to bring him his lunch at the slaughterhouse that he worked at.
Yeah.
I mean, I just remember the smell of basically the rendering fat and
You get used to it.
and the boiling blood and all. Just I remember as a kid just thinking it just smelled horrible. But and I've asked him about he's like just it was a process. You sat there and he told me all these stories because you have to do it quick. Like he worked on the head of the cow.
Yeah.
And his job was to take the certain bits off of the face, and then it moved on, and then the cow skull moved down to the next person who took different bits and stuff like that. And
Right.
right to his left, he was like the first person after the guy chainsawed the head off of
Right.
the cow.
Yeah.
Because because they just push the cow into the spot, and then they hit the button, and the steel hammer hits it right in the head,
Yeah.
which either kills it or stuns it. And then the guy with the chainsaw, that would cut the head off the thing. He the first day he worked, and guy actually had a Old West holster with a pistol in it. And he asked him why he had that,
Backup.
basically
case.
he said he'd been doing it for so long he said when he was like, like one of the first years he ever did it, he went to go chainsaw the head off a cow and it was still alive and it kicked him and broke his leg.
Yep. Yeah.
And so now like he just has
Fair
the
enough.
pistol there in case, just to, and he's like, he never saw him shoot it, but he just kept it. But yeah, it was just like,
I would definitely kick you if you tried to chainsaw my head.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
yeah.
At the least.
At the very least, I would throw an elbow or something.
Dude, why'd
No,
you kick me? Dude, why are we gonna chainsaw my head off?
Yeah.
The
Well,
fuck?
that's
That was
Uh,
messed up. That was messed up. You have to
And he
admit
said
that.
like the knives they used were just, he said they were the sharpest knives
Yeah.
I'd ever
They
eaten
had to
because
be.
and they wore he said they wore so basically they wore a chainmail, like
Yeah.
they wore a leather glove and there was two layers of chainmail over the gloves that they wore. And he thought it was ridiculous until one time because you slice it quick.
Yeah.
He
Clunk.
hit his hand as he was moving this knife super fast. It cut through both lines of chainmail and nearly cut through the leather glove that he had on, and he had a bruise on his hand.
Mhm.
And he remember as a kid, he showed it to me, and it was just like dark black, like
Wow,
literally,
yeah.
like he probably would have cut off part of his hand.
Yeah.
if he
Yeah.
did. No, he did that a couple.
Yeah, the
of
trial and
times.
error needed to find out how many layers you need.
Yeah,
There's a few people that he can thank for not losing some fingers.
Yeah.
and like
Yeah,
and
it's
then-
listening
and
to
so,
Honor and Twice.
and after each one, after each time you use the knife, you had to you put the knife and then you put it into this they just kept basically a vat of boiling water near each person, and you throw the knife into that to sterilize it.
Right.
And then there was like a thing that you used to snag it out, and you snag the knife out and you got another knife. And so there was always one knife in there boiling. And he said what everybody did was that they'd have little bits of small bits of beef and stuff like that would fall into their area, and they throw that
Okay.
into the water, and then they this little snack, and they take it
Yeah.
Yeah.
and boil up a little beef and have a little snack.
Yeah. I used to work at a sausage company, and I went to the
go on.
and I went to the kill floor of the processing. Like, it was- yeah,
Not nearly
and
as
I
interesting as
toured
thought
it.
this was gonna be.
No, I toured it and we checked it all out. I mean, it was like, it's hippie Portland, so it was all like, natural, yada yada. But still, there, there's a kill floor because that's how
So
you
you
make
know
sausage.
how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
I do. I helped
He
make the
does.
sausage. Yep.
Ooh. That's actually the reason I started hunting, was just I wanted to know how it was done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad I did it too. Learned a lot of respect for nature and
Mhm.
the animal itself. Instead of buying
mean-
a package on the shelf, I understood where it comes from
Yeah.
personally. Yeah.
I knew a girl that I used to work with, and she had all those bumper stickers, the little picture of a baby chick, and said, "I am not a nugget." And and I remember when she left the bank, I got her a bumper sticker that said, "If we weren't supposed to eat animals, they wouldn't be made out of meat."
Mm,
Messed up. I like it.
She didn't think it was funny.
No, I bet not.
If it just didn't taste so dang good, I could be totally on board without eating animals. But I mean, man, it's just like, yeah, have some Brussels sprouts. Would you like Brussels sprouts or a nice roast beef sandwich?
Well, the real
Brussels
question
sprouts,
is, would you like
definitely.
Brussels sprouts or Brussels sprouts with bacon?
Yeah,
That's
you know,
that is the question.
That's
Yeah.
the question.
That's
This is-
it.
well, no,
Like-
and then
Brussels
then-
sprouts are good. Brussels sprouts with bacon are like
Yeah.
amazing.
You put
well,
bacon on
it's like
anything,
the
it's
it's like
amazing.
it's
though.
the,
Come
it's
on,
the
let's
old
be
Dennis
fair.
Leary bit when he talked about like he said
Getting you're a baseball glove.
yeah, you're a baseball glove. He said we only want to save the cute animals. We should just line up all the animals in a line and just say, okay, what are you? I'm an otter. Now, what do you do? Well, I swim around on my back and I do cute little human things with my hands. You're free to go. What are you? I'm a cow. Get in the truck. I'm a cow. You're a baseball glove. Get in the truck.
Yeah.
Just
Chickens are ugly, as you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, where's Scott? I was looking for. So I went to a concert last night, and he's the only one I think here that would care about what I went to see last night.
Okay, like knowing Scott, okay,
Yeah.
so it must have been some sort of like horrible, either like mid like cure or
Go on. Go on. You're in the right
some
vicinity.
sort of maybe a Morrissey, a
I know. I was stoked to show Scott.
oh,
Oh, that's
Bauhaus.
awesome. You saw Bauhaus?
Yeah.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
What
Dude,
did you and the other what did you and the 4 other people that went talk about?
No, it was awesome, man.
Bauhaus.
It was great. Like, I'm so impressed with singers as they age that can still freaking like
Yeah.
sing like just like they used to, you know. And dude, Peter Murphy still got it. He was awesome.
I still remember. I worked when I worked security for concerts. I probably did 100 concerts, and the one that I went to go and the one that I was there to be security for, who quite literally, they did not need me, and not because people didn't show up. There were plenty of people that showed up for the. I mean, it was in Fargo, North Dakota. I guessing there's like 800-900 people at this small auditorium, all very much fans of the man, but they did not need any security whatsoever. I mean, I remember when they said, yeah, he's going to go out to his tour bus, and he requested a security person just go out there and just keep an eye on him and make sure that everything's okay. And so then he went out, and then there was a small group of people that all just kind of like hovered around him and wanted to talk to him. And Bob Mould of Husker Du, and
Oh, yeah.
and like Husker Du, and then he was like in the band Sugar, and then he did a solo act for a while.
That's right.
Or whatever. And I remember and then basically it was him, and everybody just gave him like good 8-9 feet. And they asked, they were very about, would it be all right if you signed my ticket? Yeah, that's fine. And he was like just the most low-key guy ever. And I'm just like, I'm like 4 inches taller than him and twice as wide. I'm just standing next to him like 2.5 hours standing outside as he just wanted to talk to everybody about anything. Oh, what kind of flowers do you keep? Oh, that's really interesting. I'm like, come on, Bob, get on the bus.
I hate down to earth people.
Now, if you were in line, you would think totally different.
Maybe, but I was bored out of my mind.
Maybe you should learn about
Bored
Flower
out of my mind.
Garden.
Yeah. My neighbor was telling me Rod Stewart's going back out on tour.
Really?
Yeah, I was shocked. I was actually
Awesome.
surprised he's still alive, but shocked.
Still around.
I was surprised
Still
to hear
around.
Bauhaus was still a band.
I don't think they were for a long time. I don't know how long they've been back together. But
It's like the old was it I mean, now we've lost 2 or 3 of the Monkees, but
oh yeah,
yeah.
Mickey Dolenz and who are the other guys? Davy Jones.
so
David
no,
Jones,
Michael
right.
Nesmith,
Michael
an old Norm Macdonald joke was, he said the Monkees have gotten back together for a reunion tour that had been prevented by Michael Nesmith being the last holdout, and he's finally joined the tour. And Michael Nesmith, as you might remember, is known as being the last monkey to run out of money. But truth be told, Michael Nesmith did not run out of money. Michael Nesmith's mother invented liquid paper.
Really?
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah. And sold it to 3M for $1 billion
Wow.
and for the rights, to
Wow.
it, like
Whiteout
for some
thing?
perpetuity type thing. Yeah, Whiteout.
Wow. Wow.
She created it because she was like
amazing.
a secretary, and then
Yeah, she's like, oh, this will work.
Yeah, it worked.
So I was
now,
looking
of
at
course,
the top 20 charts there, and on the top of the charts is Better Than Ezra. And so guess who was second?
Not better than
that's
Ezra.
a horrible
Ben Folds five?
Ezra.
It was
Ezra.
decent. It was pretty decent.
Oh, come on. It was not great. It was not great.
Eh.
Oh.
They asked him in his interview, like, everybody does an impersonate. That's my voice. I
So,
will say this. I was never a huge fan. I mean, I was a fan, but not a huge fan of Gilbert Gottfried, just because I hated the character, the whole like,
Right.
you know, like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
then, but I did dive into a little bit of like, everybody was like, yeah, he didn't care who he pissed off. He just always went for the joke. And I was like, okay, I'll dive into this a little bit. Oh my heavens. That guy went for it no matter what.
Yes, he did.
He was never happier than when he was making everybody in the room uncomfortable with his humor. And that's what I'm not going to repeat the jokes that he did, but like he was doing in the roast of George Takei, and he was like, you know, when I was a kid, I had all kinds of bad jokes about gay men, and he did not use that terminology. And he's like, but since I have this old gay man here, and he once again did not use that terminology,
yes, right?
I might as well bring those out. And he pulled out these two big pieces of paper, and he just started reading off horribly insensitive old humor from whatever. And to his credit, George just sat there and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. He had the crowd in the palm of his hand. But I was just like, I couldn't even watch the whole thing. I was so just like personally embarrassed.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
I saw Gilbert Gottfried live in Vegas one time.
Really?
Yeah. I think he was like still doing the same set from the 70s. There's a lot of pop culture references that I was not the pop for that.
Well, this new, like, the comedians do a special every year or two thing. That's fairly new. You know,
Is it?
Yeah, it's maybe the last 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess now that there's like recorded things, it changes that a bit.
Yeah.
You have to actually change what you're doing. That makes sense. But yeah, like the jokes were real old. I was like, wait, I think I heard of her once. I think she died in the 60s. I think she was an actress, I'm pretty sure.
That's one
And then by
thing
the time you figured out who he's talking about, the joke's like long gone. Yeah.
That's one thing
There
I really
you
go
go,
to a comedy special, a comedy thing. I did on the cruise, but I've never been to like a comedy club.
Yeah.
Here we go. Betty Nesmith. Betty Nesmith was a typist who when they gave this whatever company gave her a typewriter that had sensitive key triggers and a carbon ribbon instead of one made of fabric. Therefore, the number of typos she made increased, and she tried using an eraser to correct the mistakes, but carbon ink would smear all over the page. She was a painter on the weekends, and so she started using that. With lettering, an artist never corrects by erasing, but always paints over the errors. So I decided to use the same thing. And then she called it Mistake Out in 1956. The name was later changed to Liquid Paper. Mistake Out started in the 1960s operating a small loss, but soon became an indispensable tool in the Secretary of Trade. She relocated production and shipping from her kitchen to a 10-foot by 26-foot portable metal structure in her backyard. And then she sold liquid paper, I'm sorry, not 3M, to Gillette Corporation for for $47.5 million in 1979, which is the equivalent of $175 million.
Yeah, he didn't run
for
out of
her.
money anytime soon.
Yeah, good for her. That's insane.
Yeah.
Big A's in the chat. He's too
We're
good
probably
to
like,
hear
oh,
your
must be
story,
nice
Evan.
to be the monkey.
What's that?
Big A's in the chat. It's too good to hear your story about your music there, Evan.
But what music?
Scott.
Oh, is he in the chat?
Yeah.
Was he excited about Bauhaus?
I don't think he heard it. I'm not sure.
Oh, all right.
He just like, oh, that's
Oh, Scott, I went and saw Bauhaus, and I thought you'd be excited, and I was bummed you weren't up on it.
I'm sorry, Shane. I cut you off.
What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. People were probably with, was his Michael Nesmith? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably like, oh, it must be nice to have all that money because you were a monkey. And he's like, no, has nothing to do with it.
Liquid paper. It's from my mom.
Liquid paper
My
from
mom. It's my mom. She made liquid paper.
Was he the real musician?
I have an allowance.
Even allowance.
I have an allowance. I get $1 million a year.
Exactly.
Blow it out your ass.
Who was the fourth guy? Mickey Dolan,
Mickey Dolan, Michael Nesmith,
Davy
Jones.
Davy Jones.
Who was the fourth?
Oh,
The
I can
fourth
picture 'em.
monkey. That's the name of my
Okay.
new autobiography. The fourth monkey.
The fourth monkey.
I can't think of the guy's name
I
now.
have no idea.
Let's find out.
I know. My brain's like, I
They
should
should have
know
called
this.
us.
May or may not have watched that show every single time it came on when I was.
I think
younger.
everybody did growing up to a certain age. Because again, there's only 3 channels and you got reruns. You know?
Right.
Thanks, Lucille Ball.
Daydream Believer is
Mickey Dolenz, Michael Naismith.
a jam.
I thought you
Peter
looked it up.
Tork.
Peter.
Peter, he's the
Tork.
real
Tork, there you
musician.
go.
That's the one
Okay.
who's an actual musician. Okay.
That's why we know him the least.
least.
No,
I get him
You're gonna-
confused.
you're
I
gonna
gotta-
defund yourself.
Yeah. To a
Daydream believer and a homecoming queen.
Yeah. That's a jam, baby.
It is a jam.
I used to watch the I used to like watching the old monkey show.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was fun, man. You know, just 4 guys out having a jolly old time, causing a little bit of trouble, but ultimately they were good guys.
They were good
Ultimately,
guys.
good guys.
You know,
Beatles
just-
light.
Yes, exactly.
Or was it the Beach Boys?
They were scamps,
I don't remember that.
just
getting
having
in
fun on the
trouble.
beach.
I don't know. People are weird. I mean,
That's
but
true.
that was I mean, and people think, oh, you know, it's like these like whatever bands that are just created by like, you know, like the boy band stuff.
Yeah, the
No,
boy
that's been
bands. I
around
mean,
forever.
they were a boy
Yeah,
band.
yeah.
Totally.
That's okay.
It was like, how can we make a Beach Boys / Beatles type
Yeah.
band
Yeah.
and make money off of it?
They were all boy bands. Yeah.
Find
Yeah,
some
in
people-
the intro they were on the beach surfing, right?
I think so. If I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
correctly.
I remember some with the surfboards and one of them
Yeah.
falling. Or one of them walk. I don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had the silly old surfing suits,
Yeah.
Yeah, they were always up to no good. Those
right?
monkeys.
Sons of bitches.
I couldn't tell you the plot line of a single episode ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Saved
no
my
idea.
life.
And that's why you liked it. You didn't have to think.
Yeah, I don't know if it was particularly compelling television, but I definitely watched it.
Yeah, no.
Like Gilligan's Island. How many episodes of that do you really remember?
I
Well, at
think
some point,
they
wouldn't you just
almost
kill
got
Gilligan?
off the island, and then Gilligan messed it
I
up.
know you're supposed to respect life and everything like that, but after like the 100th time Gilligan screwed up their attempt to get off the island, wouldn't you just eventually like go drown him in the lagoon? Just
Yeah, you're like you're done.
Sure, that was the plot of every episode.
well, that's the joke, you know. It's like you know, my favorite episode of Gilligan's Island, the one where they almost got off the island. You know, or my favorite episode of Three's Company, the one where they had the misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Your favorite episode of Seinfeld, the one where nothing happened?
Yeah. Oh, you know, Seinfeld, that's a kind of a misnomer. There was lots of episodes of Seinfeld where stuff happened.
That's true. That actually is
Yeah.
true.
I mean, the restaurant sketch was the one that like put them on the map for like they didn't have to have an overarching plot. It was just like, and that is one of my favorite lines ever when he says they're sitting there and then like she's getting hungry and she's like I just want to go over there and grab a roll off that table over there, and Jerry goes $50, and she's like, what do you mean? It's like $50. Walk over the table, don't say a word, take a roll, eat it, and come back. She looks at George and says, think I should do it, George? For $50, I go there and put my face in their soup and blow. You know,
That show was pretty funny. Hey, did you end up not watching the special thing?
what special thing?
Norm Macdonald.
What comes out tomorrow?
Oh, it comes
May
out tomorrow.
20th.
Okay.
I was.
Oh, okay.
I'll watch it.
I thought it was the 30th for some reason.
Hmm.
Tomorrow.
I thought we were going to watch it on the show live, and people could watch us like this. They could watch us watching that.
We
Well,
definitely get
from
copyright
the
issues with that.
description of it, and I don't know if it's,
Yeah.
if it's accurate from the description of it. It sounds like it's just him because he did it, and this is, I mean, you might have read the same thing, but he did it when he had the like he was in the I can't even talk. He was in his during COVID, he was in his apartment, and he just basically did it as a one-man show kind of thing to no audience, because he was going in for a surgery, and the surgery was like going to be really dicey, and like he thought he might not survive it, and he actually survived it.
Okay.
And so and then like it was one of those things where, but they still had it, and he had given it to somebody, and he said, hold on to this,
Just
you
in
might
case,
need
yeah.
it, just in case. Yeah. And then it turned out that, I mean, it went fine or whatever. And then and so it's like it's gonna be like that interspersed with like other comedians like telling stories about Norm,
Talking about
and what have you.
Oh, that should be cool. How
Yeah.
did he actually die? I think I forget.
Cancer.
He was cancer.
Yeah, he had and he had cancer like
Long
2 or
time.
3 times
Yeah.
before.
Well,
So like he had it when he was a kid, and he beat it, and then like he
Wow.
had it again. There was like there's even a couple of interviews where they talk, and like there's a couple of people, and they say oh, like we it's something, I forget what it is. It's like, oh, we haven't seen you in a while, Norm, or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, I took a couple of years off, and that was like the second time he had been sick, and like and then he beat cancer again, and
Wow.
then yeah, and then yeah, and there you go. So it was just one of those things where
you know what I just realized? Lance, you're more of a Shane than Shane.
why do you say that?
Because when I did my really bad Norm Macdonald impression, you were like, oh, that's horrible. And Shane was like, that's actually not that bad.
I wasn't.
know.
I was just listening, and at least I knew who you were trying to do.
See? See? And that's from Shane.
That's shame.
I watch a lot of Norm stuff, so like maybe, I don't know, I just notice it more or something like that.
I'm just more of a Norm Macdonald aficionado,
Than you,
and I
Shane.
don't appreciate it when somebody besmirches his good memory, his memory.
That's fair.
I
That's fair.
don't like it.
He was
I'm-
hilarious.
I'm going to work on it now. And then the next time I do it, you'll be like, that sucks.
Yeah. That actually
Still
kind of
sucks.
worries me about that kind of worries me about this Carlin special coming up, because he had a rough patch at the end. Like, he was a little down, It's-
Was he?
Yeah, it kind of worries. I don't know what Apatow's
Sometimes that's when
on this
people-
or not.
Sometimes that's when people put out their best stuff, though.
That's true.
Like I really
Yeah.
loved. There's this old novel called Mysterious Stranger. It was towards the tail end of Mark Twain's career, and it was like, at least in high school, I thought it was awesome. I haven't read it since, but it was like, it was a little darker. It was a little like less hopeful, and less like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
How
less
them old
fun.
people get, right, Lance? Lance, did you read like the Game of Thrones prequel series is coming up on HBO?
I
Did
know
you
what
read
it's
the
about.
books? Did you read the books, or book is based on? I'm curious
Well-
if this series is finished before I get invested in this goddamn show, and it goes off the rail, Are the books done? Is what I want to know.
Well, I know. Well, no, the books aren't done. He's still writing Winds of Winter, and it's like, it's taking forever for him to bring it out. And
No, I
there's
mean
still
the
another, and there's
prequel
still
stuff.
another book after that. So the prequel stuff, all of it's known. Like all the prequel stuff is already written. And so,
Good, that's what I
and so,
wanted to know.
and so the characters that this is about, like it's everyone that, like, if you want to, you can find out exactly what happens to everybody that they're going to do this about. So whether that's good or not, whatever.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't know nothing about
Just a
characters.
book? What were you guys talking about?
So in August, the new like basically prequel Game of Thrones.
Well, nope.
That's
That's
fine.
my favorite theme.
There's a meme for like season 7 or season 8, and it's one of the two Daves or whatever that they call them D&D, or they're one of the two Daves, and it's just like, so in season 6 we departed from the books, and so we thought for the last 2 seasons, why don't we just depart from all intellectual
We had many intricate strands that were working towards intertwining. And instead of all that, we just cut them. Just let them go, man.
yeah, we just
Just let them all go. Oh,
So is this
But
a
I watched
show
the
that's
whole
is the prequel a show or a book?
The show.
the
But-
show.
yeah, but it's based off of Martin's books. I just want to know if they're all done because I don't want to go through what I went through with Game of Thrones.
Nobody wants to go through that.
it was a collective drama.
I didn't read them. I don't care what he wrote. I just wanted to know, make sure it's done.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
Hopefully, the books will work out better than the show for you, Lance, if they ever get done.
It'll no, I mean, I'll watch it, whatever, who cares? What are you gonna do?
I will now that I know.
Watch it. That's what you do.
Oh yeah, I'll watch.
Yeah, yeah.
Shane,
And
are
then-
you
and
are
then-
you
and then make sure we can hate on it, and just
Make
like,
sure
we can
get
hate.
mad.
Definitely, I know
Right.
you're going to do that since you read the book, especially.
Well, no, so it isn't even like it's a book. It's just like I forget what it is, but basically
Anthology?
all of the all of the so all the people that came before, the people that we care about, like they were in that are in the books, and then
Yeah.
are like their ancestors. You know exactly like what happened to each of them,
Right.
and
Like
the
how far back?
Venerians?
like how far back, who killed them, how'd they die, where did they rule, who did they marry, who are their kids,
No,
all
I'm
that
curious.
stuff.
How far back is it supposed to be set? Like great
I mean,
grandmother?
it's like Rickard Starks. That would be like the
Like two generations.
I think if I'm not gonna Google it, but I think it would be Ned Stark's like grandfather or
Yeah.
great grandfather.
Yeah.
Like
so 2-3
that's how
generations
far,
back.
Yeah, that's how far back.
Good start. I don't think it's that. I think it's just one.
I think you're
I
just.
think it's just one generation back.
But
I don't remember.
You don't remember. You're useless to me, Evan. Useless.
No, right?
It's yeah, I'm sure.
When the stocks of the Targaryens aligned in the bedroom.
It sounded like Marlo Brando for a minute to me, but
Oh.
yeah. Then again, like I
Oh.
said, I was watching The Offer. Yeah.
I haven't seen Marlon Brando in a long time. Did kind of sound a little bit like that.
Oh, he's been dead a little bit. Yeah.
Is he? Dang, I guess I forgot.
Yeah.
Guess I forgot that. Shane, are you going to Origins?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Are you, going to Origins?
Oh
Big
yeah, I'll be
Bar on
there.
2, baby.
Big Bar on 2. Yeah, I'm staying with my brother. Apparently, he lives like 5 minutes from the convention center.
All right.
So I'm like,
Apparently,
excellent.
like you're not seeing your brother recently.
Well, I haven't been there.
Oh, you
He
never
just
been.
moved, he just moved there like in the middle of the pandemic,
What made him go there, Evan? I'm just curious.
just for work. He does
Work?
like IT stuff, like big fancy business IT stuff. So he gets moved around to wherever the company's doing a thing for several year contracts or whatever. But I'm probably going to try to rope everyone into at least one evening of karaoke.
Ooh, they're gonna love you for that.
Yeah, probably just they won't come, but I'm
I'll do
definitely
it.
gonna try.
Mm.
Yeah, there we go. There we
I'm
go.
in.
Shane's on board. That's how you start a party.
Shane's always looking for an excuse to get drunk and sing.
Well, you got the first part right. The second part is just something I'll do because of the first
It's
part.
an after effect.
Right.
I hear you. I'm
Let's go
Irish.
do karaoke. All right.
They've got drinks, right? All right. That's fine. Okay. Okay. No, it'll be a blast, man. I'm really looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun. Did you guys already find lodging and stuff?
Sort of. Yeah, well, yeah, we do have lodging, but like I might try to get different lodging if we can.
Okay.
Lance has somebody that has like has a room at the Hyatt that they maybe could give us
Okay.
or sell us. So
Okay.
Yeah,
I-
she's
I-
gonna get back to you tomorrow and see if
Okay.
it can be moved over.
why
I
you
the-
get free lodging for us at your brother's house?
Well, I theoretically we could squeeze one more person, so it doesn't quite cover everybody.
Oh.
But yeah, I know. I was when I called him, I was like, "So how much space do you have?
Yeah,
How
how
much floor
much-
space do you have?"
Well, how far is he from the place? 5 minutes, you said. In
This way, said like a 5-minute walk.
a walk.
A walk.
That's what he said. I
Wow.
haven't actually looked at the map, so I don't know how true that is. But
Well, you tell him he needs to move out. of
I'm
his
pretty sure he
house for
knows
a
where the
while.
convention center is, Evan, or the stadium. Yeah.
And then
I mean, he's probably right. But I guess I can look it up right now.
Oh, so you can get like the local eats instead of the tourist eats there.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna make him tell me what to do. Where should I go?
Because I
Alright.
haven't really traveled Columbus, but that's got to be the tourist section where.
I know. I told him, we always go to the whatever that's called, North Market or whatever that is. And he's like, "Oh yeah, that place is all right." I'm like, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, where should I be going?
All right. This is great.
See, and if he knows much better places, well, maybe we should.
Let's see. I mean, if he does,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
And Shane will like him. If not, he's a cocksucker.
I know. You said going to the big bar on 2 is just good to like sit there and talk shop and business deals and whatever. I always just think there's too many freaking people there, and I always think it's hilarious that like there's all these people yelling and drinking and whatever, making, and there's always like some group of 4 or 5 like trying to play a game that is way too complex. to be
Just
playing
for
at-
where they're
to
at.
be playing at 11:30 at night on a Friday, you know.
Yeah.
at a bar.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, we're trying to play Arc Nova. Shut up, nerd.
What bar was this?
It's just called the Big Bar on 2. It's
What's the,
Hyatt's bars on 2. It's super nice.
Oh, okay.
If you're able to have a room at the Hyatt, it is nice to like, yeah, I'm going to bed. You just get out of there.
Yeah.
What's the name of the place? The Hyatt.
That's what it's called, the Hyatt.
It's not
What's the name of
Hilton.
that place? Oh, the Hyatt.
It's called
What's the name of the Hyatt again?
The
All right, I'm just
Hyatt.
trying to find it on a map here. Okay.
Columbus Hyatt.
Oh, hey, we're trying to play Spirit Island over here. Could you keep it down?
Yeah. What's wrong?
Regency. Okay.
Some guy trying to play Dune Imperium or Root and like wondering.
Root.
Yeah, just like,
Oh, they're
Let me
trying.
see.
where's
They're
my
trying
order
to
of
have
waffle
fun,
fries?
man.
I'm hungry.
A waffle fry.
Not fond of waffle fries.
Okay.
See,
so here's
for me
this one.
it goes steak fries, then waffle fries. And
This
then I will go like the one like the fries that have still the peel on them. Like I don't know what the natural cut, I think is what
Yeah.
they call them. And then it just then after that it's kind of like you
Okay,
know, and
there
if
we go.
anybody tells you that sweet potato fries are good, they're wrong.
Oh.
They're garbage.
Oh.
You know the problem with sweet potato fries? I like them, but here's the problem. There's nothing you can dip them in. That's the problem. There's nothing to dip them in.
Yeah, you're right, Shane.
Like regular fries, you got ketchup,
Yeah.
mayo. Like you can dip them in anything, but like sweet potato fries, like they don't really go with anything. Like there's nothing to
That's
dip
true.
them in.
Even like
One,
vinegar. I don't think it go like
two,
malt vinegar or something like that. you know?
3, 4,
You know how to
5,
count? What the
6,
hell?
7, 8. It's like 12 blocks away from the Hyatt.
Isn't that
12
like
blocks.
2
Mile and
miles?
a half. Mile and a half.
12 blocks
ain't
is not
5
a
minutes.
5-minute walk. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
Like how many city blocks is a mile? Isn't it like 8,
10.
10? All right.
Mile
Yeah,
and a
so
So
half.
it's like 1.2
just- yeah.
miles.
Yeah.
He's
not
walking
that
a
bad.
mile and he's walking 1.2 miles in 5 minutes. What is he, a power walker?
I
Like,
mean,
world class?
Well,
That kid can move
when
his
the
hips,
4-minute
man.
mile was the one that, like, just
that kid can move hips. Yeah, I'm gonna walk it. That looks fine to me. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, it'll do you good, Evan.
Good
Get
for
out
you.
in nature more.
Yeah.
I
Did
miss
you
hiking.
on the HBO streaming they had Winning Time, which was about the Lakers in the 80s.
I
Really
just finished
good.
that. It was a good
Real
movie.
good, real
Oh,
good to
yeah.
watch. But
Good
one of
stuff.
the things on it is, and John C. Riley plays Jerry Buss.
Yeah.
And but there's an opening, and I can't remember everything, but they talk about the first guy, like basically everybody, all these people said you can't run a mile in under 4 minutes. It just can't be done. And like nobody had done it for like forever. Like it just had never happened.
Yeah.
And then basically this guy, like he was a runner. It wasn't like he came out of nowhere, but like, basically a school teacher who also was like training himself to run was at something, and he was just like, I'm going to try to do it, and I'm going to do it. And then he goes and he ran a mile in like 3 minutes, 59 seconds,
Yeah.
and like 6/10, whatever he did.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
he dropped, and then he dropped dead.
No, he did it, and he did it.
Dropped
And the
it.
thing was,
Then he got
it was
shot
like-
in the Achilles tendon.
They said, "I'll never do that again."
So he did it, right? And then less than 2 weeks later, somebody else did it. Like, did it
Yeah.
again. And it was just like, and he's talking about, he was like, nobody could do it until one person convinced themselves they could. And as soon as one person convinced themselves that they could,
Oh, that's possible. Okay.
then basically
Yeah.
the other people that were saying, oh, it can't be done, like somebody else, because the other guy had run and done it many times and never run a 4 minute, like under 4 minute mile. But as soon as somebody was able to do it and showed that it could be done,
Right.
all of a sudden, boom, it just opened up the floodgates, and people
It's
were
all
like,
about
okay,
the
Ken.
power of saying no.
Yeah. What he said.
Power of
Got
saying
to do
no.
it.
I did think that was interesting.
Because if you learn to say nay, you just don't have to work as hard or run as fast. Right?
Oh, those all sound pretty good. Running. Ugh, why would you do
Ex-
that?
Exactly.
Is someone
Yeah.
chasing you?
Is there a
I mean,
mountain
then,
lion?
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Something
What's going on?
changes. Iggy?
The idea of running. Oh, my legs, my feet, my heart, my back.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
There was I can't remember the
Which one did
the actor now, or the comedian. God, I can picture him. But he had a really good bit about drinking and how you convince yourself the more that you drink as you're out, and like you should really stop drinking and go home. Like you just, and you sit there and you convince yourself not to, and then like he kept on going on, and it's just like,
The
it's
cards alone.
yeah, no, I forget the act, but like he's just talking about it. It's just like, as long, it's like, okay, you had your meal with your friends, and now you're at the bar at the place, and you've had a few beers, and you look down, and everybody's like, let's just have one more, and you look at your watch, and you see it's 9 o'clock, and you say, well, as long as I leave by 10, I can get home, I can take a shower, I can get in bed, and I'll still get 7 hours of sleep, and I'll be okay the next day. And he's like, it's midnight. It's like the beer has been replaced by scotch. And you look down at your watch and say, okay, as long as I stop drinking by 1, and I get home, and I tell them I'll be an hour late for work, I'll be fine. Then one of the things, it's like, it goes on and on. It's very funny, and he gets to like, it's 5:30 in the morning. You've it's like you're at some after hours hangout drinking some sort of blue liquid that has normally been used to clean combs and barber shops. You
Sounds
walk
about right.
outside, you see the sun. He's like, you see people jogging. Oh, you know, just like, you know, and they look at you and they know. You know, just
That sounds right.
yeah. No. It's what are you gonna do? You know, just but I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it isn't like I would like, you know, go to a BGG con, run into some guy who's gonna drag me off the bar.
Good luck
And
dragging
take-
you
yeah,
off anywhere. As big as you are.
take Mike and Shane out drinking all night long, and
Right.
I don't know what that would never happen.
Right.
Never.
Never happen.
I was
Never.
just like, you
I
guys
just
were
get-
you guys were really not feeling well the next day.
Nah, I mean, I felt better.
Did you learn your lesson or no?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
It's a great night.
Sure.
I didn't pay one dime.
Really. That's always a good night. Did you at least tip?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
plenty of tips.
That's yeah, I just remember you were sleeping on the floor, and like, I mean, that was the craziest thing, because Mike said, hey, Mike called me and he's like, hey, we're actually gonna leave with this guy. Did you want to come out and have a few drinks? And I was like, and I had just started playing. I don't even remember what the game was. I
A
just
few
started
drinks.
playing. What?
A few drinks.
Yeah.
A couple.
Yeah, just like, but no, I had just started playing. I can't remember what the name of the game was, but I sat down to play it with Aldi, and I can't remember her name, Jen something. I can't remember her name. And I just sat down to play, and I was like, no, I can't. I just started this game, and then I was just like, and then it turned out the game was like super long. Like, it just took it was a euro, and like we had some rules system, and so like the side of the box said like, oh, it was the new Friedman Freeze game at that time, and the side of the box said 90 minutes or something like that, and like nearly 3 hours later we finished it, and I was like, 90 minutes, my ass, you know what a bunch of garbage this was. And it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I was like, oh man, I gotta make sure I'm really quiet, I don't wake anybody up when I I remember creeping in like super quiet. I got like the suitcases are still on top of the beds. Just like, there's nobody here. What the hell? Are they dead? Yeah, just like I was like, all right,
We're
I'm
close. Very close. Very close.
Oh, yeah. I was sure I was gonna wake somebody up, but no.
Not in that crowd.
Not
Not in that crowd.
You're not that crowd.
Night.
So you stay with your brother and
Yeah.
friends, Evan? That ought to be
Yeah.
an interesting week.
Well, I mean, he's got work, and and I'm going to be doing convention stuff almost all the time. But we're planning to hang out like one night or something, do some karaoke.
Poor guy.
No, he's great, man. My little brother's awesome. He's like, yeah, he's awesome. He's an amazing musician, tall, skinny, has a full head of hair.
Really? What happened there?
Well, he got the good genes. That's what happened.
Apparently so.
His mom didn't tell him about the postman.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
Like-
one thing I do miss, being closer to my brother or sister.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only like an hour and a half, depending, but even
Yeah,
that,
that's a
we're
lot though. Still, yeah. An hour is enough to make you not see the person very often.
It was really rough on my sister.
Yeah.
We were close. We're thick as thieves. We're only like 18 months apart.
Yeah. Yeah. Like my brother lived 3 hours away up in Seattle, and we saw each other once every quarter or so.
Yeah.
Just, you got to plan ahead, and you can't do a thing. And
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, I'm trying to get another extra thing together, but
oh, dude.
I'm waiting on my uncle. He's iffy with the health, so
I set up for my buddy's birthday. I should figure out when it is, sometime in June. Actually, I think I'm out of town for his birthday. Sorry, buddy.
Oh.
I set up in my backyard like just a couple of plywoods, and
Yeah.
like nailed them to a tree and went to the hardware store and just bought some axes.
Uh,
Just like little $4 axes or just
Yeah.
janky cheap axes. We
I-
just spent the entire weekend drinking whiskey and throwing axes. It was not safe, but it was a blast.
That's
Sounds
not a
good.
bad idea. I could do that here.
It was fun, man. That was
I
fun.
shot a bow and arrow here. I'm sure I can get away with
We
it.
had a great time. Throwing axes just feels awesome.
Yeah, we had
Throwing
a
an
good
axe feels awesome,
Yeah, it like
Yeah.
connects you with your primal hunter.
especially when it just clefts right into the brain.
time. Right. Yeah. No,
Just
I get what
when-
you're saying.
When you throw it wide of a huge piece of plywood and you're like, I would not be a successful hunter.
Yeah, you're like that.
Nah,
That
you just need practice.
animal is now chasing me down
Yeah. Yeah.
and
I-
eating me for dinner.
Yes, exactly. I was like,
Yes,
I
The
would not
bear's
be
like,
successful.
what the fuck, dude? All right, exactly. What?
Well, I
just you
remember-
do practice and a set of
Don't ask
balls,
me.
you're fine.
I remember somebody told me like when you throw.
Well, think about it. At some point, somebody actually had to do that. You know?
Yeah,
But when
yeah.
when you throw an axe or if you throw a throwing knife, the idea is it only spins once. Like
Yeah.
it isn't supposed to spin more.
Oh,
Like so it's like you're supposed to like get it down because like if it's like that, you're never gonna hit anything. Yeah,
Ah.
because-
well, you weren't over at the house to help me
Yeah.
figure this out. So
No,
I was
no.
spinning the thing as much as possible to get
I
the most.
remember reading
the
a
most
story
flick.
from like
Son of
like 20 years
Where
ago
were
or
you when I
so.
needed you?
A father and a son were out bow hunting like elk in Alaska or something.
Sounds like the beginning of a joke.
Well, no, yeah. but you don't come up here for the hunting, do you? No.
They're fun
No,
animals, elk.
So, but anyways, they're all bow hunting, and as they're like doing whatever, I don't know what the story was, but the son stumbled upon like some freaking bear, like a grizzly bear or something like that,
Yeah.
and the thing was attacking him, and the son was like did the cower up and like trying
Yeah.
to hide, and the dad's watching this thing kill his son. And so he didn't, and all he had was a bow and arrow. And so he was like, okay. And so he had something that he threw at the thing to get its attention. And then it started lumbering at him. And he basically said, I got one shot and you
Yep.
got this bow. And he said he had to wait until it was like basically 4 feet away.
Yeah, definitely don't miss.
Like basically,
Yeah.
and he shot it like through the mouth out
Wow.
the back, and and then the thing of course ran off and died.
Holy
But
shit,
like,
he got
can you
lucky.
imagine? Can you imagine
Wow.
just sitting there just like, okay, well,
This is it.
put up or shut up.
Yeah.
And he got
I
lucky.
mean, yeah. 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 You don't want me on your post-apocalyptic team. That's what I figured out. At least if we're axe wielding.
Well, that's why they say like if you go hiking out anywhere where you're supposed to wear bells and it's just stuff that makes lots
Bear
of noise.
spray,
The bears hear you and just say, I don't know what that is, but just
Yeah.
let's go. You're just like,
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with the Bigfoot with the bells right now.
Yeah.
Let's just keep moving.
Especially if you know you're in grizzly country. Yeah. Like,
Yeah. And that
I would-
Bigfoot has lost a lot of hair.
when I hiked that
That guy's obviously sick.
When I hiked the Appalachian Trail and I was up in the Smokies, they actually locked us in cages at night, closed it
Oh,
up.
wow.
And I believe we had to have bear spray. It was 20 some odd years ago, but I believe we had to have like a little can of spray with us. And I was
Yep.
like, that freaked me out because I'm used to up here we have bears, but you make noise, they run off. I've seen
Yeah.
as much time as been in the woods, I've seen maybe a half dozen bears.
Right.
2 of them up close. Yeah. One of them recently when we were up hunting, I guess he was waking up from hibernation or something. He got scent of a kill of a deer
Hmm.
and he came up, and then the first night they spooked him away, but they left him hanging. The second night he came up and just tore the shoulder off of it.
Wow.
It's like, people don't understand that though. You know, it's most of the time bear are scaredy unless it's cornered or it's just a bad time of the year. You know?
Or
Or it's
mom with her
disease.
cubs.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, you don't have to go up and endanger yourself to spend the night in a cage, man. There's a place in Portland if you ever come into town.
I didn't know.
I can get you in there.
I didn't know. Like my brother was like, "Yeah, we got to do some stuff up in the Smokies." You know, like the bear spray. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had a bear spray. I remember that. But then we got there and it's like locked in cages. I'm like, "Whoa, what was this all about?" Yeah.
I'm all about it. I don't think I would like. Yeah, sharks for me. Even in those cages, I still wouldn't do it. I'd be like, nope, nope.
What,
Hey,
sharks?
bear.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
an
yeah.
ocean guy.
You know, like
Well, see,
you dive
so
and you got the cage around you. Even that, I'd be like,
I forget the
Yeah.
person who said the quote. It said if like it was a comedian and he was talking about sharks. He's like, I don't go swimming in the ocean. He's like, because there's things in there that'll eat me. You know, he goes, no, this is, you know, it's like sharks have been around for 500 million years. If there were dinosaurs outside, would you go out there and play basketball? It's like- it's like-
yeah.
that
No,
makes
no
sense. Right?
thanks.
It's just like, yeah, just
There's a reason sharks are still around.
some T-Rexes
Yeah.
running around outside. You know, I'm gonna go shoot some jays.
We do. They're chickens.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
right.
that's true. Yeah. So
Or they
That's
might
true.
be alligators. One of them.
speaking of alligators, I never. It's a year or so old, but I had never seen it. Some freaking crocodile like tried to attack. I mean, it's nature, so I mean, you just whatever. It's the crocodile got killed, but tried to attack a baby elephant,
Huh.
and the mom just ripped it apart. Just like you can find it, like you can see it's like holding it down with like, and then wrapping its trunk and just ripping it up. Just
Oh,
like-
wow. I'll have to
Wow.
look that up. Wow.
yeah, just like
Wow.
yeah. Oh, you done fucked up now.
The other crocodiles are like, holy fuck.
Yeah. Nope. Nope.
We won't do that again.
Yeah.
Daddy always got that one dumb one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going for it. Okay.
Good luck. Good luck storming
It's
the
amazing.
castle.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, that's actually a good Norm Macdonald bit after the crocodile hunter was killed, and he was telling he was making jokes about it on Conan O'Brien, and I mean, and Conan's like, please don't make me laugh. No, and he was just like, but yeah, but his whole bit was that he's just like, it's like, you gotta imagine the crocodiles are all sitting around talking, just like, hey, sure, the crocodile hunter died, and it's just like, oh, did Jason finally get him? No, you're not gonna believe it. Just like, huh? And he's just like, hey, did I ever tell you about the time I almost, yes, Bill, almost 1,000 fucking times you've heard this story. But was it Jason? No, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like their but yeah, Conan O'Brien's laughing. He's like, please stop. I can't laugh at this. Just stop.
Inappropriate.
Yeah, inappropriate.
Inappropriate.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but it's like maybe we should be glad that he didn't hang out so long that we found out something awful about him. So
Who, the crocodile
then
guy?
it couldn't be funny anymore.
Oh, Norm.
So
Nah, something will come up, I'm sure.
well, I'm sure,
Yeah.
but
It's just the world we live in. Gotta piss all over the Cheerios.
What did he say? He said he's like in the Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee episode with Jerry Seinfeld, and he said,
Oh, yeah.
Patton Oswalt said that the Bill Cosby thing. He's like, the worst part about it was the hypocrisy. And like Jerry's like, oh, but I didn't think so. It's like, I thought it was the rape. Just like, and then and then it would be the drugging. And then it would be the scheming. You know, it's just like, I mean, hypocrisy, that would be like 10th or 11th on my list. You're just like, Norm. Oh, and then like there's another thing they said about him where he said like his bit was that like he was at some place in Iowa like to do for like a church function type thing, and he went there to go tell like his jokes, and it was just like, and he just went up there and he decided he was just going to be like filthy and like crude, and like everybody else was doing very much G-rated comedy, and he went up there and he just went for his straight R-rated stuff, and people like were getting up and leaving and like walking out, and people were booing, and he just kept going, and like because they didn't know what to do, and they couldn't. And then like the next day he was supposed to be part of some charity golf tournament or something like that, like people had paid money to golf with them or whatever, like for charity, and they ended up giving the money back to the people, and they when he got back they were like, you need to go. They threw him out. But yeah, good old Norm.
Good old.
Did he still get paid?
He got
Who
paid.
knows?
Right.
Probably. You know, what are you gonna do?
Probably.
He may not even care.
Exactly. That might have been what he was going for.
You know, having the story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag with me. I don't know if I really want to know that much about my entertainment. You know, people. I was thinking, like you mentioned, Cosby. As much bad shit as he did a lot of good for like the industry in general.
Doesn't matter.
You know, but it's, I don't know. It is a mixed bag. Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Got to separate the art from the artist.
Yeah. It's kind of a deal like that. Yeah. Not that I'm condoning what he did. I'm just saying.
Why? No, it's not.
They give a lot of
condoning.
people
I think what it is,
opportunities.
and
Black
what
stuntman.
what I've wrapped my
Yeah.
head around is the fact is that there's lots of people that tell jokes, right? So let's just find somebody else to laugh at. You know, I mean, and I
Yeah.
remember being a kid and sitting there and listening to the Bill Cosby records and just laughing my butt off with my friends, just thinking it was just so hilarious. Reading, and I'm going through his bits that I could probably like quote, you know, just that I must have listened to those like dozens of times, listening to like his old albums and like his Fat Albert stuff and stuff like that. It was great. It was just absolutely hilarious. But you know, turns out he's just like kind of a piece of crap human. So there's lots of people out there telling jokes that aren't, you know, pieces of crap. So I'll just laugh at those people instead. You know, just but yeah, it's I mean, I don't feel bad that I laughed at that stuff. I mean, his whole bit about like the Fat Albert bit about like, you know, just how like them like, you know, using a Frankenstein monster to scare him and stuff like that. I mean, if you go, I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody to go find it or anything like that, but I mean, I remember sitting there listening to that, or even like the Bill Cosby himself stuff about like talking about growing up with his parents and stuff. His whole bit with it's like when my parents come to the house, he said, what does he say? He said, my first thing my dad says is, let's see if Grandpa's got some money for his children, for his grandchildren, and then he's like, this is a guy when I asked him for money for a loose leaf notebook for school, he told me about how he had to like beat a bear to death with his pencil and compass because he was forced to walk, and he said like his mom all she wants to do is hug and kiss her grandchildren. They think my mother's the most wonderful, nicest person in the whole wide world. But I took him aside. I said, that's just an old lady trying to get into heaven.
Yeah, I remember that.
Just yeah, no, just it's too bad. right? But whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But now, and but now we got a society that everybody's just got to stop and gawk and have their opinion about two multi-million-dollar actors that want to argue about what they said or what they did while they were married, and the entire world just stops, and we got to like, because these two people that have millions of dollars just, I hate this world.
I think I know who you're talking.
Yeah, I know, and
I have no clue.
A designer who I greatly respect. He said,
Oh.
I don't care about Johnny. I don't care about either of these people. I care about the Ukraine. I was just like, yes, well done, Scott Demers. I agree with you.
Yeah,
What he said.
we are really bad at like maintaining focus on things that matter more.
They fucking matter, yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't really. Our media gears us that way, though.
Yeah.
It's not completely our. Well, to an extent.
well, I mean,
In a way that, we no, media only gives us what we as human beings want.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
that's true.
we,
if we watch it, they'll bring it. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, dirty laundry, baby.
hmm
Yeah. Dirty laundry.
hmm
I don't know if it's that we just want to see other people are more miserable than we are, or
Yeah, I
We
believe that's part
love-
of it.
We love to see people that are great. We love to watch them tumble. I mean, that's
Yeah.
just,
Isn't there a
that's
German word for that?
Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
That also had one of my favorite. That's also one of my favorite Simpson moments where Lisa says when Ned Flanders the Leftorium is going under because and Homer keeps going to the mall to see that he doesn't have a single customer or whatever, and he's just like, oh, look at him. He's like, nobody's buying anything. And Lisa goes, Dad, what you're experiencing is Schadenfreude. He's like, what is that? It's a German word for shameful joy. You're taking happiness out of somebody else's misery. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm just happy to see him and his stupid idea fall flat on his butt. He's like, it's like, he says, do the Germans have a word for that? Yes, it's sour grapes. Oh man, the Germans, they just have all the good words.
Oh, oh, speaking of sour grapes, I think I'm gonna make vinegar tomorrow.
Oh, look at you.
You can make vinegar. That's pretty cool.
I'm gonna make a strawberry and a pineapple vinegar. I forget a pineapple. I forgot.
what do
to
you
cook it.
use that in?
I was like, cocktail. That sounds delicious.
I don't really know. I cook with like a lot of Asian ingredients, so I think that would go well in place of rice wine vinegar. Like I like
Yeah,
the sweet and
okay.
sour type deal.
Yeah, that sounds
And,
good, man.
But first, I gotta make basically strawberry and pineapple moonshine before I can turn it into vinegar. So that ought to be fun.
Why
Gotta
would
go
you?
right-
Why would you waste good moonshine by turning it into vinegar?
I can't
I
do
wanna know.
moonshine, man. I can't do that anymore. I used to get corn liquor when we go up the oh man. I don't drink wine because of homemade wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next morning I threw up red. I was like, I thought I was
Uh-huh.
bleeding. I was like, never again. But moonshine, it's my back will give me signals like when it's time to stop doing things,
Yeah.
like walking in particular. But with the moonshine, it hides that.
Right. And then you
So,
overdo it.
No,
Yeah.
I go to stand up and I can't,
right.
or I just fall. Yeah. And not because I'm drunk. It's just after like 3 or 4 drinks of it, I'm done. I just can't feel it.
I was in this place in Africa and they had this. It was essentially like, local moonshine. It was called apateshi.
Apateshi? What was it made out
Apateshi.
of?
I don't remember. I think it was rice.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Maybe it was cassava. I don't know. It wasn't good. It wasn't like the worst I've ever had.
I had
But it
a
was definitely like, whew.
at Disney World in Epcot. I had an African beer. It was the same thing. It was not for me. and it had a weird aftertaste that just did not go away for a while. You
Do you remember the name of it? I don't remember drinking any. I don't remember drinking any beer there.
I can't remember.
I had a lot of palm wine and apoteshi.
Actually, I don't even know if it was still there the last time I went. Like I said, it changed. Epcot changed. It went from like beer, maybe wine at one point, and then all of a sudden they got hard liquor in there. Other than the one Mexican place that had the margaritas, you know, it was basically beer and wine, and then like hard liquor, whiskeys and stuff like that. And it's just sloppy drunks at times now, which I don't particularly enjoy. Yeah,
Palm wine can be surprisingly good.
palm wine.
Palm wine, yeah, and really bad because you just like depending on where you go, like you just have the stuff that family made,
Okay,
you know, and like some of it was actually really good. Some of it,
So much.
Never heard of that. It's amazing that every culture figured out a way to ferment something in the alcohol. You know?
yeah, man, it goes back. I think the first things they found, it goes back like at least, I think it was like 8,000 or 9,000 years, and like probably also before that.
I just want to know who the first person was like, yeah, we left this out. It smells kind of funky. Go try that. You
Yeah.
know, who was the first guy who figured it out?
And then he was like, you shouldn't
Do
drink
this.
that.
I'm going to take the whole thing myself.
I'm just gonna get rid of this for us right now.
I'll be back in a couple of days.
It's
It's been around a long time. I know that.
And it's amazing how many people take to it. Like I was reading a thing about the Vikings introduction to Native Americans and how they gave them
Skralings. That's what they
the
call them.
Skralings. But the
What's the
Vikings
Skraeling?
gave them
It's the Viking
uh,
word for Native Americans. So
Oh.
they called them the Skralings.
it wasn't a very nice word for them.
Oh, really?
But they gave them it was either milk or cheese, I can't remember. And the Native Americans were lactose intolerant and got sick and thought they were poisoning them, so they started attacking them. You know, and it started a very bad thing between the two.
Oh,
And that's why the
interesting.
Vikings eventually left.
Huh.
One of the reasons that they think. Another one might be drought or climate, but
Sure.
yeah, but it's amazing how certain cultures.
Drought, climate, or dairy. We're not really sure which one it was.
But Native Americans also didn't take well to what did the settlers bring? Whiskey, or they call it firewater a lot. They didn't take well to that, you know.
Yeah.
It's amazing how some cultures take well to certain things and not others.
Yeah.
Even Jen, she's lactose intolerant. I had fun finding that out because she's determined to eat cheese and ice cream and milk. I was going to make cheese at home, and I was like, "How much does a gallon of milk cost?" She's like, "I don't know," because she buys this lactose intolerant stuff, which is
yeah.
not very good. Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
filmy thing, aftertaste weird.
Yeah. There's a few alternative milks that I've come to like. The most consistently decent is usually almond milk, but a really good oat milk is really good too.
I don't think Jen liked the. Oh no, she did like the almond milk.
How do you get milk out of an almond?
It's just water. Yeah, it's just soaked in. It's like bean
They have
water.
little tiny udders. You can find them if you look.
Yeah, exactly.
Shane, have you ever made something with dried beans and soaked the beans overnight?
Yeah.
Now imagine you squeeze the beans into the water and then threw it in a bottle and said, "Here's your milk." That's almost the same thing, but they usually hit it with some kind of sweetener and vanilla.
I see.
I think there's some amount of like just using a straight up press that squeezes out the liquid, you know, in the item. And then they probably do a certain amount of like blended up almond and put that back into the mix is my guess. I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. Like, how many almonds do you have to get to get
lot.
like a gallon of almond milk? I mean, it feels like you
Probably
would
a
need to
lot.
have like 3 trees worth of almonds to
I
get.
was
Like,
actually-
I mean, have you ever tried to squeeze fresh squeezed orange juice?
Oh,
yeah, you need a bunch.
Yeah, like you're like, oh, I got like 7 oranges here, and you're like, you squeeze them, you're like, that's not really that much. I can't
Yeah.
imagine squeezing almonds to get that
Mhm.
much
Yeah.
milk.
I know, isn't that orange juice stuff is just the craziest? It's like,
I was
um,
actually watching a thing on that, Shane, about that whole almond industry and how there's a lot of stuff going on there, like water,
Water usage is really high on
monopolies and
almonds.
stuff like that,
Yeah.
and land monopolies, just to fuel the industry.
Mhm.
Although they have taken bees or something out there to like pollinate because they had some issue. So I guess there's a little bit coming out of
The
it. But
third season of was that Bob Thornton lawyer show? Wasn't that was
Bad grandpa lawyer. No, bad
No.
Santa lawyer. That's what it is.
no, it
caveman
was,
lawyer.
Caveman
it was on
Oh.
Amazon. I know what you're talking about.
it's a really good show.
Yeah, it
Goliath.
was.
Goliath.
Goliath,
If you haven't
yeah.
seen it, it's really good. But like I think the
Haven't seen
third
it.
season was about that, the almond industry.
I don't remember if I
Yeah,
saw the
it's
third
pretty
season.
interesting to see these like new markets like start up as like, you know, indie alterna, small, you know, healthy / environment
Yeah.
conscious little things. And then like when it turns into an industry, obviously things change, you know.
I wonder if that's just naivety in the beginning. Yeah.
No, I think it's just, you know, once a market, you know, is known to be growing, then the players that have money to create monopolies in those markets like do so.
Yeah.
And then the little guys that were like squeezing it in their house, you know, you can't go sell that in new seasons, you know, like
Right. Then what they do is they go to farmers markets and charge 4 times the amount.
Yeah.
yes,
They're just like, yeah, this is more natural.
yeah.
So you gotta
Yeah.
pay
Have
more
you
money
guys
for
ever
this.
tried to get raw milk? In Delaware's like trying to get cocaine. It's nuts.
I mean, it's illegal. Yeah.
There was a whole bit. There was a whole bit.
I just went to
on,
make cheese, see what it was like
no,
with raw
no,
milk. It's all.
on,
Raw milk illegal?
Yeah.
In a lot of states, yeah. I was surprised to find
Yeah.
out too.
on
Shane.
Schitt's Creek. If you watch Schitt's Creek,
Mhm.
there's a whole bit where like he like if you first of all, if you're not watching Schitt's Creek, that is reason enough to own.
Is it really good?
Yeah,
Oh
I-
my
Schitt's Creek
God,
is-
you've
I dropped
never
off for
seen
the
it?
last couple.
You haven't
but
saw
I'll
the
get back
Schitt's
to
Creek?
it.
I saw the like first half of the first episode. It was like, nah.
Oh,
Okay,
and
so-
without
yeah.
giving away anything, it's like
it gets so much better.
Really?
and the people actually evolve, and there's
Okay,
there's
that's
story
nice.
arcs, and
So-
it's
That's
just-
nice.
So I had the same reaction you did.
Yeah.
When it first came out, I watched like half of the first episode,
Yeah.
saw the name of the show, and I was like, this is dumb. And I
Yes.
just was like, yep, nope, not for me. And then it was like a few years later, and someone was like, you know, oh, Schitt's Creek, and everyone was talking about it. And I was like, really? I'm like, it just felt like the whole show was that once the name was just the punchline.
Right.
And it was like, okay, like whatever. But it turned into something that was like one of the best shows that's ever been like made.
Interesting.
Amazing.
Okay.
Like just amazing. Hilarious, but like the characters all grow in a way that's like you actually give a shit about them. And yeah, it's like was shocking to me.
I like it. Yeah. I like it when shows take a left turn. You know, like the first season of Parks and Rec is like,
Well, have you ever
And
watched
it-
the first season of Seinfeld?
yeah. And you're like, oh, or did you watch Shameless?
Yeah.
Like the first few episodes, like they thought it was going to be like, oh, that wacky William H. Macy, you know, and then like the show starts getting like
Really
more
yeah,
real
dark.
and gritty and like, and you're like, oh, like it's still slightly farcical, but like, I don't know.
Right.
It definitely
Yeah.
turns.
Yeah, definitely more like not what you expected, right?
Yeah.
Like
I feel
he
like the
plays a
writers,
drunk.
yeah, the writers figure out like, oh, we've got something going on here. Let's lean into that. It's not the show that we pitched you, but it's a better show.
Right, it's a better show.
Yeah. All right, I'll check out shit.
You know,
Alright.
you gotta watch, and you gotta watch like, you know, you gotta stick with it for I mean, it's not even like bad the first few episodes once you know like that it's like actually like that the show actually is good. Like I said, I was turned off by it immediately because the name I just thought was like I was like, okay, I get it. You're you
Right.
know, like, oh, it's called Schitt's Creek. Like,
Exactly.
you know, like it just felt like so obvious and I was just dumb. But then once you just kind of get rid of that out of your like you stop thinking about that and just watch the show, it's just good.
All right.
So
Just
right.
good.
I'll watch it.
Just you. Yeah, Jen likes it a lot. I just fell off of it. It's again, I don't remember when stuff comes out. Jen started watching this. What the hell is it called? It's on Prime. About this group of teenagers that get trapped on an island. And it's like some kind of
The 100. No.
social experiment or something, where these doctors are like observing them unbeknownst to them, so they really think they're stranded. They have no idea it's just an experiment. But
I feel like I've
it's
seen it.
it's in its second season, and Jen was watching part of the second season now, and they deal with some really dark, weird shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why is this geared towards teenagers to begin with? You know, because these actors are like 30 fucking years old, but
Right.
you know, and why are they showing this? You know,
Yeah. It's kind of like what was the game show version of that where the 18-year-olds jump into a arena and kill each other
I have no
Oh,
idea what you're talking about.
with what's her butt?
yeah, like it was like not that long. I mean, maybe like
And
8
there's like a
years
little
ago.
whistling thing.
Um,
Oh, the Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. There
yeah,
it is.
No,
So kind of like the Hunger Games,
no, it was
but they don't know that it's
they dealt with this weird power struggle thing with two dudes and coming on one. It was weird, dark shit. You know, and there's other weird stuff too. Like it's weird. And
if your
dark.
wife is into weird dark sci-fi,
She never seen this coming either. Okay. No pun intended.
yeah, you say that, but she knew.
she knew.
Because I turned to her when I
Oh, is that weird? Okay, let's watch it.
I turned to her when I saw
Oh,
this,
yeah,
and
well,
she
so I mean, we're
looked at
watching
me.
it now,
It's
so
like-
we may as well.
You want to change it? No, I'm good. I'm good. Don't you remember you told me and love me, baby?
So good.
There's this Portuguese show, or no, it's Brazilian. It's Brazilian. They're speaking Portuguese. Called
Yes.
3%. It's like the 3% or something.
I've seen it.
Have you? Yeah.
They got the subtitles on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen
Did your wife like it?
I don't remember if she watched it with me.
Because I feel like that kind of falls in that same category of like weird social experiment /
Yeah, I see similar. Yeah.
like putting people in weird, messed up situations.
Yeah. It's sort of like that. What was that big one, that Korean one? Squid Games or something?
I never did watch that one.
That was
guess,
good.
I guess people are attracted to that type of thing.
That was really good because
I haven't seen it either.
so basically it's like the people show up and they have, right away from did you watch Squid Games, Shane?
What? Squid Game? No, my kids watched it.
So, they show up and then they're like, oh, it's like, hey, and they think, oh, we're going to do like a little game show. And then all of a sudden people are getting shot and killed. And then they're like,
Right.
but everybody that's in it is at like, basically, and one of the rules they have is that if the majority of people want to quit, you're all going to be free to go. And so that's all, they just have to vote. And the thing is, but there's so many people that like, if they don't get this money, their life is over anyway. And so
Right.
they're just like, and so there's even a moment where like they are all free to go. Like they vote after like enough people have died. They're like, we want to go. And they're like, okay, fine. And they let them go. And then, but the thing is that everybody goes back.
Spoiler.
Well, no, it's a bit of a spoiler, but I mean, but the thing is like that's like episode 3 or 4 of like the 10 or 12 episodes, and you're like, well, what's going on? And it does a lot of lost stuff where it's like it
Mhm.
shows stuff in the past,
Right.
you know, and does little back shots and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the
Another
thing
one of mine
is that
That does it. This show the wilds. That's what it's called.
yeah,
This
does
people,
that, where it
the
does
people they sit
back.
there, and it's just like, but all of a sudden, eventually, like the people that left, they're like, they get back to their real lives, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, my life still is horrible, and I like I don't have the money for like hospital
Right.
treatments. I don't, you know, this, that, and the other thing,
Right.
right? They don't, and so like one by one, these people go back. You know, they're like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, fine. You know, it's like I'll go back.
So it's a show about the dangers of capitalism.
Well, of course, you know, just Josh should watch it. I'm sure he'd give me his insight on it.
Oh yeah.
But all right, it's getting close to 2. Shane, thanks for showing up, man. It's nice to see you on there, man.
Yeah, it's good to see your face.
And then wow, I'll get to actually see you in person here, like
I know, right?
relatively soon. Well, I mean, we'll have to avoid Evan. You know, just like
Oh, I'll find you.
Completely.
Hey,
Um,
guys, let's
Is
hang
Franco in
out.
the Origins?
yeah,
It's
Well,
easy
no.
enough to ditch him. He's pretty trusting. So
yeah.
No, I'll be there. I'll be there. Yeah, no.
yeah, no, just yeah, go do that. And
No, I'm
yeah,
on my way. I'm on my way.
Yeah, no, we're coming.
No, we
You
gotta
guys
go.
have been here an hour. Like, where are you?
Gotta
Come
go.
on,
Gotta
Lord.
go get. Gotta go get. I think gotta go get the hot chicken at the North Market.
I heard that's not very good though. My brother says there's a better place.
Well,
Okay?
I mean,
Good
the
for
North Market
him.
has an
You
amazing,
would have
has like
snobbed
really
that,
good
man.
ice
He was
cream.
just not.
Jen's. It's really good.
The ice cream?
Yeah, there's Jen's ice cream or something.
I don't think I tried it. I'm gonna do that. We always just get
Oh, I'd
the
be in for ice
freaking
cream
the
regardless
pho,
of
you know,
me.
because you can just, even though there's a huge line for the pho, you can just roll up to the counter and sit at the counter and they serve you immediately. So you're like,
Yeah.
all right, cool.
Is it real ice
Yeah.
cream, Shane, or is that dairy?
The
What? No, real ice cream. Like
Okay.
real legit
Yeah.
like ice cream. Like,
Yeah, and then North Market also has
Can't go wrong with that.
they have really there's a spot there that has really good bratwurst inside the North Market too.
Really? I
Bratwurst?
don't know if I saw
Yeah.
that.
I mean, it's no reading market, but it's good.
Reading?
No.
Where's that at?
The Philly.
Oh,
Yeah.
Reading.
Oh yeah.
It's like
That
it's
goddamn
like kitty
accents.
corner, kitty corner from the thing,
Yeah.
and like yeah, that market was amazing.
Yeah, it's the reading corner right
Which
next to the
conventions
root.
in
off the
Philly
roof.
again?
Yeah,
PAX. Yeah, I only went there the once. I actually really enjoyed it.
it's the Reading Market next to PAX.
Reading, sorry,
what's the
Reading
weird
Market.
thing about
I was
the weird
always
thing-
best way to shave.
when I went to PAX Unplugged.
I just making sure we're talking about the same thing.
When I went to PAX Unplugged,
I've
I
been there
remember
in
like
years.
not knowing what to expect. I was like, "Oh, how's this going to be?" kind of thing. I didn't
Yeah.
really know. And I mean, the thing about PAX Unplugged that I found super cool
Yeah.
was that we were staying in a hotel. And it was like it was a Holiday Inn that
Okay.
like literally was on the street. Like you, I mean, like not like I'm so. I mean, of course, I'm so Midwesternized that like. For me, a Holiday Inn is a big giant building set off by itself that like has a big parking
yeah,
lot.
no.
But this
Yeah.
was like right on the
Not in
street,
the city.
you know,
Where
inside the
at?
city. And it was like a 3-block walk from the
Yeah.
from where the convention was. And since we were there as I was there as an exhibitor, I really liked the fact that I didn't have to go through the big giant security line to get in.
Yeah.
I could just skip that. And then, but what I thought was cool was that it was like normally
Chinatown?
what happens is like you're sitting there
Mhm.
at a convention and it's like 2 or 3 in the morning and you're like if you're at BGG Con or if you were even like Gen Con for that matter, I was like, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. And I was
Yeah.
just like, and it was like, you know, I was like 1:32 and I was like, and I walked down because I was just like, and I walked down to the front desk and I was like, is there anything open? They're like, yeah, just go outside. There's tons of stuff. And I remember I like walked like, you know, 70 feet one way and there was like
Yeah.
there was a pizzeria open and they're open
Yeah.
till 3 and I walked in and you know got a couple slices and a beer and I was like, this is sweet. I like this. Isn't like
They
I'm
have
at-
amazing Asian food around that area too.
So it was by Chinatown? Okay.
Yeah.
I think I know where you're talking
Mm.
about. Mr. Chen. I
Origins-
missed the house at Chen.
I remember I had a blast.
Origins has the crazy toy store. That
I don't
if you
think I've been.
You haven't been there. I mean,
Uh-uh.
it's still there. There's like you walk down one road, like when you exit out the Origins, like you're going out to where the street is, and you
Yeah.
take a right, and you just
Yeah.
head down the street, and it's a little bit of a walk. It'll take you 5 minutes, as you say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll but no, it isn't that far by any means. And it's like this crazy toy store that has all these retro toys that that are, and all of these just and just off the wall, and like they have tons of like retro lunch boxes. It's super crazy and cool. It's like, I mean, it's like the one thing I wish I could take. Like, I wish I could take my kids to at some point, because just to check out the thing, because it is
Sounds
just
cool.
bunch of nutball crazy stuff inside of it.
Sounds
Evan,
cool.
are you going to PAX Unplugged?
Probably not this year.
I thought you were.
Although I know it's at a different, because I didn't go last year because, wait, did they have it last year?
I think they
Yes.
did. It was
Yeah, they
late.
did.
I think I didn't go to PAX Unplugged because I was going to BGG Con and they were like really close
Right,
together.
yeah. Yeah, there was a
And I
couple
can't-
years they did that.
I can't stick, the kid with the wife for like 2 4 or 5 day things in a row back like close to each other.
Mhm.
But I think they moved PAX Unplugged to a different time now. Is that right?
Yeah,
year?
it's a week or it's before a month or so, I think. Something.
Okay.
I'm
So if
thinking
it-
about it.
If it times out right, I might go, but I have to kind of pick and choose when I leave,
It's a
the
shame.
girls alone.
I'm thinking about it. It's just parking's not easy in there.
Parkinson's? What?
Parking's not easy in Center City.
I was
I
like,
know it's Center
Parkinson's
City.
does not look
Neither
easy,
is
no.
pimping.
Yeah,
Well, no, that's pretty easy actually if you know the right people and places. But
I demand satisfaction.
The rumors are not true.
the cheapest and
Pimpin'
easiest
is
way
easy.
for me to do is DL, and I don't know if I want to deal with that.
Give you the back of my ring hand. Just all right. Now it's even closer to 2. I'm
All right.
tired.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. 'cause,
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thanks for
Night,
hanging
guys.
out.
Hey guys.
Lead up.